Jayam Udhiraye. Om Janma Tyasya Yatun Hitarata Chatheshvabhijna Swara Ene Praya Adhikavaye Muyanti Yad Suraya Tejo Vari Vinimayo Isargo Sham Dhamna Nirasta Kuhakam Satyam Param Dhimahi Satyam Param Satyam Param Dhimahi.
Atha Saptamo Jaya Shri Sukha Uvacha Skanda 5, Chapter 7. The story of Bharata. Bharata's rule. Shri Sukha said, on his father resolving to install him as ruler, the pious Bharata made himself ready for his duties. He first married Panchajani, the daughter of Vishwarupa. By her he begot 5 Ishu, just as out of Bhutadi, of the Ahankara, the 5 Bhuta Shukshmas, or subtle elements, come out. These 5 sons were Sumati, Rashtrabhrit, Sudarsana, Avarana, Dhumraketu. It was from the time of Bharata's rule that the land, known till then as Ajna Bhavarsha, came to be called Bharata Varsha. That learned king, following the example of his illustrious father and grandfather, observed his Swadharma and ruled over his subjects with great affection for them, encouraging them to follow their Swadharma. The Lord is of the form of Yajna and Kratu, the 2 forms of sacrifice without and with the installation of the sacrificial post. He is to be worshipped by these 2 forms of sacrifice. With great faith, he performed, according to his capacity and at proper times, many sacrifices like Agnihotra, Chaturmasya, Vasu Anda, and Somayaga in their elaborate and abridged forms. When the various yajnas, when their many subsidiary rites were being performed, Bharata, the master of the yajnas, offered all the fruits accruing from them to Vasudeva, who is Parabrahman, who is of the form of Yajna, who is the controller of the Vedic mantras and the deities invoked thereby, and who is the ultimate doer and master of all works. Powerful currents of bhakti developed in the heart of Bharata, which was purified by the above-mentioned worship through words, yajnas, and there shone in it the form of the Lord Vasudeva in all the splendor of his supreme majesty, with the marks of Srivatsa, Kastuba, Vanamala, conch, discus, mace, and other paraphernalia, as revealed in the hearts of other great devotees like Narada. His life at Lahashrama. After he ruled for a crore of years, he felt he had completed his allotted period of active life. So he divided his ancestral kingdom and wealth among his sons, and abandoning his luxurious palace, went away as a wandering ascetic to the Pula Ashrama, famous place of worship of Sri Hari. In that place, Sri Hari, out of love for his devotees, manifests to their vision in various attractive forms. That place is purified by the river Chakranandi Kandaki, wherein one gets Mahavishnu's holy emblem, Salagrama, which has cavities with symbolic designs on both sides. Abandoning all desires from the heart alone, peaceful and blissful at heart, he stayed there in a thinly wooded locality, continuously worshipping Sri Hari with flowers, leaves, tulasi, water, and food offerings consisting of roots and fruits. By the daily adoration of Sri Hari in this way, the sentiment of devotion grew so strong in him as to melt his heart. The massive bliss he experienced within expressed itself as a revelation all over the body. Anxious longing blinded him with profuse tears. His intellect got submerged in the lake of his heart, filled with the joy of devotional experience generated by the constant contemplation of the ruby red feet of his most beloved Lord. Disciplining himself in devotional practices, he wore a dress of tear skin. Impressive with his curly matted hair, turned tawny and wet by constant bath at times of worship, he stood before the brilliant rising sun at dawn, invoking him as Surya Narayana with the following rik, descriptive of his glory. We seek refuge in that splendorous puissance that is Surya Narayana, the Lord manifest as the sun deity, untouched by rajas and bestowing the fruits of the karmas of all. The puissance that projects the universe indwells it and protects the jiva pursuing his desires. With that puissance, we seek refuge for the proper direction of our understanding. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanhitayam Panchamaskande Bharata Charite Bhagavachya Sri Sharyam Saptamo Jaya Atha Atashta Mojaya Sri Sukha Uvacha. Skanda 5, Chapter 8. The story of Bharata, the Jia episode. Bharata getting a phone. Sri Sukha said, one day, Bharata, after finishing his ablutions and his daily rites, sat on the bank of the river for about 3 mahrutas, uttering the Pranava Om. O king, just then a solitary doe approached the river bank to quench her thirst. While she was drinking water, the terrifying roar of a lion was heard from the neighborhood. The timid doe, of tremulous glances, was frightened beyond measure by that roar, and while still in the act of drinking, sprang to the other shore with a wild and distracted look in her eyes. Being big with young, she delivered, even while springing, due to the shock that fear had generated, and the young one thereupon fell into the current of the river. Fear, delivery, the act of springing, separation from the flock, the cumulative effect of all these circumstances distressed her so much that she fell down dead in the cave on the other side. The Rajarshi Bharata saw that fallen and endangered calf of the deer being swept down by the current of the river. Pity for the motherless newborn, he caught it and brought it to his ashrama. Bharata's attachment to fawn. Rajarshi was now possessed by the idea that the fawn was his own and consequently got infatuated with it. Daily he fed it, fattened it, protected it from enemies, fondled it, and in every way tried to please it. In proportion to the increase of his interest in it, his zeal in his devotional practices declined until he gave them up totally some time after. He thought, alas, the swift moving action of the wheel of time has separated this poor fawn from his parents and his flock, and it has taken refuge with me as his father, mother, brother, relative, and friend. Putting his trust entirely in me, he knows none else. So even at the expense of my own interests, I am bound to protect, nourish, fondle, and in every way look after the interests of this calf of a deer, knowing as I do the sin of abandoning one who has sought refuge. Many a worshipful person who followed the path of peace and service of the afflicted has, for the sake of such work, abandoned his own self-interest in important matters. In this way, getting infatuated with the fawn, he always came to be accompanied by it while sitting, lying, walking, standing, or eating. Fearing that it might be attacked by dogs and wolves, he took it also with him whenever he went out to collect grass, flour, fuel, leaves, fruits, roots, and water. Whenever it stopped on the way, interested in something or other, he took it on his shoulders or lap and embraced it and enjoyed intense delight in doing so. Even when he was engaged in worship, he would now and then get up and have a look at the fawn to assure himself that it was safe, and would pronounce his blessings on it, saying, "May you live safe without any danger befalling you." If for a time it could not be seen nearby, he would become grief-stricken, like one who has lost his all. Owing to the intensity of his attachment to it, he felt heartbroken at its absence, and bemoaning over its fate repeatedly, he would in the most pitiable way say to himself, "Ah, would this pitiable young deer, orphan of its mother doe, come back at all to me, trusting me to be a man out of his own innocence, overlooking the perversities of a luckless fellow like myself, cruel and mean like a hunter. Shall I ever see it, thanks to the protecting hand of the Lord, browsing somehow in the woodland of this ashrama? I hope it has not been eaten up by any predatory creature, a wild dog or a woman about singly or in herds. Sun, the universal benefactor and the repository of the Vedas, is about to set, and the fawn, a treasure deposited with for me for safe custody by that doe, has not yet returned. Will that gem of a fawn come back to my unlucky self and delight his own folk in its childish frolics? As it plays about, and I sit there with my eyes half closed in fake samadhi, it approaches me in a mood of love quarrel for not participating in its play, and in order to know whether I am really in samadhi, prods me with the tip of his horn, soft like water, with a show of great hesitation and fright. When he pulls away the grass where harvest sacrificial offerings for devas is arranged, and I happen to take him to task for the same, then, like any boy of his hermitage, he withdraws from all play and remains motionless with all his limbs controlled.
Narayanaya Namaha. Great austerities must this land have done to deserve this good fortune of being marked with the tiny and beautiful hoof prints of this young black Krishna Sara. For these hoof prints, besides cheering me with the prospects of tracing the whereabout of their owner, makes this land a suitable holy place of all sacred rites by those who seek heavenly felicities and worldly welfare. Referring to the mark of the deer found in the disk of the rising moon, he would say, is it that the moon has taken for protection this poor motherless fawn? Seeing that it has now strayed away from the precinct of this ashrama, the loss of this fawn, which is like a son to me, is scorching the land lotus of my heart like a forest fire. Are you, O moon, intending to quench that heat by the cool and refreshing water from your face, augmented by the sight of my condition as I go about pitiably in search of my young deer? Dire consequence of attachment. Thus, distressed by vague and baseless fears, the Rajarshi was led to stray away completely from his practice of yoga, austerities, and the worship of the Supreme Lord by his own prarabdha karma, destiny in the shape of a deer cow. How can it be attributed to anything else? In the case of one like this Rajarshi, who has a to be an obstacle in the spiritual quest, what other explanation can be given for this strange phenomenon of obsession with a deer cow, which did not belong even to the human species? Thus, the Rajarshi Bharata happened to slide away from the path of yoga and engage himself completely absorbed in the protection, feeding, fondling, etc. of the form, devoid of all thoughts regarding the Atman. Just then, the hour that is inevitable for everyone, that of death, approached him with irresistible pace, just like a serpent gliding towards a rat in its hole. Even at that moment of death, he was looking at the fawn by his side, as if it were a son in mourning sitting beside him. And he left his body and the deer behind, with his mind firmly fixed on the latter. Though his old body was dead, his consciousness of the experience of that birth was not lost. Following the fate of an ordinary man under such circumstances, he was born as a deer in the next life. But he retained the memory of the past birth, his redemption. Thanks to the power of his adoration of the Supreme Lord, he remembered, even in the dear body, the cause of his birth in such a frame, and said to himself with an anguished mind, "Alas, alas, what a pity that I have fallen from the ways of the spirituality accomplished. My mind was completely offered at the feet of the Lord, and not a bit of my time was wasted in any occupation other than the thought of the Lord. Residing in the solitude of the holy forest, ashrama, after abandoning all attachments of life, my mind was entirely fixed on Him, the Lord of all and the soul of all souls, completely absorbed in the devotional disciplines of hearing, praising, remembering, and worshipping, and in unbroken contemplation. Not a minute was spent in vain purposes. But alas, the fool that I was, and went too far after that deer, with the disastrous consequence that have followed. Unknown to all, the Bharata deer was thus full of renunciation within. Therefore, he left his mother door and his place of birth in the Kalanjara mountains and migrated to the spot where stood the ashrama of Pulastya and Pulaha, which had an abundance of palm trees and which was dear to the holy man because of the manifest presence of the divine. Then, keeping himself aloof from the company of others, out of fear of the consequences, and moving about alone, feeding on dry leaves, grass, roots, etc., and biding the exhaustion of the prarabdha karma that had brought him to this strait, he awaited the dawn of the last day, and at last, when it came, he abandoned his dear body of the holy waters of the river there. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansam Samhitayam Panchamaskande Bharata Charita Ashtamo Adhyayaha. Adhyayaha Sri Shuka Uvacha. Skanda 5, Chapter 9, Story of Bharata, Sacrifice of Bhadrakali, Bharata's new birth. Sri Sukha said, there was a Brahmana born in the Gotra of Angiras, noted for such qualities as control of the mind and the senses, austerity, Vedic study, Vedic teachings, generosity, joyous temperament, forbearance, humility, knowledge of Vedic rituals, absence of envy, knowledge of the Atman as distinguished from the body, and bliss of Atma consciousness. He had 2 wives, by the first of whom he had 9 sons, all noted for their exemplary conduct, knowledge of the Vedas, handsome appearance, generosity, and such other qualities as he himself possessed. By the second wife he had twins, a boy and a girl. It is said that the second wife's son was Bharata, reborn after his death as a deer. The assumptions of this Brahmana body constituting his final birth. But even in this birth, he was found to be very allergic to the company of his relatives. He was always mentally contemplating on the Lord's feet through hearing, remembering and recounting his excellences which destroy one's bondage of karma. Ever remembering the experiences of his past birth, through the Lord's grace, he was constantly vigilant against new obstacles, and in order to disassociate himself from the company of others, he put on the air as an inebriated man, a senseless man, and a man without sight or hearing, eager that his son would excel him in virtue. His father decided to put him through all the preparatory disciplines that a Brahmana should undergo up to Samavardhana, the ceremony marking the end of education. He first had his Upanayana performed and tried to teach him various purificatory rites like Achmana, in spite of his being a senseless boy. But Bharata performed all these rites in an indifferent manner, even in the father's presence, so that the father might soon give him up as hopeless. With the idea of teaching him the Veda, the father first instructed him in the Gayatri mantra combined with the Vyahritis and the Pranava. But even after 4 months teaching, the boy could not recite them with proper intonations. Affection for his son, who is to be looked upon by a father as a replica of one's own self. He therefore wrongly that it was his duty to teach his son, even against his will, all the duties of the brahmacharin like purificatory rites, Vedic studies, observance of vows, disciplines of life, service of teacher, performance of homa, fire worship, etc. He tried his best to do so, but failed. So years passed by, with the father unaware of its passage on account of his engrossment in household affairs. But ever vigilant, time soon swallowed him up in death. Thereupon the second wife of the Brahmana entrusted her two children to the elder wife, and herself accompanied her husband in death. His strange conduct. After the father's death, others who had only the theoretical knowledge of the Veda but no spiritual realization thought that it was of no use to educate a senseless fellow like their brother, and soon desisted from attempts in that direction without any inkling of this spiritual worth. When vulgar men, who were no better than two-legged animals, called him a madcap, or idiot, or dumb, or deaf fellow, he behaved accordingly. And when they forced him to act in any way, he did so also. He subsisted on whatever he got by chance, or by begging, or by working for wages, or by what he was given for doing forced labor. Whatever he got, whether it was small or large in quantity, whether it was well cooked or ill cooked, he ate it for the mere sustenance of the body and not for placating the sense of taste. But he always remained in the intuitive bliss of Atman that was natural to him and did not depend on any extraneous cause or stimulation for its inducement. Enjoyment and suffering, honor and dishonor, which are only matters affecting the body, were never attributed by him to the Atman, his real nature. In heat and cold, in rain and wind, he moved about without anything to protect the body, by giving a bath and cleaning of the body, and by the practice of lying on bare ground. His well built and muscular frame was covered with a thick layer of dirt, through which his Brahmic luster was very dimly visible, like the luminosity of an unpolished gem. wearing a dirty cloth and a soiled yajnopavita. He moved about here and there, mocked by the vulgar folk of the madcap Brahmana.
When he consented to do work in exchange for food, he would be engaged even by his brothers to level fields with earth and other similar works. While doing such work, he was not aware of what he did, whether he had leveled the ground or whether he had heaped up earth helter-skelter, whether he had filled up the place or whether more earth was required to do so. Whatever they gave him, be it rice, flour, oil cake, sharp, spoiled pulses, or charred food, he ate up everything as if it were nectar. Sacrifice to Bhadrakali. Now, at that time, a chieftain of a tribe of brigands resolved to perform a human sacrifice to Bhadrakali in order to have a male issue. The sacrificial human beast he had secured managed to run away from his custody. So his men ran hither and thither in the darkness of that midnight in search of that victim. Unable to find him anywhere, they at last came across this scion of the Gotra of Angiras, that is, Shada Bharata, or Bharata in the role of a Dulaj, sitting solemnly in a shed in the fields, guarding them from the depredations of deer, wild boars, and other animals. Seeing him of well-developed body, their face bloomed in the satisfaction that a proper victim had been obtained to complete their master's rites, and so, tying him up with ropes, led him to the temple of Bhadrakali. The priests there, in accordance with the rules of their Abhichara ritual, bathed and decorated this human victim with new cloth, unguents, tilaka, garlands, etc., and fed him. Then, amidst the sound of tom-toms, drums, and songs, he was made to sit before the image of Bhadrakali, where the various ingredients for the rites like light, incense, garlands, flowers, tender leaves, fried grains, buds, fruits, etc. were arranged. The low-born priest, who officiated for the chieftain of the thieves, resolving to worship Bhadrakali by offering the human victim's blood as drink, took up the sharp sacrificial sword, uttering proper mantras. These low-born men of the tribe of thieves were by nature endowed with tamas and rajas. Due to the inordinate pride that wealth brought, they had abandoned the royal road of worship of Mahavishnu and were given to the licentious life and indulgence in slaughter, unguided by any moral code. For, even though some sacrificial rites have been laid down for men of fierce nature when they are threatened by some dangerous situations, what these ruffians were now about to do was a transgression of an extremely cruel nature. The sacrifice of a great man who had become one with Brahman, who was the scion of a great and holy family, who was beyond all antagonism, and who was the friend of all, was an act of unpardonable and intolerable cruelty. The divine prowess, Brahma Tejas, emanating from that extraordinary victim, began to burn up Bhadrakali herself. and so she emerged suddenly from the image. The Devi was fierce to look at. Her eyebrows were arching and with unbearable anger and remorse at the heinous act that was contemplated. With her curved fangs, red eyes, fierce look, she stepped out with a terrific roar, as if she were going to destroy everything. Taking up the same sacrificial sword, she cut off the heads of all those miscreants, drank their blood, and intoxicated with that drink, played football with the heads and danced and sang with her attendants. Though these people were the worshippers of Bhadrakali, this sad end for them was but legitimate. For cruel rites performed to endanger great men are always bound to boomerang on the performer himself. O King Parikshit, do not consider it a wonder or anything unusual that Bharata was unperturbed even when his head was about to be cut off. He had abandoned the identification of the self with the body and thus cut asunder that powerful knot of the heart. Persons like him are moved by universal love and friendship. Residing as the indweller in all, the Lord himself is ever vigilant in protecting such devotees from all dangers with his discus, that is the wheel of time. Iti Shrimad Bhagavatam Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Panchamas Kande Jayabharata Charite Navamojyaya Dashamojyaya Shri Sukha Uvacha Skanda 5, Chapter 10. Story of Bharata meeting with Raghugana. Bharata as palanquin bearers. Sri Sukha said, Raghugana, the king of Sindhu and Sauvira, was once traveling in a palanquin to the ashrama of Kapila. When the party of the king was on the banks of the river, their captain felt the need for some more palanquin bearers. While he was searching for one, this exalted personage, Bharata, arrived at the spot, guided as it were by his destiny. Finding him young, well-built and strong, the captain felt that he could bear weight like a bullock or mule. So he compelled him to join the party of bearers he had collected earlier by force, although a great man like him did not deserve such treatment. The newly recruited bearer was found walking slow, surveying the path up to 3 feet, the length of an arrow, carefully in order to avoid trampling over living creatures. The pace of the palanquin bearers therefore began to vary, and King Raghugana was inside the palanquin, got vexed with its unsteady movements. So he exclaimed to the bearers, O bearers, walk properly, all moving at an equal speed. Why are you not bearing the vehicle in the correct way? Hearing their master's words of displeasure, they told him as follows, afraid of punishment. O, our Lord and King, we are not careless. Obedient to your order, we are carrying the palanquin the proper way. But this new bearer, though he was only just now joining the team, is not walking fast enough. It will be impossible to carry the palanquin with him in the team. The defect of one in a company is likely to affect the work of all who have to work with him. Concluding so, and moved by the words of the distressed palanquin bearers, King Raghuna, though he had served great devotees, nonetheless got somewhat angry at the new bearer, owing to the assertion of past tendencies. Overcome by Rajoguna and unable to recognize under his external garb the Brahmic luster of Bharata, is of live cinders covered by ashes, Rahugana said to him in a tone of ridicule, "Oh brother, you are very tired, aren't you? For you have indeed been bearing the palanquin single-handed for such a long distance. Isn't it so? Moreover, you are not well built and strong. Besides, it seems you are also very old. But all your fellow bearers are not like that." Though ridiculed in this way, Bharata continued to walk as before, without uttering a single word in reply. For in this, his last birth, he had become one with Brahman, without any sense of identification with this last body of his, which is a combination of elements brought about by avidya and which has no substantial reality. Bharata's reply as a wise man, finding that palanquin was still irregular in its movement, became extremely angry and exclaimed, "O Sira, you are a living corpse. Jivan Mrita, are you belittling me, your master, and violating my command? As Yama gives to heedless people, I shall give you, fellow, a radical treatment, which will restore you to your original state." Thus the king, out of pride born of his royal status and learning, and out of promptings of the qualities of passion and dullness, spoke many such stupid things to that holy man without understanding the ways of great spiritual personages, not in the least perturbed by all that. Bharata, the bearer who had realized his unity with Brahman and attained to universal love, said to him smiling, as if mocking at the ignorance of the Raja, but really out of his extreme humility. Bharata said, "O bold one, your ridicule has relevance provided there is a thing called weight for one to bear, provided there is a destination for the traveler to reach, and provided there is corpulence for the jiva to be carried. Wise men, however, do not assent to such a proposition, as weight, body, distance, etc., are all effects of Maya and therefore false. And as I am the spirit and not the body, your words of ridicule become pointless. Corpulence, leanness, disease, hunger, thirst, fear, quarrel, desire, old age, sleep, attachment, anger, pride, grief, etc., are all true only in regard to one born with a body, but not to me who am the Atman. O King, the state of being a living corpse, Jiva Mrita, is not a characteristic special to me. It applies to everything that is an effect. For everything that is an effect is subject to birth and death, to a beginning and to an end. As for the charge of violating your command, O worshipful one, it would have been true if the relation between master and servant were permanent, but it is not. By a change of fortune, the master can become a servant, and the servant the master.
Om Namo Narayana. Except for the worldly convention, I find no reason for the distinction between master and servant. Who is the master and who is the servant? Still, if you feel you are the king, you order me what I am to do. O brave king, if my behavior as a madcap or a dance is the result of my establishment in my nature as the Atman, what change can your punishment effect on me? So also, if I am really a confirmed lunatic or a dunce, your attempt at reforming me by punishment will be like powdering a powdered stuff once again. Rahuga Bharata, Sri Sukha said, having thus made a non-controversial reply, that sage, who was full of peace and who was no longer identifying himself with the body, continued to carry the palanquin of the king as before in order to exhaust his prarabdha karma. A descendant of the Pandavas, at this stage the mind of Rahugana, the king of Sindhu and Sauvira, was filled with faith, and he derived the fitness to inquire about the supreme truth. Hearing the words of Bharata, based on scriptural texts and powerful enough to cut the knot of egotism, ahankara, Rahugana gave up his pride of being a king and hurriedly coming down from the palanquin, prostrated himself before that great one and said, are you traveling incognito in this form among the famous ascetics like Dattatreya and others? Who could you possibly be? You bear the holy thread indicating that you are a Brahmana. Who are you? Which is your place? How do you happen here? Am I to understand that you are Mahavishnu's incarnation, Kapila himself, come here to bless us? I fear not the thunderbolt of Indra, nor the trident of Rudra, nor the rod of Yama, nor the weapons of any of the divinities like Agni, Surya, Chandra, Vayu, and Kubera. But I am terribly afraid of the consequences of insulting an illumined personage belonging to a great holy family. Therefore, please tell me all about yourself. I feel that you are really one possessed of unfathomable knowledge, hiding your spiritual power and enlightenment, and going about incognito like a dance. For your words convey the meaning of Yoga Shastra and are too profound for our minds to grasp. I am myself on my way to the Muni Kapila, the incarnation of Mahavishnu, the teacher of all wise men and an embodiment of yoga, to learn from him what constitutes the refuge of man in this transmigratory existence. It may be that you are that very Kapila, going about incognito to see the condition of the world. How can a person tied to the household and without any spiritual enlightenment understand the ways of master yogis like you? In criticism of your denial of exhaustion, etc., to your body, I reply, by doing various administrative and military duties, I really feel tired. So I can guess that you too will feel exhausted by walking, carrying a load. This practical aspect of life, based on actual experience, I accept as a fact. To deny it will be like denying the existence of pots with which watering is being done. In cooking, the heat applied to the pot penetrates to the water in it, That heat is the surface of the rice in it, but the very core of the grain. In the same way, owing to their mutual contact, the experience of the body pass on through the inner layers of senses, pranas, and mind to the Atman. So, the experience of samsara by the Atman has to be accepted as real. In answer to the criticism of the master and servant relationship, I reply, though the master and servant relationship is temporal and artificial, when a man becomes a king, he becomes the ruler and protector of others. If one accepts the idea that in discharging his duty, the ruler is only carrying out the will of God, the objection of pounding the already pounded stuff does not arise in regard to his corrective acts for changing the incorrigible, even the incorrigible. For whoever performs the worship of the Lord through Swadharma is freed from all sins. Regarding my offense of slighting a great man, I seek pardon of you. Out of your good will, deign to order things in such a way that I incur no sin. It may be said that you are not affected or perturbed by adoration or insult, as you are established in the attitude of universal friendship, even mindedness towards all, and non identification with the body. But still, an offender like me, even if it were as powerful as Sri Parmeshwara, is bound to perish in consequence. Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansam Sanhitayam Panchamaskande Dashamodhyayaha Athaika Dashodhyayaha Brahmana Uvacha Skanda 5, Chapter 11. Story of Bharata, Instructions to Rahugana. Phenomenal nature of the world. The Brahmana, Bharata said, though you are in spiritual ignorance, you try to speak like a man of unfailing knowledge, which, however, you are not. For a really knowing one will not take this relative existence with its differences of master, servant, etc., as a proved fact in determining what is real, as it is found to be merely temporal on reflection. They call it an attribution of the thoughtless. But as you take it all as real, you are not the best among thinkers. Not only the world and its relation, but even the Vedic teaching dealing with karma belongs to the realm of falsity for a thinker. O king, in the highly eulogistic Vedic passages dealing with rituals relevant to the householder's life, there will not generally be any discussion on the truth of the Atman, which is based in purity and righteousness. A person who is not able to grasp the phenomenality and the worthlessness of the happiness of waking life by applying the analogy of dream experience will not be able to arrive at the truth even from the great teachings of the Vedanta. Mind as cause of samsara. As long as the man's mind is dominated by any of the three gunas of Prakriti, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, as so long it will be uncontrollable. It will constantly engage the organs of knowledge and actions in producing meritorious and demeritorious works. The mind, a bundle of tendencies, is the principle of the 16 categories. It is prone to go to the sense objects. The gunas of Prakriti move it here and there and also shape it into various modes of desire and other passions, investing the jiva with various forms of devas, men, animals, etc. It generates all these differences of high and low based on these forms. The mind has been created by Maya as the manifestation of the manifesting field of the Atman. It is the entity responsible for keeping the jiva in the transmigratory cycle. 4. Holding the Atman is in close embrace. It brings on him and his enjoyment, suffering, and infatuation in accordance with the inevitable process of time. So long as there is ignorance, this world of practical life, with its gross and subtle conditions consisting of waking, dream, and sleep states, persists as an object of experience before the embodied being. Therefore, the mind is said to be the cause of the jiva's bondage and of his liberation from the gunas, as also for his birth in high and low situations. The modes of the mind. The mind that is attached to sense objects causes misery. It is free from such attachments. It leads to liberation. A weak light in contact with ghee gives light and smoke. Otherwise, it remains in its pristine condition. So also the mind, caught up amidst sense objects and actions, takes up the form of vrittis or modes. When it is not so modified, it dwells in truth. The modes, vrittis, of the mind are said to be 11. These actions, 5 of knowledge, and 1 in the form of eye sense. The 5 organs of actions become the basis of active modes. The 5 organs of knowledge, of knowledge modes, and the body of eye sense. The 11 modes for the functioning of the mind are the 5 organs of knowledge like smell, sight, touch, taste, and sound. The 5 organs of action like excretion, sex enjoyment, walking, speaking, and handling. The sense of mind is the 11th mode. Some speak of the sense of eye with reference to the body, the base in which the jiva dwells as the 12th mode. By influence of factors like nature, purification, unseen forces, and time, these 11 modes of the mind may take 100, 1,000, or 1,000,000,000 of shapes. They cannot, however, do so either by themselves or by mutual influence. It is born of the limitless power of the Lord, the Kshetrajna, the Lord as the knower of the field. The Kshetrajna, these movements of the mind, caused by the power of Maya, which result in actions that do not in any way contribute to the purification of the mind, appears always in the state of waking and dream and disappears completely in sleep. Kshetrajna, the ever pure and unaffected spirit, merely witnesses these movements of the mind. The Kshetrajna is the all-pervading spirit, the indweller of all, the cause of all causes, the self-conscious effulgence, the birthless, the god of all divinities, the director of all jivas, the possessor of the sixfold excellences, and the support of all jivas. He dwells as controller in all jivas by his Maya. Just as the vital energy permeates everything moving and unmoving and controls them from within, in the same way, the Supreme Lord, Vasudeva, the Kshetrajna, permeates and controls all beings.
The jiva is bound to move about in this transmigratory existence, so long as he does not realize himself to be the Atman through enlightenment. For this he has, O king, first of all to become non-attached through the discharge of all his duties as offerings to the Lord, and to control his 6 enemies constituted of the 6 infirmities: lust, anger, greed, intense longings, pride, and jealousy. The mind, which functions as the limiting adjunct of the spirit is the veritable field yielding a bumper harvest of the yields of transmigratory life. Until one understands this, one will be involved in the transmigratory cycle. The mind generates sorrow, suffering, infatuation, diseases, attachments, desires, enmity, and the sense of possession regarding objects. This mind is like a strong enemy grown very powerful because of negligence. It may ultimately be a mere appearance, but it has nonetheless hidden the Art One from you. Kill him with the arrow of service to the feet of Sri Hari, the teacher who gives enlightenment. Be extremely vigilant in this matter. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Panchamas Kande Brahmanaru Gajsa Vade Eko Tashodhyaya Atha Dvadashodhyaya Rahugana Uvacha. Skanda 5, chapter 12. The story of Bharata. Instruction to Rahugana. Analysis of objective world. Rahugana said, O Supreme Yogi, salutations to thee who has taken a body for the good of mankind. Salutations to these who has devalued the body as worthless because of thy being steeped in thy inherent bliss. Salutations again to one whose constant intuitive knowledge is masked under the form of a degraded Brahmana. O enlightened one, just as a potent medicine is to a man suffering from high fever, just as cold water is to one burned by the heat of summer, so your words have been a rejuvenating ambrosia to me, who have been deprived of true insight by the powerful poison from the bite of the cobra of body consciousness. The doubts I have in respect of these matters, I shall question you afterwards. But now, be pleased to expound to me your words of spiritual import in a manner that is easily understandable to me. O great yogi, you have stated that the actually felt and therefore the unerased fatigue and its cause, namely bearing the palanquin, are all only provisionally spoken about and have taken no place in determining the nature of truth. This is the statement which causes confusion in my mind. The Brahmana Bharata said, O king, the being called man who bears body is only a moving lump of earth, in effect brought out of earth by some unknown causes. That body, in truth, is constituted of a number of limbs, feet, ankles, foreleg, knees, thighs, waist, chest, neck, shoulders, head, etc., arranged one above the other. Apart from these limbs, we do not see any entity of whom there are parts or limbs. Where then is the person to suffer from exhaustion? The shoulders of these bearers is a mass of wood called palanquin. That is seated another lump, a mere lump of earth, but called the king of Sauvira. But that lump of clay seated within the palanquin You have the firm identification, it is I, and you have, besides that, the arrogant notion that the I spoken of here is the king of Sindhu. You who are making these poor and pitiable palanquin bearers do forced labor without any or adequate payment are an extremely cruel person. Therefore, your false boast that you are the protector of the people will not command respect in an assembly of wise men. When we know that all these beings originate and dissolve in the element earth, what reality other than the earth need we infer as the person? A mere conventional word assumed from considerations of practical life? Even what is called the earth cannot exist apart from its components, the imperceptible atoms, which are mere mental constructs of man who, in their ignorance, seek to explain this substance, earth, as an assemblage of these assumed particles. Ultimately, they and everything else have their basis only in the cosmic power of the Lord. In this way, everything in this world of multiplicity, spoken of as subtle or gross, small or big, cause or effect, living or inert, is all the creation of the cosmic power, Aja, of the Supreme Being called differently by different philosophers as substance, nature, tendencies, time, and karma. Enlightenment comes. The ultimate truth is what the sages called Vasudeva, the support of all, and the Bhagavan, the possessor of all divine majesties. He is described variously as knowledge, absolute purity, the real existence, the one without a second, the one without an inside and outside, Brahman, the all-inclusive, the peaceful, etc. Without bathing oneself in the dust of a holy man's feet, this enlightenment cannot be had. Merely through various disciplines like austerity, sacrifices, charitable gifts of food, and the like, by domestic duties, by Vedic study, or worship of various deities. In the company of holy men, there will be the continuous discourses on the excellences of the Lord, thus completely eschewing all chances of talks on worldly matters. When aspirants imbibe it through their ears every day, their mind gets that highly coveted tendency to flow towards Vasudeva. I was in an earlier birth a king named Bharata who abandoned attachment for everything in this world and the next, and took to the exclusive worship of the divine. But due to my prarabdha, I got attached to a deer, and as a result had a spiritual downfall. In my next birth, I became a deer. But, O king, the memory of my devotional past did not desert me even when embodied as a deer, because of the power gained by the worship of Krishna. So I am very suspicious about the evil consequences of contact with others, and I have, therefore, been trying to move about in obscurity without attachment for anything. The sword of knowledge obtained by spiritually fruitful association with holy men, one should cut off one's infatuation for the world. By adoring Hari, through the hearing and recital of texts dealing with his glories and excellences, one gains the spiritual consciousness that one is the Atman and not the body, and attains to Sri Hari, who is the goal of the aspirant, beyond the limits of transmigratory existence. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Panchamaskande Brahmana Ru Kanasa Vade Dvadasho Jaya Ayo Dasho Jaya Racha Skanda 5, Chapter 13. Story of Bharata, the forest of samsara. The forest of samsara. The Brahmana, Bharata said, the jivas, pushed into the path of samsara by the Lord's Maya, consider that their duty consists in following the various ways of work dictated by the gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas, and enter into various forms of activities in the hope of getting happiness. Just like merchants who out of greed for wealth sometimes enter into forests, so the jiva enters into this forest of samsara in quest of happiness, but he obtains none. O king, in this forest a band of 6 brigands, the 5 organs of knowledge, headed by an extremely evil-minded leader, the corrupted intellect, attack these travelers and rob them of their possessions. There are jackals in it, which often carry away the heedless travelers, as wolves snatch away kids. They are troubled there by paths impenetrable because of the thick growth of creepers and grass, and by the attack of fierce forests, flies and mosquitoes. Here and there they see the castles in the air and the light emitted by evil spirits that fly like meteors. With the mind naturally set on house, property and wealth, etc., the jiva wanders in this forest of samsara. Sometimes, when the winds raise the dust and blind his eyes, it is not possible for him to see the directions, filled as they are with the thick clouds of dust. Distressed by the ear-piercing sound of crickets and frightened by the ominous hoots of owls, he goes and takes shelter, hungry and forlorn, under some poisonous trees. To quench his thirst, he goes after some mirage in the desert. Sometimes he falls into dried up rivers without any water. Sometimes, for want of food, he has to beg of relatives. Sometimes he is scorched in the forest fires. Sometimes yakshas squeeze out his vital energy. Sometimes he is put to great sorrow because of powerful men robbing away his wealth. Sometimes he faints owing to intense sorrow and infatuation. Sometimes he enters into castle in the air and for a short time enjoys its imaginary bliss.
Om Namo Narayanaya Namaha. Sometimes, in attempting to surmount inaccessible mountains, he is frustrated by his feet getting lacerated by the stones and thorns, and he sinks into depth of disappointment. Often, the householder falls foul on his wife and others in the family, and food is not supplied in time, and he is tormented by hunger. Now and then, caught in the grip of the python of sleep in the forest, he remains as if he is a dead body. Often blinded by desires, he falls into the dark pit of infatuation, wherein he is bitten by the fierce serpents of evil men. sometimes in quest of the degrading sweet of forbidden sex. He comes into conflict with its custodian bees, and even if he attains to it by dint of great effort, it is soon snatched away by more powerful people, and from them by still other, yet more powerful. Sometimes he is unable to protect himself against life's distressing circumstances of cold, heat, storm, and rain. Sometimes, on questions of exchange of wealth and commodities, he comes into conflict with others. Often reduced to poverty by loss in business, he may not be able to provide himself with house, furniture, or vehicle. He then looks with eager eyes at others' possessions and begs for help only to receive insult from them. Though quarreling and on inimical terms with others in money matters, he compromises when worldly relationships like marriage become necessary. Thus, engrossed in this path of worldly life, with its difficulties, loss of wealth, antagonism, etc., they are reduced ultimately to a dazed state in which one is as good as dead. Caravan of merry travelers. O king, in this company of travelers, whoever dies in the course of travel, they leave them there, and whoever is newly born, they take him and proceed with their endless journey. None of them have till this day come back to the place they started from, nor are they able to reach their goal beyond the frontiers of the forest. On the other hand, they go round and round aimlessly. The brave kings who take pride in conquering all the surrounding country, making territory the bone of contention, cultivate animosity among themselves, fight and die on the field of battle. They do not reach the goal which holy men who have abandoned hatred and cruelty attain. Sometimes they are supported wholly by the creeper of women's arm, and they delight in and are bound by the chirping of the fledgling of babies in their cluster of creepers. Sometimes, on being frightened by the lions of death, they take shelter with the treacherous cranes, kites, and vultures on the atheistic philosophers. Disappointed with them, they resort to the swans of holy men. But as they find their company disagreeable, they go in the company of the monkeys of vulgar men, delighting in the sport of enjoyments characteristic of monkeys. They spend time thoughtlessly looking at each other's faces, oblivious even of the threatening death, delighting in the bowery trees of the home, caught up in family affection, surfeited with sexual enjoyments, and unable in any way to release themselves from these entanglements, they fall down one day due to heedlessness from the trees into a mountain ravine where they hang precariously on creepers of fatal ailments, shivering from the sight of elephants in the forms of death roaming about. O king, if for the time being they are freed from danger, they go again to that caravan of marching people. Being set on this road of samsara by the Lord's Maya, beyond wandering in that path, man does not know the Supreme Being, who is the ultimate meaning of all these experiences. O Rahugana, you too have been put on this path. Therefore, abandoning oppressions of all creatures, practicing universal love, and eschewing all worldly attachments, take up the sword of Jnana, sharpened by the worship of Sri Hari, and go beyond this path. Rahugana's redemption. Rahugana said, this human birth is indeed the most glorious of all births. Of what use is embodiment in Swarga and other heavenly spheres. For one cannot have there the frequent opportunity of contact with holy men like you who have attained to the highest spiritual fulfillment through devotion to Sri Hari. It is quite easy to understand that in the mind of one who has been freed from all sinful tendencies by the contact of your feet, devotion to the Lord will be generated at once. For even by a minute's contact with you, my tendencies of argumentation born of sheer ignorance has departed. Salutations to the great ones, salutations to infants, salutations to the youth, salutations to Brahmachari, salutations to those knowers of Brahman who move about in the world as avadutas. May good sense and good fortune dawn on the king like me. Sri Sukha said, O Parikshit, thus, though insulted by Rahugana at first, that great sage, out of his limitless compassion, instructed the king in the knowledge of the Supreme Being. When worshipped by Rahugana, the sage, with his mind and senses absolutely unruffled like the unagitated surface of a calm sea, proceeded again to move about in the country. Rahugana, the king of the Sauviras, having gained the knowledge of the Atman through his contact with that great sage, abandoned the ignorance-born identification of the body with the Atman. Such are the benefits that accrue from association with devotees who have taken refuge in the Lord. Raja Parikshit said, a paragon of devotees, what you have said before in an allegorical language about the road of samsara is intelligible only to well-instructed people. Ignorant men cannot grasp it with ease. Therefore, please elaborate the allegory on this difficult subject, showing the corresponding meaning of all the figures used. 80. Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Panchamaskande Trayodashodhyayah Atha Chaturdashodhyayah Sa Hovacha. Skanda 5, Chapter 14, Story of Bharata, Forest of Samsara explained. Explanations of allegory. Sri Sukha said, by the operation of the forces of Prakriti, known as Sattvika, Rajasa, and Tamas, the jivas who mistakenly identify themselves with the body get repeated embodiments according to their karmas, which are either meritorious, demeritorious, or mixed. The six senses of man are the prime factors for the jiva's involvement in samsara or transmigratory cycle, with its never-ending experiences of birth and death. It is the infinitely powerful Maya, the world of the Lord, that has pushed the jiva into this path of samsara, full of perils and difficulties. For the enjoyments of the fruit of their actions, the jivas have been put on this path in the forest of samsara, which is as impure and weird as a cremation ground. But in spite of this, they persist in their travel through that forest like greedy merchants in quest of wealth. They continue to perform selfish actions, however difficult they may be, and prolong their involvement in samsara indefinitely, in place of cutting it short by following the footsteps of holy ones who are absorbed in the bliss of the Lord's lotus feet. The sixth sense of men are the robbers that attack him in the forest. The wealth of man is really meant for the adoration of the Lord and for charitable and religious purposes that promotes his higher evolution here in the hereafter. But the mind and the five organs of knowledge, which are like six brigands, rob away that wealth by means attracting it to mean sensuous enjoyments that could be derived through sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, imagination, etc., as robbers do with the wealth of merchants who are badly led and who are careless about their safety. Know these six senses to be the brigands of the forest of samsara. In that forest of samsara, there are members of one's family known as wife, children, etc. Though known by such names indicating closeness, they are the wolves of the forest who, much against the will of the miserly householder, demand and deprive him of his strongly guarded wealth as wolves carry away the young kids from a flock of sheep. Though a field is plowed every year, it is found covered with creepers and grass when new sowing operation starts. For the seeds of the old plants have been present in it. Even so, the household is the field of karma. The works never end there because of the presence of these seeds in the shape of desires and tendencies. It is as in the case of a box in which camphor is kept. Even if the substance is removed, the smell persists. Know this to be the vegetation covering the path of samsara. The traveler on the road of samsara is attacked even without any purpose by evil men as mosquitoes and flies do, and he is deprived of his wealth by insects, birds, rats, and thieves. Prompted by ignorance, desire, and tendencies for work, he removes in this world of men, attributing substance and value to it, which in truth is an illusory as a castle in the air, sometimes infatuated with sense enjoyments, which to the discerning mind are ephemeral like mirage. The jiva gets engrossed with eating, drinking, and mating. Sometimes he comes across gold, the source of all evil, prompted by a in color as gold. He goes to take it, but the pursuit of the bright metal only brings on him all round trouble, just as the case of a man who, distressed by intense cold, runs towards a flaming devil. Sometimes the jiva is in dire want of a dwelling place, food and drink, wealth and other objects of enjoyment, and wanders about everywhere in quest of them in the forest of samsara. Sometimes he gets entangled with women who are like a dusty whirlwind with completely blinds his eyes of discrimination. With all power of discrimination erased, he allows himself to be petted and fondled in the lap of women, and as a consequence, all the lowest animal propensities based in tamasa are let loose, ridden with lust and totally blinded by desire. He even forgets the presence of devas that stands always as witnesses to the actions of man. Sometimes he may realize the vanity of sensuous life and its enjoyments, yet being deprived of the memory of his spiritual nature by the overpowering bodily consciousness, he runs after those very same mirage-like sensuous fulfillments as before. The direct and indirect threats of kings and enemies are what have been described as the causing as much unpleasantness to the heart as to the ear.
When the results of a jiva's good works are exhausted and he is without any means of livelihood, he becomes the dependent of other worldly men who are wealthy but nonetheless deserve only to be called the living dead. For the wealth of these pitiable men, owing to misuse, is a menace to themselves in the world and fails to secure any good for them in the year after. These are described as poisonous trees, creepers, and wells, which serve no useful purpose to anyone. Sometimes, through unholy associations, he is lured into atheistic sects, which are like waterless rivers, just as a person falling into them only hurts himself. These atheistic religions only bring suffering to the jiva in this world and the next. When a man is not able to gain his livelihood, even by oppressing others, he turns towards his father and mother, and even to distant relatives, to dispossess them by asserting his right to their belongings. Sometimes, due to want of food and other necessaries, he undergoes intense and increasing sufferings in his home, like one caught in a forest fire and is thrown into utter despair and depression. The Yakshasas, who are supposed to steal away the vital energy of man, are the kings who, in adverse times like war and invasions, deprive a man of his whole wealth, dear to him as life itself, and leave him practically a lifeless corpse. Sometimes he enters into the realms of fancy and thinks of the days of his ancestors, like father and grandfather, and seems to get some relaxation in a dream experience. The mountain he tries to cross is the performance of the various rites and duties he has to accomplish in the household life. Like one trying to cross over a mountain, he gets hurt and exhausted by walking over stones and thorns, and finally gives up all the efforts and sits quietly in a place in utter frustration. Sometimes, tormented and exhausted by unbearable hunger, he seeks compensation by losing his temper at his wife. The python gripping him in sleep, absorbed in which he afterwards lives like a dead body in the darkness of tamas, abandoned by all in a lonely forest. Evil men are the fierce serpents who, who attack and shatter his molars that stand for self-respect. The shock caused thereby deprives him of sleep and his power of correct judgment. Like a man fallen into a disused well, he welters in stupefying sorrow. At times, owing to his hankering for the honey of vulgar enjoyments, he runs after other people's women and wealth, only to be killed by their masters or the ruling king. He suffers the torment of abysmal hell as a consequence. Hence, great men say that self-centered action, prompted by desires, is the fertile field of sufferings in this world and the next. Perhaps he is now free from the trammels of poverty because of some wealth that has come to him. Immediately, one Devadatta robs him of that, and a Vishnudatta in turn deprives Devadatta of it. Thus wealth flies from hand to hand unendingly. Sometimes, unable to protect himself from various natural visitations like storms, cold, etc., and from sufferings originating in mental and physical disturbances, he loses himself in the sorrow of worrying thoughts that have no end. Sometimes, in the course of financial dealings with others, man tries to deceive his opposite numbers of at least a little of their wealth, leading them by leading thereby to mutual hatred and quarrel. In this part of samsara, besides the above, innumerable other travails and hindrances like joy, sorrow, attachments, aversions, fear, pride, heedlessness, mental derangement, sorrow, infatuation, greed, jealousy, insult, hunger, thirst, diseases, worries, birth, old age, and death. Sometimes the ignorant jiva, caught in the embrace of the creeper-like arms of a woman, who is nothing but the embodiment of the Lord's deluding power, becomes devoid of discriminative power. He is in mad pursuit of a home to live in with her. There he becomes completely taken up with the sweet words and loving relationship of the inhabitants of that home, namely wife, sons, daughters, etc., and sinks into the dense depths of ignorance. Man becomes conscious of the relentless movement of the Lord's destructive wheel of time when he notices before his very eyes its irresistible movement, embracing a period extending from a moment to the Dviparada, swallowing up all creatures from a blade of grass to Brahma, through the stages of birth, childhood, youth, old age, and death. Though frightened by it, he does not go for shelter to the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu, the Lord of all yajnas and the holder of the wheel of time, but discarding him, seeks shelter in the false deities preached by atheistic and heretical teachers resembling deceptive cranes, crows, and vultures, deities and teachings that have no sanction of the authentic scriptures and traditions, but are the mere concoctions of heretics. When they realize they have been totally misled by these self-deluded heretics, they resort to the community of the holy men. Soon, their way of life, consisting in the performance of all the scripture-ordained duties like upanayana, and the rest as an offering unto the Lord, ceases to please them, and they then associate it with groups of vulgar folk who, being void of the Vedic purificatory observances and disciplines, live the life of monkeys with sex enjoyment and family care as the sole concerns in life. There, unrestrained by any scriptural injunctions and guided by instincts alone, persons of such a pitiable outlook spend a life in vulgar enjoyments, their time being wholly taken up with men and women gazing at each other's face. Engrossed in these preoccupations, they forget even the approach of death. At times, like a monkey on the branches of a tree, a worldly-minded man is merrily in the home, which is only a place of vulgar enjoyments, and spends his days in extreme attachment for his wife and children, and in sexual frivolities. Caught in the way of samsara, he is now frightened by the sight of the elephant of that, falls into the dark mountain cavern of disease. Unable to stand physical inclemencies like heat and cold, as well as mental worries and physical unrest, he is subjected to utmost misery. Bent on making money, he acquires some wealth through business transactions with others, adopting even unfair means. When all his wealth is exhausted and he is in great need of the necessaries of life, like home, food, clothing, etc. He tries to get these from others through deception. Being exposed, he has to stand the insults heaped on him by their owners. Though thus inimical to others because of greed for wealth, he nonetheless, owing to his long cultivated habit, enters into marriage alliances with those very people, only to break them very soon. In the course of their travel along the path of samsara, facing various dangers and obstacles, the men who die are left behind, and the others walk on with those who are born in the meantime. They trudge on, sorrowing, bungling, fearing, arguing, crying, singing, and dying, but they never turn towards or reach their source, the Lord, from whom his caravan started. Only a few devotees do so. They never attain to jnana and bhakti, the fruits of spiritual striving, which holy men established in universal love, self-control, and peace gain. Even great kings who are world conquerors and far famed for, for the great yajnas they have performed do not attain to it. For being at bitter feud with others owing to their intense sense of possessiveness, they in the end abandon those very possessions and lie dead in the field of battle. Holding on to the creeper of prarabdha, they may get release from the hell into which they are consigned, but they soon return only to join that band of travelers on the road of samsara once again. The same is the fate of the denizens of higher worlds, like that of Indra. The unique greatness of Bharata has been sung as follows by the ancients. Greatness of Bharata. A fly cannot emulate the flight of Garuda. Even so, no other king has found it possible, even mentally, to emulate the example of the great Rajarsi Bharata, the son of Rishabha. Who can follow the exalted example of the one who, even as a youth, was overcome by such intense love of the Lord that he could easily abandon life, he abandoned like filth all worldly loves, wife, children, friends, kingdom, and the like, which usually bind the human mind fast, making it impossible for it to give them up. It is no wonder that this great king was able to abandon what others find it so difficult to do: kingdom, sons, wife, relatives, wealth, and even the solicitations of Shri, the goddess of good fortune, for a mere look from even divinities are praying, from whom even divinities are praying. For those who are engrossed with the delight of the Lord's service look upon as trifle even moksha, considered the highest blessing for an embodied being, the jiva. Such renunciation is befitting so great a soul as Bharata, who, even while abandoning dear form, went on ardently adoring the Lord, saying, "Salutations to Yajna, salutations to the one awarding the results of Yajna, salutations to the one established in Dharma, salutations to the one attainable by yoga, salutations to the one whose essence is knowledge, salutations to the one who controls Prakriti, salutations to the one who is the indweller of all beings, salutations to Sri Hari."
Hears, recites, or studies with faith and devotion, This holy account, which records the excellences of the great Rajarshi Bharata, who is respected and sung about by great devotees, and which confers on its votary longevity, wealth, fame, heaven, and liberation. All the wants of such a person are supplied by the indwelling self. He requires no external aid. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Panchamaskande Paratopakhyane Paroshya Ving Paro Parokshaya Vivaran Nama Chaturdasho Adhyaya Atha Panchadasho Adhyaya. The line of Bharata, Skanda 5, chapter 15. Shri Shuka Uvacha. Successors of Bharata. Bharata's son was Sumati. Finding him following Rishabha's way of life, some low-born heretics of the Kala Yuga will deify him as a non-Vedic deity, as dictated by their perverted intellect. He had a son, Devatajit, born of Vritasena. Afterwards, Devatajit had by his wife Asuri a son named Devadyumna. He begot by his wife Dhenamati a son named Parameshti, who in turn had by Suvarcha a son Pratiha. Pratiha taught the knowledge of the Atman to many. Being a person of highly purified mind, he had the realization of the Supreme Being. Pratiha had by his wife Suvarchala 3 sons, Pratiharta, Prastota, and Udgata. All of them were adepts in the performance of Vedic sacrifices. Pratiharta had 2 sons named Aja and Bhuma by his wife Stuti. Bhuma had by his wife Rishikulya Udgita. He by Devakula Prastava. He by Niyutsa Vibhu. He by Rati Pritushena. Pritushena by his wife Akuti, Nakta, and Nakta by Dhruti Gaya. This famous Gaya was the incarnation of a part of Mahavishnu, and he came to be recognized as a high-souled and saintly personage. Greatness of King Gaya. He performed all his duties, like governing the country, working for prosperity, pleasing others, showing kindness, awarding punishments, etc., as a wholehearted and genuine worship of the supreme, omnipotent, and all-pervading being. By such discharge of swadharma, by the performance of many yajnas, and by service to illumined personages of great holiness, he attained to true devotion and purification of mind, by virtue of which he was freed from the identification of the self with the body. In his mind, therefore, the Supreme Being shone as the self. So he was able to govern the country without an iota of egotism. O offspring of the Pandus, great men have sung about him as follows in the past. Who else except Gaia, a partial incarnation of the Lord, has done so many yajnas, has been so high-minded, intelligent, and all-knowing, has maintained the standards of dharma so well in the country, has been a master of such plenty, has received such universal acceptance as the head of all gatherings of the virtues, and has gained such reputation as the servant of holy men. He, on whom the noble and virtuous ladies, the daughters of Daksha, poured the holy waters at the time of coronation in great joy, that desireless one to whose subjects the earth, assuming the shape of a cow, yielded from her udder under the influence of the calf of his virtues all desirable things they were in need of. Where is the man capable of following the footsteps of that Gaia? He who, though free from all desires, had all his wants fulfilled by the Vedic sacrifices, to whom all kings offered 1/6 of their revenue as tribute, being worshipped in battle with his sharp arrows. to whom the Brahmanas, being worshipped through his rule of the land according to the principles of Dharma, yielded in the hereafter six of their merit. Who is the man capable of following the footsteps of that Gaya? He, in whose yajna Indra got intoxicated by drinking soma, whereupon the Lord, who is the soul of yajna, himself accepted the fruits of yajna offered to him with faith, purity, and unwavering devotion. Where is the man that can follow in the footsteps of that Gaya? He, to whom the Lord, the soul of the worlds, pleasing with whom sacrifice all creatures from Brahma down to Devas, man, animals, and vegetation are pleased, became so propitious that he, out of his own accord, manifestly expressed his immense satisfaction. Who is the man that can follow the example of that Gaya? By his wife Gayanti, Gaya had three sons, Chitraratha, Sugati, and Avaroda. Chitraratha had by his wife Urna a son named Samrat. Samrat had by his wife Utkala a son named Marichi. He by Bindumati, Binduman. He by Saraga, Madhu. He by Samanas, Viravrata. He by Boja, Mantu and Pramantu. Mantu by Satya, Bhavana. He by Dushashana, Twasta. He by Virochana, Viraja. He by Visuchi, 100 sons headed by Satyajit, and a daughter. There is a famous saying about this. Viraja, the last in the line of Priyavata, rendered that line glorious as Mahavishnu did the Devas. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Panchamaskande Priyavrata Vangsha Anukirtanam Nama Panchadasho Adhyayai Atha Shoda Shado Adhyayai. Geographical reflections. Raja Vacha. Raja Parikshit said, query about dimensions. Raja Parikshit said, you have already described to me the terrestrial region as extending all round up to where the light of the sun reaches, and above where the moon is visible along with the stars. Then you indicated in brief that the 7 oceans were created by the ruts formed by the wheels of Emperor Priyavrata's chariot as he went around Mount Mahameru, and that these oceans demarcate the 7 dvipas, continents or islands on the earth. I would like to know all about these matters, including the dimensions and other features of these continents. For if the mind of man is drawn to the external world constituted of Prakriti as the gross body of the Lord, then he can concentrate easily on his transcendental spiritual aspect beyond Prakriti, which is extremely subtle, which is of the nature of conscious luminosity, and which is known by the name of Vasudeva. Hence, O Master, kindly describe them. Jambudvipa and its dimensions. Sri Shuka said, O great king, no one can comprehend by thought or describe by speech, even in 1,000 divine years, the extent and mystery of the evolution of the Lord's power, known as his Maya, in this world of becoming. Therefore, I shall give a brief description only of the globe in respect of its location, size, and characteristics. In the innermost cavity of the lotus-like body called the earth, there is a continent which is a lakh yojanas in extent. It is called Jambudvipa and is of the round shape of a lotus leaf. In that Jambudvipa, there are 9 regions or divisions, varshas, each extending over 9,000 yojanas and demarcated by 8 mountain ranges as natural boundaries. Ilavrata, its 4 regions. In the center of Jambudvipa is the region known as Ilavrita, which is the most interior of all regions. In the middle of Ilavrita is situated Mahameru, the king of the mighty mountains. This golden mountain is like a central pistil to the earth lotus, a lakh of yojanas in height, measuring 32,000 yojanas at the top and 16,000 at the foot. Its bottom penetrates to a depth of 16,000 yojanas into the earth. North of Ilavrita are three mountains, Nila, Sweta, and Shringavan, standing in the order stated. They found the boundaries demarcating the three regions, Varshas, Ramyaka, Hiranmaya, and Kuru, respectively. These mountains run east to west, touching the salt ocean on both ends. All of them are 2,000 yojanas in width, but in length each one at the back is about a tenth less than the one immediately in front of it. South of Ilavrita are three mountains as in the north. These are Nishada, Hemakuta, and Himalaya, which too, like the mountain Nila and others mentioned before, run east to west and have a height of 10,000 yojanas. They demarcate the boundaries of regions known as Harivarsha, Kimpurusha Varsha, and Bharata Varsha, respectively. To the west and the east of Ilavrata are the mountains Malyavan and Gandha Madana. Lengthwise, they touch Mount Nila in the north and Mount Nishada in the south. They are 2,000 yojanas in their width. They are the boundaries of the regions known as Ketumala and Bhadraswa, its mountains and rivers. There are four mountains, Mandara, Merumandra, Suparswa, and Kumuda, each 10,000 yojanas in height and width, standing on the four sides of Meru as its embankments. On these four mountains, looking like the towers of victory, there are four trees, a mango tree, a wood apple tree, jambu, a kadamba tree, and a banyan tree, respectively. They are 1,100 yojanas in height, with branches of equal size. Each of them has a girth of 100 yojanas. O scion of the Bharata race, these are the four mountains, four lakes filled with milk. These are the four mountains. There are on these four mountains four lakes filled with milk, honey, sugarcane juice, and pure water, respectively. The demigods like Siddhas, Sadhyas, and others who drink these waters become naturally endowed with yogic powers. Situated on the mountains are four celestial gardens, Nandana, Chaitraratha, Vaibhajika, and Swartopadra. In these gardens, Deva chiefs sports with handsome Deva women, and the Gandharvas sing their praise. On the top of the Mandara mountains is a heavenly mango tree, 1,100 yojanas in height. Luscious mangoes, sweet like the immortal drink Amrita, and equal to mountain peaks in size, fall from it. The pure, sweet, and fragrant juice of reddish hue of these mangoes, crushed by the fall from the top, has formed into the famous river Arunoda, which flows down from the peaks of the Mandara mountains and waters the eastern side of Ilavrita. Drinking the water of that river, the Yaksha women who attend on Sri Parvati have developed such bodily aroma that the atmosphere there for about 10 yojanas is rendered fragrant by the breeze contacting their bodies.
In the same way, from the 10,000 yojana high peaks of Mount Merumand River, Jambu, whose waters are formed by the juice of the elephant-sized jambu fruits, with tiny seeds falling from the great height of that tree at the top of the mountain. It waters the southern portions of Ilavrita. The earth on both sides of the river soaked by the waters of it and acted upon by air and sunlight, gets converted into the brand of gold called Jambunada, which forms the material for the ornaments of the devas. The celestials and the women wear ornaments like diadems, bangles, and girdles made of this metal. From the cavities of the great Kadamba tree at the top of the mountain, to Parswa flow 5 streams of honey, each 5 fathoms in width. Each 5 fathoms in width. These flowing down from the mountain water western side of the Ilavrita, making the whole place fragrant. The breath coming from the mouth of people who drink those sweet waters can render 100 yojanas in the neighborhood fragrant. In the same way, on the Mount Kumuda is the banyan tree called Satavalsa. From its branches flow rivers that bring milk, curd, honey, ghee, molasses, foodstuffs, clothes, beddings, seeds, ornaments, and all other desirable things. They wash the northern side of the Ilavrita. Those who drink those waters will be free from infirmities like wrinkles, grey hair, exhaustion, perspiration, bad odors, disease, premature death, the stress from heat and cold, loss of complexion, etc. They will live a happy life. Mountains surrounding Meru. Kuranga, Kurara, Kusumba, Vaikanka, Trikuta, Sisira, Batanga, Ruchaka, Nishada, Siniswasa, Kapila, Sankha, Vaidurya, Charudi, Hamsa, Rishava, Naga, Kalanjara, Narada, Adi. These are 20-foot hills which, like filaments encircling the style of a lotus, stand round the base of Mahameru as ordained by the Creator. To the east of the Meru, stretching 18,000 yojanas from north to south, are 2 mountains, Jatara and Devakuta by name, with height and width of 2,000 yojanas. In the same way, on the west of Meru are 2 other mountains, Pavana and Pariyatra. Running east-west on the southern side of Meru are the 2 mountains, Kailasha and Karavira. On the north stand 2 other mountains, Trishringa and Makara. Thus surrounded by 8 mountains, the golden Meru shines like a well-kindled sacred fire. It is said by authoritative sources that in the center of the top of Meru there is the golden city of Lord Brahma, the self-created one, in the shape of a square covering 10 million yojanas. Surrounding it are located the 8 cities of the Lokapalas, guardian deities of the quarters, such each 2,500 yojanas in extent, and appropriate to each of them in direction and color.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Panchamaskande Bhuvana Kosha Varnam Nama Shodasho Adhyaya Atha Saptadasho Adhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Skanda 5, chapter 17. Devotional life in Ilavrita. Ganga's descent. Sri Sukha said, Mahavishnu was incarnated as Vamana in order to take back the whole of the universe from Mahabali under the guise of asking for a gift of 3 feet of earth. While measuring with his feet, he pressed his left toe on the dome of the cosmic shell, creating a hole in it. Through that hole, a current of water from the beyond flowed down to the lower regions, washing the feet of the Lord. As it washed the lotus feet of the Lord and carried the pollen of saffron from his holy feet, it acquired the efficiency to eradicate the sins of men by its contact, but itself never becoming impure, and came to be known by the significant name Bhagavat Padi. In the course of 1,000 yugas, it fell on the top of the heavens, well known as Vishnupada. This Vishnupada is the realm of Dhruva, the son of Uttanapada, the great devotee of the Lord. With horripilations all over and with a heart melting in devotion, generated by the thought that it is the water with which his Lord's feet have been washed, and with tears rushing from his lotus bud-like and half-closed eyes, that great devotee Dhruva is even today bathing his head in that water. Saptarishis, who considered the fairest fruit of all austere observances to consist in having unwavering devotion to the Lord, and as a consequence reject all other attainments, including mukti. Even they consider the Ganga so sacred that they devoutly bear the waters of it in their matted locks, just as aspirants of mukti gladly embrace that state when it is within their reach. After descending through the heavenly path, dotted with vast numbers of aerial mansions of the celestials, and moistening the orb of the moon, it descends on the top of Mahameru, the abode of Brahma. Ganga branching into 4. Dividing into the 4 streams, Sita, Alaknanda, Chakshu, and Bhadra, it flows through the 4 regions into the sea. Of these, Sita, starting from Brahma's abode, and passing through the tops of the mountains that stand as filaments in the center of the earth lotus, falls down to the top of the mountain Gandhamadana. It then flows east through the middle of the region Bhadraswa and falls into the salt ocean on the east. In the same way, the branch river Chakshu, top of Mount Malya, swiftly into the direction of the region Katumala, into the western sea. Branch river Bhadra, too, flowing down from Mahameru through different mountaintops, flows and passing mountaintops below and passing from one mountain to another, finally descends from the top of Srinagarwan into the Uttarakuru region and flowing northwards, reaches the northern sea. In the same way, the river Alaknanda, flowing down from the abode of Brahma, by the southern side, and passing through several mountains, reaches the mountain Hemakuta, where it flows very rapidly through mountain peaks into the direction of Bharatavarsha and joins and joins the southern sea. One who comes for a bath in that Alakananda easily gets the fruits of Ashwamedha and Rajasuya at every step he takes towards the holy river. So holy it is. Besides these, there are innumerable other rivers, big and small, originating from mountains like Meru and flowing through each and every one of these regions. Uniqueness of Bharata Varsha. Of all these Varshas, Bharata Varsha alone is the field of karma, or the place where a jiva can acquire merit and demerit by work. The other varshas are places where jivas who have almost completed their merits in enjoyment in Swarga, heaven, come to reap the effects of their residuary meritorious deeds. The conditions of the inhabitants of those regions are like those in Treta Yuga. They have a lifespan of 10,000 years. They have adamant-like bodies, unfailing youth, strength, and joyous temperament. They and their wives have extraordinarily high sexual potency, which enables them to have protracted sexual enjoyment all through their life, disturbed by the birth of only one issue towards the end of their lifespan. In these varshas, leading devas grand receptions by the chiefs of their votaries. There are retreats and sanctuaries with an abundance of trees whose branches are bending in all seasons, alike with their loads of leaves, flowers, and fruits. In the valleys of the mountains of these regions are lakes of pure water, inhabited by numerous water birds like swans, waterfowls, cranes, karandavas, and chakravakas. These birds, as well as honeybees, inebriated and delighted with the fragrance of freshly blown lotus flowers in the lakes, fill the atmosphere with their delightful warblings. The leading celestials engage themselves in water sports in these lakes with their women of ravishing beauty, augmented by the stimulation of love expressed through their excited looks, smiles, and sportive dispositions. Sankarsana worship in Ilavitra. 9 Varshas regions. Bhagavan Narayana is even today manifested in different forms in order to bless the inhabitants of those regions. In the Ilavrita, there is Sri Parameshwara. He is the only male there. Because of the curse of Devi Bhavani, anyone entering there will become a woman. So, no man ever enters there. The reasons will be explained elsewhere in the 9th skanda. There, Shiva, together with his consort Bhavani, and surrounded by the countless number of women attendants of the latter, meditates upon and establishes in his heart the Lord Shankarshana, the fourth of the Vyuhas, emanations of the Mahapurusha, the Supreme Being, embodying his power of destruction, which is also his, Shiva's own source. He recites the following mantra and prays.
Salutations to the Lord, the Supreme Being, who is the support and manifester of the whole objective world, constituted of the gunas without himself affected by it, who has no limitations of space and time, who is beyond all individuality and who has the eightfold power in its fullness. O worshipful one, adoration to thee, thou alone art endowed with all bhagas or divine majesties. Thou dost manifest specially through thy devotees. Thou causest bondage to persons without devotion, while thou breakest that of devotees. Art the one at whose lotus feet every one can take refuge. Thou control, though controlling and directing the whole of this manifested universe as its witness, thou art not in the least affected by the modes of ignorance and the passions resulting from them, unlike us who are perturbed by anger and other passions. Who is the man that feels the urge for freedom from enslavement, attachments, and passions, and yet will not worship thee, that Supreme Being, who art unaffected in the least by Maya? He who out of his mysterious power appears to the ignorant as one inebriated and having eyes reddened like those of a person under intoxicants. He who is so charming that the serpent wives in attendance are overwhelmed with his bashfulness on contacting his feet, who is the ultimate source of creation, preservation and destruction of the worlds, and who, being beyond all these three, is called Ananta, the Unlimited, who feels unconcerned with the burden of the earth resting somewhere on his numerous hoods, as if it were a mere mustard seed. He has manifested a form for himself based on the sattva under the name Mahatattva, known also as Brahma, from whom I was born as non-separate from Vasudeva, with the function of creation based on the three types of ahankara, sattvika, rajasika, and tamasika. He, by whose grace we, the Mahatattva, ahankara, devas and bhutas, carry on the work of creation, being directed in that work as birds are by the person holding them by the string. By the infatuating power of whose Maya, the world gets entangled in external manifestations of nature and the ego-centered actions springing from them, without knowing the way to overcome those infatuations. To that being, the source of functions of creation and dissolution of the universe, we offer our salutations. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Panchamaskande Saptadasho Adhyaya Atha Ashtadasho Adhyaya. Worship of the Lord in the various Varnas. Skanda 5, chapter 18. Shri Shuka Uvacha Hayagriva in Bhadrashva. Shri Shuka said, in the Bhadrashvarasha, the son of Dharma named Bhadrasharasva, along with his chiefs, worship with deep devotion and concentration the spiritual form of Vasudeva known as Hayagriva. They invoke him with the following hymn. Bhadrasvasa says, Om. Salutations to the Lord, the embodiment of Dharma and the granter of purity of heart to his votaries. Wonderful indeed is the Lord's play. See how even while witnessing the death of others on all sides, man fails to recognize that death would visit him too. See how, even immediately after the funeral rites of their fathers and sons, men are eager to possess their wealth and ready to indulge in any mean action that would help them enjoy the trivial pleasures of the world. Wise men speak of the world as impermanent, and men of spiritual insight realize it as such. Yet, people are at large blindly take it as permanent under the infatuations of thy yoga maya. This indeed is a surprising play of thine. Art the pure spirit, untainted and actionless. The scriptures accept thee as the cause of manifestation, sustain, and dissolution of the worlds. In thee, who art both the cause and effect, the creator and the created, who art the essence of all, but yet dost transcend them in fact, this harmony of contradictions is nothing strange, considering thy power, Yoga Maya. At the end of the Kalpa, when the forces of ignorance represented by Sankhusura hid the Veda in the nether worlds, thou didst embody thyself as Hayagriva with the head of a horse and the body of a man, lift them up from the nether worlds and bestow them on Brahma, who was eagerly seeking it from thee. My salutations to thee of unfailing resolution. Narasimha in Harivarsha. In the region known as Harivarsha, the Lord is manifest as Narasimha. Why he did so is described elsewhere, Skanda 7. There, Prahlada, whose birth and life among the Asuras sanctified that race, meditates on that charming form with unwavering and concentrated devotion along with all his followers. He addresses the following hymn, beginning with this mantra. Our salutations to the Lord Krishna, to him who is the light of all lights. Manifest thyself before us. O Lord, with thy powerful teeth and claws, burn in us all impressions born of karma. Consume away the darkness of ignorance in us. Atman is our refuge. The Atman is our refuge. Om. May all the worlds be happy. May the wicked man attain to purity and peace. Let all people pray for mutual peace. May their minds be at peace, and may our minds too, along with all others, attain to that state of spontaneous flow towards the Lord, free from the promptings of worldly desires. May we be free from the attachment to house, wife, son, wealth, and relatives. If we are to be attached to any, let it be to the devotees of the Lord. For the man who is free from worldly attachments, who is satisfied with bare subsistence, and who is self-controlled, does attain soon to spiritual realization, but not so those engrossed in properties and sense enjoyments. In the company of holy men, an aspirant naturally happens to hear about the Lord's excellences, and by virtue of their communion of devotees thus established with him through the sense of hearing, he verily enters into their hearts and rids them of their very tendencies that lead to sinful actions. Repeated dips in holy waters can remove only the dirt of the body and fructified sin, but not the tendencies that prompt one to sinful acts. Who is the right-minded man that would, under the circumstances, abstain from listening to the Lord's excellences? All deities, along with the virtues, attend upon him who has wholehearted and motiveless devotion to the Lord. But a person who is always moving amidst the objects of the senses and has no longing for the Lord, how can he be endowed with any great virtue as benevolence, enlightenment, renunciation, and the like? Just as water is what sustains the life of the fish, so is the Bhagavan, Sri Hari, the very sustenance of all embodied beings. Nothing should therefore be dearer to them than he. If men who are forgetful of this and are attached to their homes, relatives, and possessions are nonetheless called great because of their worldly position, such estimation of them is a mere convention, just as in regard to a married couple, it is a convention to consider the elder partner, the husband, as superior merely because of his age. Therefore, abandon the worldly life, the sphere of repetitive existence of life and death, and the source of all miseries arising from restlessness, attachments, anxieties, anger, desire, pride, fear, sickness, and worries. And let man take shelter at the feet of Narasimha, where he will find a veritable haven of peace and security. Kamadeva in Ketumala. In the region Varsha called Ketumala, the Lord manifests as Kamadeva, Cupid, in order to please Lakshmi Devi and also the 36,000 daughters and sons of the Prajapati, Samvatsara, who is the master of that Varsha. The deities identifying themselves with nights are the daughters, and those with the days are the sons. The pregnancy of these daughters get aborted before a year because of the fierce puissance of the discus of the Lord. There the Lord sports by delighting Rama, by his graceful and sportive movements, by his attractive smile and looks, and by his most charming face, whose eyebrows are slightly raised as he playfully glances at the surroundings. There, Rama adores the enchanting form of the Lord through concentrated meditation and worship, along with the daughters of Prajapati at night and with his sons during the day. The following are the mantras and hymns with which she invokes the Lord. Om Hram Hrim Hrum. Salutations to thee, both within and without. O Lord of all divine majesties, thou controller of the senses of all, the one indicated as their transcendent source by all impressive manifestations of virtue. Thou, the Lord of all worship, knowledge, spiritual aspirations, and their fulfillments. Thou, the one endowed with 16 parts. Thou, the one who has assumed the form of all Vedic meters, of all objects of enjoyment, of all bliss, of all that exists, of all strength in the world, and of all beauty seen therein. In this world, women adore thee, the master of all the senses, by the practice of austerities and other disciplines, with the desire that they might get worthy husbands. But they little realize that these husbands, their coveted masters, whom they seek in distinction from thee, are not able to save their dear children, their wealth, and their life, for they are themselves limited beings, with no freedom for themselves. Unlike them, I, Lakshmi, adore as my husband the eternal and omnipotent Bhagavan Mahavishnu. He is the real master husband who, himself fearless, saves the fear-stricken people from all fears. The one free from all fears is thyself. For thou, being the one all-comprehending existence with no second entity outside of thee, has nothing to gain except what thyself art. Thou hast thou, nor hast thou any to be afraid of, being the sole existence, unlike the various divinities who have necessarily to be afraid of their compeers.
That woman who desires for nothing but the service of thy feet has all her longings fulfilled. She becomes indeed a reveler in all desires. To those who worship thee with particular worldly desires, like obtaining a worthy husband, thou dost indeed grant those desires. But, O Lord, they will have cause to grieve afterwards when the effects of those particular boons are exhausted. For attaining me, Shri, for the goddess of wealth and good fortune, Brahma, Shiva, Devas, and Asuras perform difficult austerities with their minds set on material prosperity. But, O Lord, my heart is entirely given over to thee, and I care not for any except those who are devoted to thy feet. O imperishable one, deign to place on my head the lotus palm of thine as an act of blessing, as thou dost on the heads of thy devotees. Thou worshipful one, thou hast certainly given me a place on thy chest as an emblem of thine, but thou hast not yet blessed me, placing thy hand on my head. Who indeed can fathom the depth of the intentions behind the play enacted by thy Yogamaya? Ramyaka. In the region called Ramyakavarsha, Manu Vashvata, to whom in his previous birth as Satyavrata, the Lord revealed his form as the fish, is even today adoring him in that form, repeating the following mantra and hymn. Om. Salutations to the divine fish, the supreme Lord and the greatest of all beings, the embodiment of pure sattva, the master of all life, energy and strength in the body, senses and the mind of all beings. Salutations again, unseen even by the presiding deities either within or without the universe. Thou art sporting in the worlds, giving out the mighty voice of the Vedas to reveal thy unseen presence. Just as in a puppet show, a man manipulates a wooden doll of a woman's form by means of strings, so dost thou, the Lord of all, control and regulate the universe by the string of names, Vedic injunctions. Vain was the attempt of the presiding deities at the governance of the universe, consisting of countless beings and inert substances, when they attempted to do so severally and collectively in a spirit of competition and in forgetfulness of thee. In the wave-tossed ocean, flooding everything at the end of the cycle, thou, O Lord, didst as the incarnate fish speed away in that flood with me in the boat-shaped earth, the seat of countless trees and vegetation. Cosmic tortoise in Hiranmaya. In the region known as Hiranmaya Varsha, the Lord manifests as the cosmic tortoise. Thus, Aryama, the head of Pitri's mains, worships him along with other devotees, repeating the following mantra and hymn. Om, salutations to thee, the tortoise-shaped. Thou art the embodiment of pure, unsullied sattva guna. Thy source has never been traced by anyone. Time limits thee not. Thy presence is everywhere, and everything is contained in thee. Om, salutations. This world of multiplicity, projected by thy Maya as a factually perceived universe, is verily thy form. It is seen as a countless multiplicity because it is viewed apart from thee. Salutations to thy indescribable forms. All this universe, consisting of creatures born of the womb, sweat, egg, and earth, all entities described as moving and unmoving, devas, rishis, pitris, elements, senses, firmament, space, sky, earth, mountains, rivers, oceans, continents, planets, and stars. All these form the unity in thee. All these form one unity in thee. These forms, names, and attributes in which thou hast manifested through Yoga Maya have been classified into 24 categories by great philosophers. But even this perception of the many as separate existences is effaced when spiritual insight reveals their unity in thee. Om, salutations to thee, revealed by unitive understanding. Cosmic ball in Uttarakuru. In Uttarakuru Varsha, the Yajna embodied Lord manifests in the form of the cosmic ball. Along with the devotees there, Mother Earth adores him with great devotion and continuously repeats the following mantra. Om, salutations to the Lord, the great being, who is understood through mantras, whose form consists in yajnas and kratus, whose limbs are the great advaras, sacrifices, who effects purification through rituals, and who is manifested in the 3 yugas. Thy form, figuratively conceived in rituals and their fruits, is brought out by intelligent philosophers and devotees by applying their minds to thy truth hidden in the body-mind phenomenon. Just as ritualists churn the fire latent in the fire sticks by striking one stick against another. Salutations to thee, who thus manifestest thyself as to the aspirants. The truth of thy being is at first indicated by, and next investigated through, the manifestation of thy power, mind, as the various aspects of nature like sense objects, senses, and the rest. But this power manifestation of thine is rejected, and thy transcendent being intuited by sages whose intelligence has become restrained and concentrated through the practice of self-control and discrimination. Salutations to thee. Though thyself devoid of any desire, thou, out of thy mercy for the jivas, assumest the desire to create without any involvement, and as in the presence of a magnet, a piece of iron becomes activized and performs various movements. Even so, in thy presence, Maya, thy power of manifestation, functions, creating, preserving, and dissolving the universe. Salutations to thee, the uninvolved witness of the cosmic process. Having destroyed thy enemy, the elephant-like Asura, Hiranyaksha, in battle, and lifting me upon thy task, thou, in thy manifestation, as the cosmic boar, didst come out of the waters like a spore. My salutations to thee, the all-pervading being and the Lord of all.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Panchamaskande Bhuvana Kosha Varanam Nama Ashtadasho Adhyaya Athaika Nomvingsho Adhyaya Sri Shuka Uvacha.
Skanda 5, Chapter 19. Worship in Kimpurusha and Bharatavarshas. Worship in Kimpurusha Varsha. Sri Sukha said, in Kimpurusha Varsha, the worshipful Lord, the primeval person, is unceasingly adored as Sri Ramachandra, the brother of Lakshmana and the husband of Sita, by his great devotee and servant Hanuman, along with all the devotees of that Varsha. Listening to the musical and sweet rendering of his master's story by the Gandharvas, headed by a sage Arshitishena, he hymns as follows. Om, salutations to thee, the possessor of all divine majesties and of taintless fame. Salutations to thee, the possessor of supreme nobility, of form and character. Salutations to thee, the absolute self-control, but following the way of a human being, so as to set an example to the world. Salutations to thee, who art the touchstone for testing nobility and greatness everywhere. Salutations to thee, the lover of all holy men. Salutations to thee, the great one possessing royal majesty. I take shelter in him who is pure awareness, who is the one without a second, who transcends matter and its modifications by his spiritual glory, who is all-pervading, who is all peace, who is without the limitations of name, form, or individuality, and who is instituted by the purified mind, for teaching men and not merely for the destruction of Rakshasas. Otherwise, how can the sorrow of separation from Sita affect thee, who art ever absorbed in thy inherent bliss? Thou, Vasudeva, who art the Lord of all, and the soul and the dear one of all, of self-controlled ones, who has no attachment to anything in the universe, how then could thou be moved by infatuation for Sita? And how could thou think of abandoning Lakshmana? It was only just for teaching that too much of personal love and too much of adherence to the letter of the law are self-defeating in their effect. Neither nobility nor birth, nor great beauty of form, nor proficiency in speech, nor intelligence can make anyone dear to thee. Otherwise, how couldst thou have united thyself in friendship with us, mere inhabitants of the forest devoid of all qualifications?
Let one be a Sura, Deva, an Asura, demon, or Vanara, monkey, or a Nara, man. What matters is that he should, with his whole heart, worship Rama, who is none but Hari embodied as man, who is pleased with the least good performed, and who gave salvation to all the inhabitants of Kosala. Worship in Bharata Varsha. In the Bharata Varsha, the Lord, assuming simultaneously the twin forms of the worshipful Nara Narayana, moves about unknown to anyone. For the blessing of pious man out of mercy, he will live till the end of the Kalpa, revealing the true nature of the Atman through a life of austerity characterized by the highest morality, enlightenment, renunciation, power, self-control, and freedom from egoism. Along with the pious inhabitants of Bharata, who follow the Varna Ashrama social system, the worshipful Narada, who had resolved to instruct Manu Savarni in the doctrines of the Pancharatra, as also in Shastras like Samkhya and Yoga revealed by the Lord, worships him devoutly and repeats the following mantra. Om. Salutations again and again to the Lord Nara Narayana, the peaceful, the egoless, the wealth of the possessionless, the noblest among rishis, the teacher of the Paramahamsas, the best among the self-absorbed ones. He also sings, Though thou art the creator of the worlds, thou art not bound by thy creative activity. Though residing in the body, thy spiritual splendor is not in the least suppressed by bodily infirmities. Though the witness of everything, the world of objects consisting in the effects of Prakriti do not affect thee. Salutations to the unattached, to the uninvolved, to the witness. O Lord of Yogins, the skill in yoga described by Brahma consists in the capacity to abandon at the time of death all attachments to the perishable body and concentrate the mind on thee who art above the modifications of Prakriti, Nirguna. If a learned man too is afraid of giving up this miserable body, just like worldly man with countless desires and attachments for wife, children, and wealth, then all his efforts at gaining knowledge can only be called a thankless task and exercise in futility. Therefore, O Lord, bestow on us that form of loving devotion, exclusively directed towards Thee, by virtue of which we can cut asunder this intense and irremediable attachment to this debased thing of a body, generated by Thy Maya through a sense of identification with it. Physical features of Bharata. In Bharata Varsha, there are numerous mountains and rivers. A list of them is as follows. Malaya, Mangalprashtha, Mainaka, Trikuta, Rishabha, Kutaka, Kolaka, Sahaya, Devagiri, Rishamukha, Srisalya, Venkata, Mahendra, Varidhara, Vindhya, Suktiman, Rikshagiri, Pariyatra, Drona, Chitrakuta, Govardhana, Raivataka, Kubu, Nila, Gokamukha, Indrakila, Kamagiri, etc. Besides these, there are numerous other mountains too, and there are several rivers too, having their sources in these mountains. The people of Bharata take their bath in these rivers, which are so holy that even their names are capable of purifying a person. The names of the great rivers of Bharata are as follows: Chandravasa, Tampraparni, Avatoda, Kritamala, Vaihayasi, Kaveri, Veni, Payasvini, Sarkaravarta, Tungabhadra, Krishna, Venya, Bhimarathi, Godavari, Nirvindya, Puyashni, Tapi, Reva, Surasa, Narmada, Charmadvati, Sindhu, Andman, Sonam, Mahanadi, Vedasmriti, Rishikulya, Trisama, Koshiki, Mandakini, Yamuna, Saraswati, Drishadhavati, Gomati, Sarayu, Rodaswati, Saptavati, Soshoma, Sasatru, Chadrabhagu, Marudvrida, Vitasha, Asikni, and Viswa. Glory of Bharatvarsha. For man born in this Bharatvarsha, there are three prospects open: the world of the Devas, the world of men, and the region of purgatory, according as their works are dictated by the qualities of Sattva, Rajas, or Tamas. Following the disciplines of Varna Ashrama, all progress from stage to stage and attain mukti. When close association with holy men is established, then, excuse me, excuse me, through the severing of the constricting knot of ignorance, there arises in the heart of man spiritual freedom, consisting in the desire-free and single-minded devotion to the Supreme Being, who is the soul of all souls, who is free from all passions, who is beyond the power of words to describe, who is his own support as also the support of all beings, and who is the transcendent spirit. So the Devas sing as follows about the greatness of birth in Bharatavarsha. Is it because the auspicious acts done by them are of such transcendent merit, or is it that Sri Hari has bestowed on them his unconditional grace, that these jivas have obtained a birth in Bharatvarsha, where conditions are propitious for the practice of devotion to Sri Hari? Would that we too obtain such birth in Bharata. Of what use are the hard and difficult observances like austerities, vows, and charitable works by virtue of which we have attained to these ephemeral heavenly regions? For the minds of beings in these regions are without the capacity to entertain devotional sentiment towards Narayana, and even in those who have something of it, such devotional tendencies are quickly effaced by the preponderance of sensuous enjoyments here. Far more covetable is birth in Bharata, in spite of the lifespan there being short, than embodiments in those heavenly regions where life extends. For, striving with a human body, wise men overcome and abandon the bondage of karma easily and attain to the eternal state of Hari, where flows not the continuous narration of divine excellences, where exists not holy man devoted wholeheartedly to the Lord, where prevails not the practice of divine worship attended with grand celebration. Avoid such places, even if they be the heaven of Indra. Even after obtaining embodiments in the human body, which offers all the necessary faculties for the attainment of enlightenment and devotion, if a man fails to strive for spiritual freedom, he is like a bird which remains entrapped, even when the way of escape is open to it. There, devout men of Bharata engaged in scripture-ordained rites make offerings in the sacrificial fire, observing the ritualistic rules and uttering the proper mantras in invocation of various deities. Though called under different names, all these deities are none but thyself, and so it is thyself alone, perfect one, and the bestower of the rewards of all worship, that accept all these offerings. To such devotees praying to thee for worldly fulfillments, their prayers are indeed granted by thee. But such gifts do not present thy real blessing, for not satisfied with what has been got, more prayers for further fulfillments continue from these recipients afterwards. But on those who seek no boon of any kind, thou, of thy own accord, bestowest a place at thy feet which have the power to give them that ultimate fulfillment which eradicates all desires from their hearts. If any more meritorious deeds remain in store for us after these enjoyments in heaven, may we, by virtue of these, be born in the blessed Ajnabha-varsha, an earlier name of Bharatvarsha, with our minds devoted to thee. For on those who practice devotion in this region, thou dost bestow thy grace. Sri Shuka said, O king, some say that there are 8 minor islands in Jambudvipa. These came into existence when the sons of Sagara dug the earth while going about in search of the horse in connection with their father's sacrifice. They are Swarnaprashta, Chandra Sukla, Avartana, Ramanaka, Mandaharina, Panchajaya, Simhala, and Lanka. O thou, the best of the clan of Bharatas, I have given you an account of Jambudvipas and its divisions according to the instruction I have received. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Panchamaskande Jambudvipa Varnam Nama Ekanam Vincho Adhyaya Atha Vinksho Adhyaya, the 6 Dvipas and the Loka, Skanda 5, chapter 20. Sri Shuka Uvacha, Laksha and its features. Sri Shuka said, now will be described the other 6 Dvipas, continents or islands, beginning with Plaksha, with the details about their division, area, characteristics and positions. Just as Mahameru is surrounded by Jambudvipa, so is Jambudvipa surrounded by the saltwater ocean equal in area to the Jambudvipa itself. Plakshadvipa, double in extent, encircles this salt ocean just as a belt of woodland surrounds a moat. There stands on it a plaksha tree, a lakh of yojanas in extent and golden in color, giving its name to the Dvipa just as Jambudvipa got its name from the Jambud tree. The Lord in the form of a fire with 7 tongues, flames, is present there. Idma Jiva, the son of Priyavrata, was once its king. He divided it into 7 Varshas, regions, allotting those to his 7 sons who had names identical with these Varshas. He eventually took a contemplative life for the attainment of moksha.
Shiva, Yavasa, Shubhadra, Santa, Kshema, Amrita, Abhaya. These are the 7 Varshas. On them there are 7 well-known mountains and rivers. The names of the mountains are Manikuta, Vajrakuta, Indrasena, Jyotishman, Suparna, Hiranyashtiva, Meghamala. The rivers are Aruna, Vimna, Agirasi, Savitri, Suprapata, Sambhara, and Satyambhara. Purified from the influence of Rajas and Tamas by drinking the water of these rivers, the people of those Varshas divided into 4 communities: Hamsa, Patanga, Urdhavayana, and Satyayanga, live for a lifespan of 1,000 years. They are like the Devas in being devoid of perspiration and in their way of procreation. They worship the Lord as Surya Narayana, the savior and embodiment of the Vedas, with Vedic mantras. I salute Surya Narayana, the manifestation of the eternal being Mahavishnu, the basis of all dharma in its practical and theoretical aspect, as also of immortality and destruction. In all the 5 dvipas, beginning with Plaksha people, are naturally alike in the endowment of longevity, sense power, mental strength, physical power, intelligence, courage, etc. Salmala and its features. Lakshadvipa is encircled by the sea of sugarcane juice of the same width as that dvipa itself. Beyond that sea and double its width lies the encircling Salmala Dvipa, which in turn is encircled by the sea of liquor, equal to it in width. It is called Salmala Dvipa because on it stands the tree called Salmala, silk cotton, equal in size to the Plaksha tree in the Plaksha Dvipa. Great men say that seated on this tree, Garuda is singing the glory of Mahavishnu through the Vedic chant. The king of this Dvipa is Priyavrata's son, Yajnabahu. He divided this land into 7 Varshas, regions, among his 7 sons. The names of these Varshas, which are identical with those of their rulers, are as follows: Surochana, Somanasya, Ramanaka, Dev Varsha, Paribhadra, Apyayana, and Avijnata. The important mountains in these regions are called Swarasa, Satashringa, Vamadeva, Kunda, Mukunda, Pushpa Varsha, and Sahasra Shruti. And the names of the rivers are Anumati, Sinivali, Saraswati, Kuho, Rajni, Nanda, and Raka. There are 4 types of inhabitants known as Shrutadhara, Viryadhara, Vasundhara, and Ishandhara, perform sacrifices to the Supreme Being, who has taken the form of the Veda and the Soma. They pray. Soma bestows by his rays food on Pitris during the dark fortnight and on the Devas in the bright fortnight. May that Soma, the Raja, be propitious to us, his subjects. Like the above Dvipas, the Kusa Dvipa extends beyond the liquor ocean, encircling it and having double its width. It is surrounded by the ocean of ghee, equal to itself in dimension. Its name, Kusa Dvipa, is derived from a pillar of kusa grass created by the Lord himself, which emits heatless but brilliant rays as of fire and illumines the quarters. O king, the son of Priyavrata named Hiranyaretas was the king of that Dvipa. He divided it into 7 regions, which he named after his 7 sons, and awarded them to those 7 sons according to their names, and then departed for spending his time in meditation on the Lord. Names of these are Vasu, Vasudhana, Griharuchi, Nabhigupta, Stutyavrata, Vivikta, and Vamadeva. In these regions, there are 7 boundary mountains: Chakra, Chatushringa, Kapila, Chitrakuta, Devanika, Urudhava Roma, and Dravina, as also 7 important rivers: Rasakulya, Madhukulya, Mitravinda, Shrutavinda, Devagarbha, Krita Chyuta, and Mantramana. There are 4 classes of inhabitants there: Kusala, Kovida, Abhiyukta, and Kulaka, who, being purified by the waters of the aforesaid rivers, worship the Lord manifest there in the form of fire, with the rituals offered therein without egotism or expectation. They pray, O fire, thou art the carrier of the offerings to the Supreme Being. By making offerings to the deities, who are only parts of the Supreme Being, one is making offerings to the whole, that is, to the Supreme Being himself. Kroncha and its features. Beyond the ocean of ghee is the Kroncha Dvipa, double its extent and surrounded in turn by an ocean of milk equal to the Dvipa in area, even as the Kusa Dvipa is encircled by the ocean of ghee. On it stands the king of mountains, Kroncha, from which is the continent derives its name. Though its rocky middle region and its arbors had been pounded by the weapon of Guha, it was saved through the protection of Varuna and of the waves of the milk ocean washing its foot. Prishta, one of the sons of Priyavrata, was the ruler of it. He divided it into 7 regions, giving the names of his 7 sons to them, and assigned each to the son of that name. After that, he retired, attained to enlightenment, and sought shelter at the feet of Sri Hari, the auspicious, the soul of all. The names of those sons of Grita Prishta and of the regions they rule over are Ama, Madhuruha, Megha Prishta, Sudama, Brajishta, Lohitarna, and Vanaspati. The 7 mountains of these regions are Shukla, Vardhamana, Bhojana, Upabhariha, Rina, Nanda, Nandana, and Sarvatobhadra. And the 7 rivers are Abhaya, Amritogha, Aryaka, Tirthavati, Vitirupavati, Pavitravati, and Shukla. Purified by the waters of these rivers, the 4 kinds of people inhabiting it, known as Purusha, Rishabha, Dravina, and Devika, worship him as water, with offerings of water filled in their cupped palms. They recite, O pure waters, you have derived power from the Almighty himself. You purify the 3 worlds. By nature, you possess the power to eradicate the result of sins. May you purify our bodies by your contact. Saka, and its features. Beyond the Milk Ocean, surrounding it by a width of 32 lakhs of yojanas, is the Saka Dvipa, which in turn is surrounded by a sea of curds of equal width. This Dvipa is so called because of a Saka tree standing on it. The sweet smell it emits makes the whole continent fragrant. The ruler of it, Medhadidhi, a son of Priyavata, divided it into 7 regions, each with the name of each of his sons, and put them as rulers of regions, bearing their respective names. He then went as an ascetic to the forest to devote his mind entirely to concentrate on the Supreme Being, who is beyond the limitation of time and space. The names of those regions are Purojava, Manojava, Pavamana, Dhumranika, Chitrarepa, Bahurupa, and Vishwadhara. The boundary mountains in these regions are 7. These being Ishana, Ushringa, Balabhadra, Satakeshsara, Sahastra Strotas, Devapala, and Mahanasa. The 7 main rivers of the region are Anagha, Ayurdha, Ubhaya Aparajita, Panchapadi, Sahasra Shruti, and Nijadriti. Ritavrata, Satyavrata, Danavrata, Anuvrata. These are the 4 types of people inhabiting it. They destroy the element of rajas and tamas in themselves through pranayama. Thus, purified, they meditate on the Supreme Being as Vayu, air, and adore him through samadhi. They pray. He who, having entered into the innermost core of all beings, sustains them with prana, a symbol indicating his existence behind it. May that inner pervader and the unquestioned Lord of all protect us. It is indeed clear that the world functions under the control of his manifestations as prana. Pushkara and its features. Beyond the Third Ocean is the Pushkara Dvipa, in extent double that of the Third Ocean. It is surrounded by an ocean of pure water equal to the Dvipa in dimension. There is in it a lotus flower, Pushkara, with innumerable thousands of petals shining like flames. This lotus has been assigned as the seat of Brahma, which is worshipped by the inhabitants of the Dvipa. In the middle of that Dvipa, there is only one mountain, named Manasotara, which marks the boundary of the only 2 varshas in which this Dvipa is divided. This mountain is 10,000 yojanas in height and in length. On its 4 sides, the cities of the 4 protecting deities of the 4 quarters, including Indra, are situated. Along the top of that mountain, the sun traverses his course around the Mahameru in his chariot, whose one rotation around the Mahameru constitutes 1 year, consisting of Uttarayana and Dakshinayana, the day and the night of the Devas. Its ruler, Vitihotra, also a son of Priyavata, divided the Dvipa into 2 varshas for his 2 sons, Ramanaka and Dhataki, and retired to engage himself in devotional practices following the footsteps of his precursors.
The people there worship the Supreme Being as Brahma, with rites conducive to the attainment of Brahmaloka. They repeat the following mantra: Salutations to thee, O Brahma, the object of people's worship, who represents the highest goal that karma can take one to, who is the manifestation of Brahma, the Supreme Being. and a symbol indicative of him, who is one with the Supreme Being, though he has assumed separation for the purpose of creation, and who is all peace. Loka, Loka, mountain. Sri Shuka said, beyond that ocean of fresh water is the famous mountain Loka, Loka, which stands as an encircling wall between the regions having sunlit and those without it. There is between Loka, Loka and the freshwater sea a land equal in extent to the distance between the Manasotara mountains, forming the outer ring of the Dvipas, and the Meru, the center. Beyond that is another region, golden and shining like a mirror. Nothing put in it can return, as it will get dissolved. So it is without any living being, as the mountain stands between Loka, seen worlds, and Aloka, worlds that cannot be seen. It gained the name Loka, Loka. This Loka, Loka is the boundary mountain placed by the Creator beyond and around as the limit of the three worlds. These three worlds are lighted by the sun's rays. Neither the light of the sun nor that of any luminary up to Dhruva, the pole star, can go beyond the top of this mountain. It is so high and extensive. This much is the conclusion of wise men about the earth, its disposition, size, characteristics, position, etc. 50 crores of yojanas is the extent of the earth. The Loka, Loka mountain is the fourth of it. That is 12.5 crores yojanas. The self-born one, the Lord and the Master of all, has for the stability of the universe placed on the four sides of the Loka Loka mountain 4 elephants known as the elephants of the quarters. They are Rishabha, Pushkara, Chuda, Vamana, and Aparajita, for encouraging and imparting power to these and to the guardians, lords of the world's Loka Palas, who are his glories, Supreme Lord, the indweller of all and the source and spring of all majesties and powers, reveals all over that mountain his one divine form of Suddha Sattva, endowed with excellences like virtue, knowledge, dispassion, lordliness, the eightfold powers, etc., as also with many arms holding conch, discus, etc., and surrounded by his followers like Vishwaksena. It is only by way of sport for the protection of the worlds and the jivas inhabiting them that he has assumed this form with the mysterious power of his Yoga Maya. In giving the measurement of the loka or the area within the enclosure of the Loka mountain, the area of the Aloka outside has also been given, for they are the same. From the Meru to the Loka mountain, the distance is 37.5 crores of yojanas. The same is the extent of Aloka or the region beyond Loka. Great men say that this is the holy region of the masters of yoga, the middle of the cosmic shell, which is also midway between the earth below and the heaven above, is the region of the sun. The distance between the sun and the heaven and of the sun and the earth is alike 25 crores of yojanas. For having entered as the Vrit Purusha, this lifeless cosmic shell, and the sun is called Martanda. It is also called Hiranyagarbha because he was generated in the luminous shell. It is on the basis of the sun that all these divisions and distinctions connected with the quarters, sky, heaven, earth, regions of enjoyment, regions of liberation, hells, the various worlds, etc., are made. He is to be meditated upon thus. Thus Surya Narayana is the soul and the presiding deity of the organ of sight of all beings, celestials, men, animals, reptiles, vegetation, and all living creatures.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam Panchama Skandhe Bhavana Kosha Vardhanane Samudra Varshasanni Visha Parimana Lakshano Van Vinshodhyaya Atai Ataika Vinshodhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha, the course of the sun.
Uttarayana and Dakshinayana. Sri Shuka said, Now we have described the location, extent, characteristic, etc. of the earth. By the description of the extent of the earth of 50 crores of yojanas, the extent of Dyo, heaven, has also been described. It is just as in the case of plants having leaves in pairs, one covering the other, for the heaven, Dyo, above, covers the earth below. The region intermediate between the earth and the heaven is the Antariksha, the intervening atmospheric region. In the middle of the Antariksha is located the sun, the brightest of all the luminaries, heating and illuminating the three regions, that is, the earth, the middle region, Antariksha, and heaven, Dyo. Three movements, accelerated, retarded, and even which are called Uttarayana, the northern declination of or the summer solstice. Dakshayana, the southern declination or winter solstice, and Vaishuvata, across the equator at the equinoxes. In the course of these movements, he is in high, low, and middle positions, while he passes onward through his sign of the zodiac Makara, Capricornus. The days are lengthened and the nights shortened, and vice versa when he goes into the opposite directions towards Karkataka, Cancer. They are equal when he is in the middle. When the sun moves through Mesha, Aries, and Tula, Libra, the days and nights are equal in length. When he moves from Vrishabha, Taurus, through the 5 succeeding Rashis, signs, the day is longer and the night becomes shorter every month by about 1 Kartika, 24 minutes. When the sun moves from Vrishchika, Scorpio, through the succeeding 5 Rashis, the days become shorter and nights longer. Until Dakshinayana starts, daytime grows longer, and until Uttarayana starts, nights grow longer. Sun's course on Manasotara. For the sun to go thus once round the universe along the top of Manasotara mountain, he has to traverse 9 crores and 51 lakhs of yojanas according to wise men. On the Manasotara mountain towards the eastern direction of Meru stands Devadhani or the city of Indra. Towards the south, Yama's city, known as Samyamani towards the west, Varuna's city, Nimlochani, and towards the north, Vibhavari, the city of Soma. In these regions, in the four directions of Meru, sunrise, midday, sunset, and midnight occur one after the other in each succession, thus enabling people to regulate their time for work, rest, prayers, etc. But to the inhabitants of Meru, it is always perpetual midday. Though the sun moves in an easterly direction, keeping Meru to the left, it appears as keeping Meru to the right because of the movement of the whole system of the luminous bodies, as explained in passage 2 of chapter 22. The sun rises and sets in opposite directions. At one point, he causes perspiration by his heat at midday. When he reaches the opposite point, it is midnight, causing deep sleep, and he is then absolutely invisible. After the sun starts from the city of Indra in the east, he travels 2 crores and 37.5 lakhs of yojanas within 15 kartikas before he reaches the city of Yama in the south. Afterwards, it takes him the same distance and time to reach the cities of Varuna in the west, and from there to that of Soma in the north, and from there back to Indra's city. The moon and the other planets rise and set with their other stars. The rising and the setting of the sun also takes place along with those of the stars. But as the latter is invisible, the above statement is made. Thus the Veda embodied chariot of the sun travelling at the rate of 34 lakhs and 800 yojanas per muhurta travels through these four cities. The chariot of the sun. Great men have described the chariot of the sun thus. This here is its single wheel. The wheel has 12 spokes constituted of 12 months. It has a rim with 6 segments in the form of the 6 seasons. The 3 Chaturmasyas, a third of the year, constitutes the 3 pieces with which its hub is made. Its axle tree has one of its ends established on the top of Mahameru and the other end in Manasotara mountain. The wheel of the chariot of the sun, being linked with this axle, moves round along the Manasotara mountain like a single wheel of an oil press. There is another axle connected with the first, like the axle tree of an oil mill. It is 1/4 of the length of the first, that is 39,37,500 yojanas. While its lower end is connected with the first axle, the other is connected with Dhruva Mandala pole star above. The seating space in the sun's chariot is 36 lakh yojanas in length and about 1/4 of it in breadth. The yoke for tying the horses is also of the same length. Aruna, the charioteer, attaches to it the 7 Vedic meters, Gayatri, Ushnik, Anshtup, Brihati, Trishtup, Panti, and Sogati as the horses of the chariot which carries Surya Narayana. Aruna
A host of 60,000 rishis of the size of a thumb, known as Valakia- Valakilayas, stand before the sun and invoke him with hymns. Besides these Valakilayas, there are 14 others, forming 7 ghanas or groups of 2, attending on him. These groups are rishis, gandharvas, apsaras, nagas, grahmanis, yatudhanas, and devas. They bear different names and change every month. They attend upon Surya Narayana, each khana of 2 serving him in its own particular way. The circumference round the earth's sphere, measured along the top of the Manasotara mountain in Pushkara Dvipa, the outermost of all Dvipas, traversed by the sun in 9 crores and 50 lakhs of yojanas. He traverses this at the rate of 2,000 yojanas and 2 kroshas every kshana, fourth of a second.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sankitayam Panchamaskande Jyotish Chakra Surya Rata Mandala Varnarnam Namaika Vinshodhyaya Ata Dvavinshodhyaya Rajo Vacha, the movement of the sun and the planets.
Skanda 5, chapter 22. Reverse movement of the sun. Raja Parikshit said, "You have stated that the sun appears to circle, keeping Mahameru and the Dhruva to the right, but that it actually travels facing the rasis, signs of the zodiac, and keeping Meru to the left. Being contradictory, I am not able to understand this." Sri Shuka said, "We see that while a potter's wheel is moving in one direction, the ants on the wheel can move in an opposite direction. There is no contradiction in it. In the same way, the wheel of time, along with all the stars and the rasis, constellations and signs of the zodiac, moves in one direction, while the sun and the planets on the wheel make independent movements in an opposite direction along the wheel. There is no contradiction in this. This peculiarity of movement can be seen in stars and rasis also." Surya Narayana. It is Narayana, the origin of all, the quest of Vedas and of those who know the Vedas, that has taken the form of Surya Narayana for the purification of all Vedic rites. For the welfare of the worlds, he has divided his form into 12, which is experienced as the 6 seasons, giving diverse experiences to jivas according to their karma. Those who follow the way of life laid down by Varnashrama Dharma, adore him with faith and devotion through various rites and meditations laid down in the Vedas, and attain to spiritual development easily. Sun, the inner soul of everything, traveling along the wheel of time through the intermediary region between the earth and the heaven, creates the 12 limbs of the year known as months by their zodiacal signs. The month is divided into 2 fortnights according to the reckoning based on the moon. For the Pitris, this is a day and a night. When the sun experiences 1/6 of a year, that is called a Ritu, season. When the sun completes half of its course in the sky, that is, passes through the 6 rasis, that is called an ayana. The time taken by the sun to traverse the whole of the firmament of the intermediary region, that is, the 12 rasis, is known differently according to the reckoning of the speed of his movement as quick, slow, or medium, as samvatsara, parivatsara, idavatsara, anuvatsara, and vatsara in different systems of calculation and its movements. The moon is more than a lakh of yojanas above the sun and moving with accelerated motion before the sun, covers the distance of the sun's rounds for 1 year in 2 fortnights, for 1 month in 2¼ days, and for a fortnight in 1 day. The waxing and the waning of the moon, signifying the bright and the dark fortnights, constitute the day and the night for the devas and the reverse for the pitris. The moon gives food and energy to all, as he helps the growth of cereals. The moon passes through each constellation, nakshatra, in 30 muhurtas. The worshipful moon has 16 digits. He is thought-formed, food-formed, and bliss-formed. He is also the all-formed, because he satisfies the hunger, the life principle in all beings. Devas, pitris, men, animals, birds, serpents, trees, creepers, etc. 4. All cereals that provide food for all beings grow due to his light. Constellations. 3 lakhs of yojanas above the moon, there are 28 nakshatras, constellations, including Abhijit, fixed to the wheel of time and going round the Mahameru, keeping always to the left. 2 lakhs of yojanas further from this, Shukra or Usanas, Venus, is seen. His movements resemble those of the sun, and by his accelerated, retarded, and even movements, he is sometimes in advance of the sun, sometimes behind him, and sometimes along with him. Always favorable to living beings. By his movements, he brings rain, and from this it has to be inferred that he inhibits the evil influence of planets that retard rain. 2½ lakh yojanas beyond Shukra is Buddha, Mercury, the son of Soma. Much of what is said of Shukra is applicable to him. He has beneficial influence on creatures, but when he goes far away from the sun, he creates storms, heavy clouds without rain, and other undesirable phenomena. Next, 2½ lakhs of yojanas above is the planet Mars, Angaraka. When he is not in retrograde motion, he traverses each of the 12 signs of the zodiac, Rasi, in 3 fortnights. He is generally a force of evil and is inauspicious. Higher still by 2 lakhs of yojanas is Brihaspati, Jupiter. When he is not subject to retrograde movement, he travels through each Rasi in the course of a year. He is a favorable planet. At a distance of 2 lakh of yojanas from there, Shani, Saturn, is seen. He takes 30 months to pass through each Rasi and requires several years to cover all the Rasis. And planet, 11 lakhs of yojanas higher still, the Saptarishis, the great bear, move round the Dhruva, the abode of the Lord, working for the welfare of all creation.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam Panchamaskandhe Jyotish Chakravarnane Dwabinsho Dhyaya Ata Trayobinsho Dhyaya. Shri Shuka Uvacha, Dhruva the pole star.
Skanda 5, chapter 23. Dhruva, the pivot of the universe. Shri Shuka said, 13 lakhs of yojanas above the regions of Saptarishis is the realm of Dhruva, very dear to the Supreme Being. There, Dhruva, the son of Uttanapada, stays, and out of respect for him, Agni, Indra, Kasyapa, Prajapati, and Dharma circumambulate, keeping him to their right. He stays till the end of the Kalpa, doing good to all beings. His story has been described earlier in the 4th skanda. The sphere of Dhruva shines established, as it were, by the will of the Lord as a central post for supporting the movements of the numerous planets, constellations, and other luminaries that are moving round and round by the impulsion of time, the vigilant, the matchlessly swift, and the omnipotent manifestation of the Lord Himself. Just as on the threshing floor oxen are tied to a central pole and made to go round and round in 3 circles in 3 fixed radii, so are all the constellations and planets fixed to the pole star Dhruva and made to go round and round him till the end of the Kalpa, driven by the power of wind. Just as clouds and birds do not fall down from the sky, thanks to the wind and their own movements, so also these luminaries, meritorious jivas, are sustained in the sky by their karma, without being allowed to fall down. Shishumara, form of the Lord. Some describe this assemblage of luminaries as a formation in the shape of an alligator, Shishumara, manifested and sustained by the yogic power of the divine Vasudeva. The alligator is suspended with tail above and the head down in a curved position. At the tip of the tail is Dhruva. On the body of the tail are located Prajapati, Kasyapa, Agni, Indra, and Dharma. Towards the junction of the tail with the body is Dhata and Vidhata on the waist, and Vidhata on the waist. The 7 rishis on the right side, bending towards the right, the 14 Uttarayana nakshatras from Abhijit to Punarvasu, and on the left side, the 14 Dakshinayana nakshatras from Pushya to Uttarashada. Just as the ribs on both sides of the alligator are equal, so are on each side of that curved formation 14 nakshatras. On its back are the constellations called Ajaviti, and on the undersurface is Akasha Ganga. The constellations on the left and the right are located as follows. On the right and the left loins are Punarvasu and Pushya. Ardra and Aslesha are on the right, and left hind legs are Abhijit and Uttarashada are on the right and the left nostrils. Shravana and Purvashada are at the right and the left eyes. Dhanishtha and Mula are at the right and the left ears. The 8 constellations from Magha onwards, marking the southern course of the sun, are on the ribs at the left side, and the other 8 ones from Mrikash Shirsha, marking the northern course, are on the ribs at the right side in the reverse order. The remaining Saptabhishak and Jyeshtha are at the right and left shoulders. Further, at the upper jaw is located Agastya and Yama at the lower, Mars, Angaraka at the mouth, and Saturn, Shani, at the penis, Jupiter, Brihaspati, at the hump at the back of the throat, and the sun, Aditya, at the chest. Narayana at the heart, and the moon, Chandra, in the mind, Venus, Shukra at the navel, and Ashwini Kumaras at the nipples, Mercury, Buddha in the outgoing and incoming breaths, and Rahu at the throat. Comets, Ketu, are to be placed all over the body, while the other galaxies are to be located in the hairs on the body.
Every day at nightfall, one should sit silently, gazing at the above described form of Mahavishnu, including in it all divinities, with great concentration. Pray. I meditate on the Supreme Person, who is the master of all divinities, who is the form of the wheel of time, and who is the support of all the luminous constellations. Whoever meditates on and makes obeisance to this divine form of the Lord, known as Shishumara, constituted of all planets, stars, and constellations, uttering the above mentioned mantra during the three junction periods, sandhya of the day, will be freed from the effects of all sins committed that day.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Panchamaskante Shishumara Sanstavarnanam Nama Trayovinsho Dhyaya Chaturvinsho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha. The nether regions.
Rahu. Sri Shuka said, some say that 10,000 yojanas below the sun there is a body called Rahu, which moves like a constellation. He is in reality a perverse asura, being the son of the asura woman Simhika, though undeserving, he got the status of a deva and of a planet by the mercy of the Lord. How this happened will be described later in Skanda 8. It is said that the burning body of the sun is 10,000 yojanas in diameter, that of the moon 12,000 yojanas, and that of Rahu 13,000 yojanas. Rahu happened to thrust himself between the sun and the moon at the time of distribution of Amrita, hiding his identity as an asura. But the sun and the moon exposed him, and for this reason he has been maintaining enmity with these two luminaries and rushing forward to consume them during the times of eclipse. Seeing this, the Lord would release his favorite discus Sudarsana for the protection of his devotees, and Rahu, frightened by the sight of the irresistible discus whirling before him, would stand looking at it for a time from a distance, and then retreat, trembling with fear. There is only this confrontation and no swallowing, grahana, as people speak of it. Region of Siddhas. 10,000 yojanas below Rahu is the region of the Siddhas, Charanas, and Vidyadharas. Below that, up to where clouds are seen and powerful winds blow, is the Antariksha, upper air, forming the playground of Yakshas, Rakshasas, Pisachas, Pretas, elementals, and the like. 100 yojanas below that lies the earth, its sphere extending up to the height reached by the great birds like swans, eagles, hawks, garuda, etc. 6 subterranean regions. The position and features of the earth have already been described. Now below the earth, each separated by 10,000 yojanas from the other, are the 7 subterranean regions: Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Rasatala, and Patala. Here, Daityas, Dhanavas, Sarpas, etc., live in great joy with families, friends, and followers in conditions that provide more enjoyments than heaven. Here abound houses, gardens, and places for sports and recreation, without interference from even Ishvara. They live a life of enjoyment in their households. They possess great magical powers. O king, in these subterranean regions, Maya, the architect of great magical powers, has built cities with wonderful houses, studded all over with precious stones and having walls, frontal towers, council halls, temples, courtyards, etc. The houses of the leading inhabitants, they are full of occupants of both sexes of asuras and nagas, besides singing birds like cuckoos and parrots. The garden there, more attractive than those of heaven itself, are full of trees whose branches are bending low with the load of bunches of fruits and flowers and tender leaves. The attractiveness of the place is further enhanced by beautiful birds in pairs, by lakes of pure water in which fish leap about, creating a stir in their placid waters. The lakes are covered with various aquatic flowers like lotuses, lilies, kal, blue lotuses, red lotuses, and lotuses with 100 petals, on which settle sweet warblers of the sky. As there is no day light, there the inhabitants are not disturbed by alternating day and night. The luminous gems on the hoods of the house of the huge on the hoods of the huge serpent dispel the darkness of the region. Due to the effect of the various kinds of miraculous herbs, juices, elixirs, foods, and drinks they take, the inhabitants there are free from worries and disease, from perspiration, bad odor, and exhaustion, as also from signs of old age, like wrinkles, gray hairs, and change of complexion. They are always full of spirit and enthusiasm. There is no death for these fortunate beings except from the Sudarsana discus of Mahavishnu. When the discus enters these regions, the pregnancies of the Asura females abort out of fear. Atala and its specialities. In Atala lives In Atala lives the Asura Bala, the son of Maya. He formulated the 96 forms of magical devices. Some of them are still in use among magicians. As Bala yawned, out of his mouth came three types of women, known as Swairini, Kamini, and Pumchali. Swairini is one who mates only with one's class. Kamini is one who mates with anybody. And Pumchali is the most promiscuous among these. A person conveyed to this subterranean heaven is received by these women. They make him drink an elixir called Hataka to enhance his sexual potency and delight him with their amorous looks, talks, laughter, and embraces. Owing to the extraordinary potency of the elixir, he experiences within himself the strength of 1,000 elephants, and in the intoxication and elation of it, declares himself to be almighty and all perfect. In the still lower region called Vitala, Sri Paramaswara, accompanied by his consort Parvati and surrounded by his host Bhutas, has manifested as Hatakeshwara in order to help Brahma in the work of augmenting the creation. Out of the virility flowing from their union is formed the river Hataki. Agni absorbs it, prompted by Vayu, wind, and then spits it out in the form of a golden stuff called Hataka, with which are made the ornaments worn by Asura chiefs and their womenfolk inhabiting those regions. Sutala and Mahabali. Below that region called Sutala, where the great one Mahabali, noted for his generosity, lives. In order to help Indra, Lord Vishnu was born in Aditi and Vamana and took away the mastery of the worlds from Mahabali by a stratagem. But out of his grace he sent Bali to Sutala, where he lives in the midst of splendor, to which even Indra is a stranger. But in the midst of all, Mahabali continues to worship the Supreme Being by the discharge of his ordained duties as an offering unto him. This attainment of Sutala cannot be considered as a direct result or reward for offering the world to the Lord. For such a petty worldly fulfillment, like attainment of this subterranean heaven, can never be an adequate reward for making an offering of this whole world with firm faith, shraddha, readiness, and concentration to that Supreme Being, Vasudeva, the soul of all jivas, the inner pervader, the controller of everything, when he presented himself before Bali as a worthy seeker of a favor. Such a wholehearted adoration of the Lord should have brought on Bali the bliss of moksha itself, not the paltry reward of a subterranean heaven. By uttering his name once even with a feeling of distress while yawning, falling, or sustaining an injury, a man overcomes the bondage of karma, an attainment for which aspirants following the disciplines of Samkhya and Yoga put themselves to endless troubles and difficulties. For making a true devotional and dedicated offering of the whole world to such an exalted divinity who bestows himself also reveals himself as one's own self to all great devotees and men of enlightenment, such a worthless thing as the attainment of the joy of this subterranean heaven is an absolutely incompatible reward. The attainment of prosperity and facilities for enjoyment cannot even be considered a blessing in the case of a devotee, for prosperity is likely to make one forgetful of the Lord. So Mahabali's attainment of the subterranean heaven of Sutala should be attributed to Prarabdha. Finding no other way, the Lord in this incarnation as Vamana adopted the stratagem of begging and thereby deprived Mahabali of all his possessions. Mahabali was then bound with the Varuna noose and shut up in a mountain cell. Even then, he says as follows without any dismay: Indra and his trusted advisor Brihaspati are persons and for man to attain. They have utilized him to get back from me such petty things as the world and its riches. They did not pray for being admitted as his servants. How insignificant is the lordship of these three worlds, lasting for the duration of a manvantara, about 17 Chatur yugas, before infinite time, which is awe-inspiring to contemplate.
My grandfather Prahlada, after his father Hiranyakashipu's death, was offered by the Lord the whole of his patrimony, which he could enjoy without fear of any rival, but he did not accept it, as those positions and riches would be disparate from the Lord. He sought only the privilege of being his servant. He is indeed a son. It is impossible for persons like me, whose tendencies for worldly enjoyments have not been effaced and who have not received the Lord's grace, to think or dream of following the example of that great personage. Later on, in the 8th skanda, will be told the story of Mahabali, at whose gate the Lord, overcome by his passionate love for devotees, remains armed with a mace as a gatekeeper, in which capacity he threw the 10-headed Ravana several thousand yojanas away with a flick of his toe, when that Rakshasa approached the realm of Mahabali to challenge him in the course of his march of conquest over the whole universe. Tala Tala and Mahatala. Below Sutala is Tala Tala, presided over by the famous Asura, Maya, the master of the triune city. For the good of the world, Sri Parameshvara burnt his city, but later, being blessed by him, Maya was given a place in Talatala. He is the prime teacher of all who specialize in magical arts. Being protected by Sri Parameshvara, he lives without fear of even the Sudarshana. Lower even than Talatala is the region called Mahatala, which is inhabited by a tribe of many-headed serpents, children of Kadru, known for their special trait of anger. Kuhaka, Takshaka, Kaliya, and Shushena are some of the leaders of these huge-bodied serpents. They spend their time sometimes in dread of Garuda, the divine vehicle of Mahavishnu, and at other times delighting in the company of their family and friends. Rasatala. In Rasatala, the region still lower, dwell the offspring of Diti and Danu, are known as Panis, and divided into 3 tribes of Asuras, the Nivatakavachas and Kaliyas, and the inhabitants of Hiranyapura. They are very powerful and they are a very powerful and daring species who have an inherent enmity to the Devas. Their will for domination being suppressed by the might of the Lord Sudarshana, they live like serpents in Rasatala. They are frightened by the power of the Vedic chants uttered by Indra's messenger Sarama in the guise of a bitch. Patala. Lower still is Patala, which great serpents of a ferocious nature inhabit. The names of the leading ones among them are Vasuki, Sanka, Kulika, Mahasanka, Sveta, Dhananjaya, Dhritarashtra, Shankachuda, Kambala, Asvatara, and Devadatta. They have hoods varying in number from 5 to 7, 10, 100, and 1,000. The precious stones on the hoods of these serpents illumine the whole of Patala, completely eradicating the darkness of the region. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam Panchamaskandhe Rahvadistiti Bila Swargama oh sorry. Sorry, say it again. Swarga Maryadati Rupanam Nama Chaturvinsho Dhyaya Ata Pancha Vinsho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha. The Lord as Ananta or Shankarshana, sphere of Ananta. Sri Shuka said, 30,000 yojanas below Patala, the Tamasika aspect of the Lord resides under the name of Ananta, the endless one. The followers of the Vaishnava Tantras, in their adoration of the Lord as his four vyuhas, describe that Ananta as the power that makes the drashta, the seer or the subject, the spirit, feel identified with drishya, the seen or the object, body, senses, etc., under the sense of I. They therefore call him Shankarshana, the unifier. Resting on a single one of his 1,000 hoods, this whole universe looks like a small mustard seed. At the close of the cycles, when he desires to dissolve the worlds, there comes out of the middle of his handsome brows, now quivering in an angry frown, the three-eyed Rudra in his 11-fold aspect, known as Shankarshana's progeny, flourishing a trident in his hands. At his feet, having ruby-like nails, great devotees and leading serpents are bowing down with single-minded devotion and are delighted to look at each other's faces, beaming with joy and illumined by the reflection of the golden earrings on their shining cheeks. Young serpent damsels of great beauty, desirous of his blessings, are applying unguents made of sandal paste, saffron, and other fragrant ingredients on the long, fair, and extremely charming arms of Shankarshana. The contact with his arms, which are like silver pillars, generate in these damsels a wave of amorous sentiments, which make them smile delightfully with a touch of bashfulness and look at the face of Shankarshana, which shines with his eyes of slightly reddish tinge, blooming with the satisfaction of love and rolling with intoxication. That worshipful deity, who is none but the infinite of countless attributes and powers, having controlled his impatient and choleric disposition, is now in the mood of affording protection to the whole world. Meditation on Shankarshana. Shankarshana is thus described for purposes of meditation. Having eyes elated, tremulous, and overflowing with the bliss of inebriation, delighting his attendants and the adoring devas by his nectarine speech, wearing an unfading floral wreath of Vaijayanti, over which bees hover and hum with intoxication caused by the drinking of flower nectar flavored with the fragrance of holy tulasi leaves, presenting with that floral wreath the appearance of Indra's celestial elephant Airavata with a golden chain round his neck. Dressed with a wearing cloth, and upper cloth of bluish tinge, having only one ear ornament, resting his beautiful hands on his weapon, called Allah, engaged in the sport of fulfilling the prayer of his votaries. Such is the form of Shankarshana, adored and meditated upon by Devas, Asuras, Siddhas, Nagas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, and Munis. If an aspirant after moksha hears and meditates on Shankarshana in this way, the Lord will penetrate into the heart of that devotee and cut asunder the knot of egoity which is generated by karmas and their tendencies lasting from time without beginning, which is the form of ignorance and which is constituted of sattva, rajas, and tamas, the qualities of prakriti. About the greatness of Shankarshana, the sage Narada, along with Tumburu, sings as follows in the assembly of Brahma. Narada praises Shankarshana. He by whose sattva and the other gunas of prakriti become competent to perform their functions of creation, preservation, and dissolution, whose form is eternal, without beginning or end, who though one created the many in and by himself, how can anyone understand the ultimate truth about him? He, in whom this creation, in its subtle and gross aspects manifests, has assumed this form of Suddha Sattva out of his infinite mercy towards all creatures. In order to attract the mind of the jivas to him, he, the master of all and the omnipotent being, has performed in his incarnations numerous sportive deeds that are flawless and heroic like those of a lion. He, by uttering whose name out of suffering or out of repentance for degradation, or by way of fun, or even without any cause, man is able to overcome the effects of all sins, to whom, except to that worshipful Shesha, should a man aspiring for liberation go for shelter? Even a being with 1,000 tongues cannot fully describe the greatness of Adi Shesha of unlimited prowess, who on one of his 1,000 hoods sustains like a minute particle the mighty earth sphere with all its mountains, rivers, land, and seas. This Ananta of unlimited powers and of countless auspicious qualities remains at the base of the earth sphere. He who has no support other than himself remains sustaining the earth in a sportive manner for the good of all living beings. Sri Shuka concluded.
According to the teachings I have received, I have described to you all the spheres which man can attain to as a result of ritualistic and other action. They perform with desires for their fruits. O King, these are the high and low attainments through dharma of the nature of pravriti, self-centered action. In reply to your question, I have described all this. What else do you want to know?
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sangitayam Panchamaskandhe Bhuvivara Vidyupa Varnanam Nama Pancha Vinshodhyaya. Shad Vinshodhyaya. Rajo Vacha. Description of purgatories.
Question on purgatories. Raja Parikshit said, O great sage, how has this diversity of enjoyment and sufferings come in this world? Sri Sukha said, it is because of the differences in the Shraddha, faith, of the actor that differences in the fruits of action occur. Generally, it can be said that sattva, rajas, and tamas generate actions that bring merit, merit come demerit, and demerit respectively. But the shraddha of man can cause variation even in the fruits of action of similar nature prompted by these. As there are variations also in the nature of prohibited action and in the shraddha of people doing them, there are diversities in the fruits of such actions. I shall describe some features of the destiny that awaits people who do evil actions, dictated by their intensive, virulent desire nature. To describe it exhaustively is impossible. The Raja said, O respected one, where is a purgatory, Naraka? Is it a region in the earth itself, or is it outside the three lokas, worlds? Or is it somewhere within the three lokas, but outside the earth? Sri Sukha said, it is within the three lokas itself, towards the south, at a lower level from the earth and above the water. There, Agnishvatas and other groups of pretis live working for the welfare of their progeny on earth through prayer and meditation. There, Yama, the Lord of all pretis, lives inflicting corrective punishments on the souls of the dead whom his emissaries fetch, without in any way violating the commandments of Sri Hari and in accordance with the effects of the evil deeds they have committed. The 21 purgatories. Some speak of these purgatories as being 21 in number. I shall describe them to you with the names, their features, etc. They are Tamasara, Andha Tamasara, Raurava, Maharaurava, Kumbhipaka, Kalasutra, Astipatravana, Sukharamaka, Andakupa, Krimi Bhojana, Sandamasa, Taptasagni, Vajrakantalaka Salamali, Veltarana, Puyoda, Pranaroda, Vishsana, Lala Pakshasa, Saramayadana, Avichi, and Ayapana. Besides this 21, there are 7 more of them where jivas suffer the consequence of heinous sins. They are Kashrakadama, Rakshagana Bhojana, Sulaprota, Dandasukha, Avatana Nirodhana, Pariyavartana, and Suchimukha. Thus, the purgatories are 28, where sinners are subjected to sufferings for their purification. Among these, Tamasida is a place where persons who deprive others of their wealth, son, wife, etc., abound and are thrown by force by fierce-looking emissaries of Yama. They are starved, frightened, beaten, and in other ways punished in that utterly dark region until they become unconscious. He who deceives a husband and enjoys his wife is put into Adhatamisara. Suffering from the fierce tortures of that place, the sinner loses his senses and his sight and falls like a tree that has been cut. That is why this purgatory is called Andatamisara. He who, looking upon his body as the self, has been persecuting other creatures for the prosperity of himself and his family, will have to leave that body and that family here, and he will be hurled into Raurava automatically due to the effects of his own sins. All these creatures who had been oppressed and killed by this kind of sinner will appear as the fierce animals called ruras, which are more ferocious than serpents and torture the sinner by biting. For this reason, this particular purgatory is called Raurava. He who perpetrates adharma and is solely concerned with filling his own stomach by any means falls into the purgatory called Mahararava and is eaten up by the type of ruras called Kravayadas, flesh eaters. Those heartlessly and cruel fellows who cook birds and alive, a practice detested by even by Rakshasas, are put into this purgatory called Kumbhipaka, where they are fried in boiling oil. Whoever commits atrocities against parents, holy men, and the Vedas are consigned to the purgatory known as Kala Sutra. It is a place of 10,000 yojanas of burning copper sheet, heated from above by the sun and from below by fire, heated within by want of food and drink, and outside by the burning metal. The sinner sometimes sits, sometimes lies, sometimes walk, and sometimes run hither and thither in utter distress for as many years as there are hairs on an animal's body. Those who abandon their dharma based on the Vedas, even without the threat of any danger or compulsion, and join sects of atheistic, atheistic philosophers are consigned to the purgatory called Ashipatravana. There they are whipped and made to run about in a forest full of trees with sword-like leaves which lacerate their bodies as they pass through their midst. Crying out of terrible pain, they swoon at every step. If a king or an officer under him punishes innocent people, he goes to the purgatory called Sukharamukha. They are powerful emissaries of Yama, there with faces resembling those of pigs. The sinners are thus subjected to attack by them, as the sugarcane field by elephants. With bodies broken, they swoon, just like the innocent person they had tortured. God has given different forms of livelihood to different creatures. Some of these may go against the interests of man, but man should not retaliate against these creatures for two reasons. They are not endowed with the capacity to know that they are doing injury to a man. And next, man knows what they will be but next man knows that they will be injured if he retaliates. A person injures lower creation for selfish purposes goes to the purgatory called Andhakupa, and there he will have to live in a low type of body, attacked by the creatures he had injured. In darkness, without sleep, and restless, he will have to drag on a wretched existence. He who eats food alone, like a crow, without doing the Panchamahayajnas, and without sharing his food with others, falls into the purgatory called Trimi Bhujana, which is a lakh of yojanas in length. There he gets the form of a worm, and himself eats worms, and is eaten by big worms until his sin is expiated. Whoever steals or takes by force the properties of a holy man, or takes away the wealth of others, even when no imminent danger threatens him, is scorched in Yama's realm with heated iron spikes. Man and woman who enter into their prohibited sex relationship out of lust are whipped into Yamaloka by the emissaries of Yama and made to embrace red-hot metal effigies of the opposite sex. Men, out of lust, seek intercourse with animals, are taken to the purgatory known as Vajra Kanataka Salmali, and are tortured by being dragged through the branches of trees, having thorns like adamantine spikes. Kings, their officers, and men of status, claiming themselves to be the followers of the Vedas, who disregard all rules of morality and good conduct, fall after death into Vaitarani, a river that flows like a moat around the region of the purgatory. They are partly eaten by many fierce creatures living in it. Still living and remembering their sins, they float about in the river, whose water consists of filthy fluids like blood, pus, urine, feces, flesh, fat, etc.
Those who live in concubinage with unchaste women and indulge in unrestricted sensuous life, abandoning rules of purity, good conduct, law, sense of shame, they too will fall into this Vaitarani full of feces, urine, phlegm, etc., and be forced to subsist on the filthy stuff. Brahmanas who keep dogs and asses, who go about hunting, and who kill prohibited animals, are shot at by Yama's emissaries with sharp arrows and wounded all over. Those who organize fake yajnas for mere show and strangle animals in it, those degenerate men go after death to the purgatory known as Vaisasa and are similarly strangled by Yama's men. A sexual pervert who subjects women to abnormal sexual practices is taken to the purgatory known as Reta Kulia and then forced to live on semen. Kings and their soldiers who behave like brigands, burning villages, poisoning water and perpetrating similar atrocities against men, find themselves after death in the purgatory known as Sara Meyadana, where they are attacked and torn to shreds by a pack of 720 dogs. Whoever tells lies and behaves dishonestly in bearing witness in financial transactions and in making charitable gifts, he is taken after death to the purgatory known as Avi Chimat, where he is hurled headlong from mountain tops 100 yojanas high. He falls on the ground that looks from above as a watery surface, but is in reality a flat rocky slab. Falling on it, he is shattered to pieces, yet he does not die. He becomes alive to be thrown down again from the mountain top. If a Brahmana or his wife or anyone observing a sacred vow drinks liquor, and so also if any Kshatriya or Vaishya drinks the juice of a soma plant, they are led to the purgatory where the emissaries of Yama, trampling on their chest, pour molten metal into their mouth. A degraded man who pretends himself to be very eminent and insults men who are wise, virtuous, austere, and adhering to scripture ordained ways of life is taken to the purgatory called Shara Kardama. There he is dropped from above headlong and suffers miseries without end. Men who use human beings as sacrificial beasts for propitiating evil deities and women who eat the flesh of such human victims are attacked in the purgatory by goblins who are none other than the human beings they slaughtered. Like butchers, they cut them up, drink their blood, and perform wild dances, as these persons had done on earth at their sacrificial festivals. There are persons who entice innocent creatures living in villages and forests, generate confidence in them, and get them near and put them on sharp spears or entrap them in nooses and subject them to various tortures for the mere fun of it and enjoy the sight. Such torturers are put on spears in the purgatory, and vultures and other birds of prey tear out their flesh. Extremely cruel men who terrorize creatures like serpents fall into the purgatory now called Danta Sukha. They are swallowed like rats by serpents having 5 or 7 hooks. Those who suffocate living beings by burying them in pits or shutting them up in garrets, caves, etc., are treated similarly in the purgatory. They are shut up in similar places and smoked with poisonous stuff. A householder who looks with extreme annoyance at guests known or unknown as if to burn them up, that sinful man's eyes will be pecked at and pulled by the vultures and crows of the purgatory. There are men who are suspicious of everyone and everything because of consciousness of their own superiority over others on account of wealth or position. Always afraid of losing their wealth, they sit tight over it like a guardian spirit, gloomy, helpless, and without any trace of joy in their heart. Such misers, who have taken infinite pains to earn, augment, and conserve wealth, will go to the purgatory known as Suji Mukha. All over their body, stitches of the type that tailors make are put by the servants of Yama. Besides these, there are several other terrible hells in the realm of Yama. Just as persons who have lived a life of virtue go to heavens, sinners of the type mentioned here and others go to these hells for suffering for their sinful acts. Both the inheritors of heaven and of hell, after having enjoyed or suffered for the actions they have done, return to the earth with their residuary karma for fresh embodiment. Purpose of those descriptions. This is what is called the way of pravriti, works with self-centered motives. The way of nivritti, salvation through renunciation, has already been taught in the second skanda. Here we have described all the 14 worlds, which are included in what the Puranas called Brahmanda, the cosmic shell. This much is the description of the gross body of the Supreme, constituted of his inherent spiritual power. Whoever hears, recites or studies it with faith and devotion, he will attain the purity of mind by virtue of his Shraddha and Bhakti, and will subtle form of the Lord, which is beyond the grasp of the senses. The rule spirit should hear about both the gross and the subtle forms of the Lord. Then, after attaining concentration on the gross form, he should gradually draw his mind towards the subtle form. O King, I have now finished describing to you the wonderful gross body of the Lord, which is the residence of all living beings, and which consists of all gross entities, the terrestrial sphere, the dvipas, and varshas with their rivers, mountains, skies, and oceans, the 14 worlds from Satyaloka to Patala, the quarters, the purgatories, and the galaxies. Shrimad Bhagavatam Mahapurane Vayasikhyam Ashtadasha Sahasrayam Paramahansyam Samhitayam Panchamaskandhe Takha Nu Varnanam Nama Shad Vinshodhyaya Chamah Skanda Sapta Samapta Hari Sat. Shashta Skanda Ata Pratamo Dhyaya Rajo Vacha. Ajamila episode. Ajamila's sinful life. Sin and how to overcome it. Raja Parikshit said, "You, worshipful sir, have at first expounded the means for emancipation from transmigratory existence, following the method of gradual release. It consists in practicing divine communion through different disciplines and attaining to Brahma's realm, and from there attaining release from embodied existence at the time of the Pralaya along with Brahma himself. You have also described the life of involvement in samsara, how, driven by the forces of karma, the jiva is born repeatedly in different spheres, all of which are constituted of the evolutes of the three gunas of Prakriti. The various purgatories which await evildoers were described. Besides Manvantaras, the period of rule of the Manus, the first of whom was Swayambhuva, see footnote in the prologue to the fourth skanda, descriptions of the dynasties of the Uttanapada and Priyavrata, as well as accounts of continents, regions, oceans, mountains, rivers, gardens, and forests were given. Besides, you have already discoursed to me on subjects like the divisions, characteristics, and dimensions of the earth, the galaxies, the heavens, and the nether worlds, and all other regions. Now it behoves you, O Holy One, to explain how man can save himself from the sufferings of the purgatory described by you. Sri Shuka said, "Unless a man does expiations even here in this world for the sins he has committed by his mind, speech, and organs, he is sure to undergo the fierce sufferings of the purgatories I described to you. Therefore, long before death, sufficiently early in life, not become decrepit, man should do expiations for whatever sins he had done, according to seriousness, just as a physician skilled in diagnosis treats diseases with remedies appropriate to the prevailing condition." The Raja said, "Even after understanding from experience and instruction that something is sinful, men are found to commit the same sin in spite of themselves. Of what use then are these expiations? They are not able to erase the sinful tendency. For some time, man may abstain from sin, but a little later he indulges in it in spite of expiations. Therefore feel that expiations are useless. Like bathing and cleaning, his habit is to spray dust on its back always." Sri Shuka said, "Avidya, ignorance, is the ultimate source of all karma, including expiations can therefore wash off only the effects of particular sinful acts, but not the tendency to commit them, so long as ignorance, their source, persists. This can be ultimately effaced only by the knowledge of God. A man who is on wholesome diet does not fall ill. In the same that the knowledge of God.
By means of austerity, celibacy, control of the mind, control of the senses, charity, practice of virtues like kindness, truth, etc., and of disciplines like japa, worship, etc., a man of righteousness and faith overcomes even great sins committed by body, words, and mind, just as a fire destroys a grove of reeds. There are some rare person who, endowed with intense and undulated devotion, resign themselves completely to Vasudeva, and thereby eradicate sin utterly like the sun dissipating mist. The purification effected by austerity and other disciplines is not so complete as by dedication to one's faculties to Krishna, achieved through the service of his devotees. Part of devotion, which is without any risk and which is comparatively easy to practice, is best suited for men in general. To follow this path can draw on the support of great devotees who are extremely devoted to Narayana and are disposed to help others. O King, the expiations performed by men who are not devoted to Narayana fail to cleanse them entirely, like water, a liquor pot. If a man with a feeling of passionate attachment unites his mind with Krishna's feet, even once, he will not see Yama or his emissaries with noose in hand, even in dream. Sinner Ajamila on his deathbed, illustrated by an ancient traditional account of a conversation between the emissaries of Rama and of Vishnu. Hear from me. In Kanyakubja, there was a Brahmana named Ajamila who had a harlot as his concubine. Corrupted by association with her, he abandoned the scriptural regulation binding the life of a Brahmana. He adopted for the support of himself and his family such heinous means as highway robbery, gambling, cheating, stealing, and the like, and lived a life of corruption and of cruelty to living beings. Absorbed in fondling the children of that woman, he spent a major part of his life until he was 88. The old man had 10 sons, of whom Narayana, the youngest, was very dear to his parents. Most joyous occupation for that old man was to watch the pranks of that sweetly prattling child to whom he was so deeply attached. Child along with himself, making him eat and drink with himself. That foolish man failed to notice the approach of the god of death, completely dominated as he was by his attachment to the child. While spending his time thus, his last days approached. Still that man of little understanding continued to bestow his whole mind on his child Narayana. When the time of his death came, for him 3 fierce beings, emissaries of Yama, with curved face and with erect hair, and with ropes in hand, came to fetch him. He was struck with fear and cried aloud to his boy, Narayana, playing at some distance away from there. Hearing the dying man's cry, invoking the sacred name of Sri Hari, the emissaries of Mahavishnu hurried to his side. These emissaries of Vishnu forcibly disengaged the attendants of Yama, who were already pulling out the soul from the heart of that degenerate servant maid's paramour. And so obstructed, the attendants of Yama, the son of Vivashwan, said, "Who are you to go counter to the order of Yama, the Lord of Dharma? Servants are you? Where are you coming from? Why do you obstruct our taking away this man? Are you celestials or demigods or Siddha chiefs? All of you have eyes like lotus petals, are dressed in yellow silk, having diadems and ear pendants, and are wearing beautiful lotus garlands. All look young and are endowed with 4 arms and equipped with bow, quiver, sword, mace, conch, discus, and play lotus. By your luster, you are illuminating the surroundings. Why are you obstructing us, the attendants of Dharmaraja, the God of justice, in the discharge of our duties? Sin, expiation, and purgatory. Sri Sutta said, when the attendants of Yama said like this, the emissaries of Vishnu smiled and replied in the words that sounded like thunder. Of Vishnu said, if you are the emissaries of Dharmaraja, then you would be able to tell us what is the essence of Dharma is and what its signs are. You should also be able to inform us how you are going to inflict punishment. What punishment you would be inflicting? What kind of people are liable for punishment? And whether it would be inflicted on all or on some only. The attendants of Yama replied, Dharma is what is ordained in the Veda. What is prohibited in the Vedas is adharma. The self-originated Veda is Narayana himself having emerged with his breath. Narayana is he who creates in himself creatures out of the qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas, characterized by distinctions of forms, names, and action. Sun, fire, sky, air, the senses, moon, sandhya, daytime, night, quarters, water, earth, time, dharma. These are the witnesses of all actions of man. They testify to man's evil actions. A man found guilty of evil deeds is a fit subject for punishment. Man who engage himself in evil actions are liable to punishment according to the nature of their works. O Holy One, all work, all works produce a mixture of good and bad effects. These accrue to the worker because he has attachment for works and their fruits. And no man with a body can absolutely abstain from work. Whoever has performed dharma and adharma, and to the extent he has done them, in proportion to it, he enjoys and suffers in the life hereafter. O noble celestial, just is the world man sorry, O noble celestial, just as in the world, in this world, man have happiness or misery, or happiness come misery, because of the operation of the three gunas of Prakriti. It can be presumed that the same happens to them hereafter as well. Just as from the current season, say spring, we can infer the nature of the past and the future spring season. So also the present birth is a pointer regarding the dharma and adharma of a jiva in his past and future births. The worshipful Yama, Brahma-like in wisdom, can even while remaining in his realm, Samyamani, understand through the power of his mind all the previous history of a dying individual and decide what kind of purgatory should be avoided to him and what kind of future birth he should have. Just as a person caught in the darkness of ignorance that overtakes him in the dream, regards the dream ego alone as himself and not his body of the waking state, so also a man thinks of his present body as himself in complete forgetfulness of the other bodies he had in earlier births. The 10 senses, inclusive of 5 knowledge and 5 of action, the 5 pranas, and the mind, constitute the 16 adjuncts of the jiva. The 17th category being the jiva himself. Though distinct from all other categories, he, the jiva, enjoys through the 16th category the mind, the experiences gathered by the 3, the organs of action, the senses and the mind. The linga, sarira, subtle body, which is beginningless in origin and is constituted of the above mentioned 16 adjuncts, born of the 3 gunas of Prakriti, involves the jiva in the endless flux of samsara, bringing on him various experiences such as joy, fear, suffering. The jiva, who has not yet conquered the senses, is forced to perform karma even if he does not like it. Like a silkworm, the jiva covers himself with the cocoon of karma, with no means to get out. No one can remain without karma even for a minute. Compelled by natural impulses like desire, greed, anger, etc., which are born of the gunas of Prakriti and its evolutes, all men are compelled to work.
by the force of tendencies provided by the store of his past actions, the jiva gets a gross and a subtle body, resembling the man and the woman through whom he has got embodiment. This transformation of the condition of the jiva from his pristine nature into a transmigrating individual is due to his association with Prakriti, nature. But it will soon come to an end if he develops intense devotion to the Supreme Lord. Ajamila's previous history. Ajamila was originally a man learned in scriptures, virtuous, pure-hearted, and possessed of an exemplary character and conduct. Given to austere living, tender-hearted, established in sense control, devoted to truth, and learned in mantras. He was also devoted to the service of the teacher, the sacred fire, guests, and elders, besides being prideless, friendly, and helpful to all, moderate in speech, and devout of jealousy and allied vices. Once this Brahmana, as directed by his father, went to the adjoining woodland to collect flowers, fruits, sacrificial firewood, kusa grass, etc. And after gathering all these, he was returning home. On the way back, he saw an extremely lascivious man in the company of a harlot, whose eyes were rolling under the influence of a liquor brewed from rice. He saw nearby this man engaging himself in amorous preoccupations with that intoxicated woman, whose clothes had fallen off in her inebriated state. Shamelessly, without any consideration for good conduct, the man was laughing and singing to her tune. Seeing the man embracing her with his arms anointed with sexually exciting unguents, the Brahmana was completely carried away by an outburst of passion and became enslaved to Cupid. Though he tried his best to restrain himself, using the power of his will and scriptural understanding, all his efforts were, and his mind was powerfully stirred by Cupid. Possessed by that evil spirit in the shape of Cupid, with the sight of that woman as the occasion, he lost even the memory of his past holy life and began to spend his time in constant absorption in her thought, abandoning all his sacred and secular duties. Whatever he had got from his father, he utilized to please her through vulgar and exciting indulgences according to her liking. With his good senses shattered by the weapon of that harlot's sidelong glances, he before long abandoned his young wife of tender years, hailing from a very respectable Brahmana family, and married to him according to Vedic rites. This stupid man brought his concubine wealth from here and there, having earned it by means fair and foul, and somehow maintained her family. He spent a long time living the unrestricted life of a libertine, throwing all the Vedic injunctions to the winds, eating the harlot's impure food, and indulging in sins and ways of life condemned by all respectable people. Nor has he done any atonement or expiation for the sins he committed. So we are taking him to the realm of Yama, the holder of rod of punishment, so that he may be purified in the purgatory.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Shashtaskande Ajamilo Bhagyane Pratamo Dhyaya Ata Tvitiyo Dhyaya Shri Shuka Ovacha. Ajamila episode is redemption.
Skanda 5, Chapter 2. The power of the Lord's name. Shri Shuka said, O king, the emissaries of Vishnu, who were experts in scriptures and in sound reasoning, said as follows in reply to Yama's attendants. Vishnu's attendant said, Alas, Sin accrues to an assembly of judges who are expected to know the righteous law, if they inflict punishment on innocent people undeserving of it. If the even-sighted and holy personages who are expected to be both the protecting fathers and the punishing disciplinarians turn out to be partial, where can ordinary people get relief from justice? Whatever men of position accepted as leaders do, that is followed by others too. The standards set by such leading men become examples for others to follow. Men at large are by nature like animals, without an understanding of what is dharma and what is adharma, what is right and what is wrong. The administrators of law, sacred and secular, are like persons in whose laps these ignorant men lay their head and sleep carefree. If these leaders are faithful and have in them an atom of love and fair play, how can they go against the interest and welfare of those ignorant men who have reposed such confidence in them? This man has already done expiation for his sins, not only of this life, but of his innumerable past lives. For though it be in a fit of helplessness, he has been uttering the name of the Lord, which is not only a sin-destroying power, but also the harbinger of everything good and auspicious. O Narayana, come! By merely uttering this name of the Lord with 4 syllables, the expiation of the sins of this heinous sinner has been accomplished. A man might be a thief, a drunkard, a traitor, a murderer, a violator of the sanctity of the Guru's bed, or a killer of a woman, king, father, or cow. For these and whatever other types of sin he might have committed, the utterance of Vishnu's name is the best expiation. Besides, by uttering his name, the Lord's attention is drawn to the person seeking protection. The sinful man is not as much purified by the austere practices prescribed in the form of expiations by Vedic scholars as he is by repeating his names. For the form removes the sins, but the name not only does this, but effects the positive purification of the heart by arousing the consciousness of the Lord's attributes. If after certain observances the mind still runs on the sinful path, those observances cannot be called expiations in an ultimate sense. So for those who desire the total eradication of the sinful tendencies, there is nothing like the Lord's names extolling his attributes. They purify the mind by destroying even sinful tendencies. So, as this man has already done expiation for all his sins, carry him along the path of evildoers. For at the time when death was imminent, he uttered the Lord's name in fullness. According to the conviction of great men, the utterance of the Lord's name by itself purifies men of their sins, whether the utterance is made casually by the way of calling someone by that name, or in jest, or for improvising, for the completion of lines in recitals, or even in an attitude of disregard. If anyone utters hurry, be it while falling down, or stumbling, being wounded, or bitten by a snake, in the delirium of fever and while beaten, he deserves not the tortures of the purgatory. Sages have laid down expiations easy or severe in nature, according to the lightness or seriousness of sins committed. Austerity, charity, japa, and such other disciplines efface only the effects of sins, but not the heart, the source from which they spring. Even that source, the sinful tendency, is effaced by the service of the Lord's feet. As a fire burns up a heap of fuel, the name of the Lord of holy fame, chanted whether with knowledge of its greatness or without it, destroys the sin of man. O king, a powerful medicine taken in even casually benefits a man, though he may be unaware of its potency. The same is the case with a mantra, the Lord's name. Ajamila's repentance. Sri Shuka said, O king, with this firm and unequivocal statement of the law of devotional life, these emissaries of Vishnu released the Brahmana from the noose of Yama's attendants and saved him from death for the time being. O heroic king, the attendants of Yama, thus obstructed in their work, returned to Yama's realm and reported to him everything as it happened. And Ajamila, the Brahmana, thus released from Yama's noose, was now free from fear. He recovered his nature, and he made prostrations to the emissaries of Vishnu with a heart overflowing with joy. He wanted to speak to those servants of the Supreme Person Mahavishnu, but without giving him an opportunity, they disappeared suddenly, even as he looked on. From the conversation between the emissaries of Yama and of the Supreme Being Mahavishnu, Ajamila had a comparative understanding of the Vedic Dharma expounded by Yama's attendants as applicable to those whose life is based on the three gunas of Prakriti and of the immaculate path of devotion based upon the pure love of the Lord, for which Vishnu's emissaries stood. Hearing about the supreme excellences of the Lord, he became filled with divine love at once. He also became extremely repentant of his past sinful life. He thought, alas, great has been my mistake through lack of control over the senses. My birth as a Brahmana has gone to waste because of my consorting with a harlot. Fie upon me, a blot on my class. I am despicable in the eyes of good men for having abandoned my very young and devoted wife and gone after a harlot given to drinking. Alas, the degenerate and ungrateful fellow that I am, I deserted my old, helpless, and sorrowing parents, whose only son I am. I, a sinful wretch, am sure to be consigned to the purgatory where unrighteous and sensuous sinners undergo terrible sufferings for their purification. Or is it a miracle witnessed in the waking state? Where have they gone, those who were tying me up with ropes in hand? And where have those four attractive and angelic beings too gone, who got me released from being bound and led down to some nether region? Though I am an unfortunate man, there must have been a modicum of auspicious karma to my credit, inasmuch as I had the good fortune of meeting those celestial personages. By meeting, my mind has become very peaceful. Otherwise, the tongue of a paramour, of a harlot, like myself, could not have had the power to utter the name of the Lord of Vaikuntha while facing imminent death. Where am I, a shameless, sinful cheat who has no hesitation to kill even holy men? And where is the auspicious name of the worshipful Lord Narayana? So I, who have passed through all these experiences, shall hereafter strive not to fall into this darkness of blinding ignorance by practicing the control of the senses, mind, and vital energies. Releasing myself from this bondage born of ignorance, desire, and of actions undertaking for fulfilling them, I shall lead a life of self-control, peacefulness, benevolence, and friendliness to all alike. I shall soon liberate my spirit from thraldom to the Lord's infatuating power in the shape of a woman, who used this wretch of a fellow as her pet play animal, dancing to her tunes. Abandoning the sense of I and mine with regard to the body and withdrawing my mind from the fleeting objects of the world, I shall fix my mind on the worshipful Lord by purifying it by devotional practices like chanting his name and extolling his deeds and excellences. Liberation of Ajamila. Sri Shuka said, by contact with holy men for a few minutes, Ajamila was filled with disgust for worldly life. Abandoning all worldly attachments and entanglements, he went to the sacred spot called the doorway to Hari Dwara. In that holy spot, he gave himself up to the practice of the yoga of devotion to Hari. With all the senses ingathered into the mind, he united that concentrated mind on the Atma, the innermost essence in all. By such concentration, he disentangled the Atma, the individual self, from identification with the body, the product of the gunas of Prakriti. He then he united that liberated self with the intuitive Brahman, who is the worshipful Lord himself.
When all his mental modifications had subsided, he saw before him those emissaries of Mahavishnu who had appeared to him earlier. Recognizing their identity, the Brahmana prostrated himself before them in salutation. After their vision, he consigned his physical body into the sacred Ganga and immediately got a body similar to that possessed by those celestial beings. Ascending a golden aerial car with those celestials, that Brahmana went through ethereal regions to the realm of Mahavishnu, the Lord of Shri. By uttering the Lord's name, even again, this Achamila, a libertine who broke all the laws of Dharma, a harlot's paramour, a fallen man who discarded all vows and codes of good conduct, a sure candidate for purgatory, even he became liberated at once. Therefore, for those who aspire for liberation, there is nothing so effective as the chanting of the Lord's name, for destroying the bad impressions of past actions and purifying the mind. For once love of God is developed, the mind never goes after self-centered actions for fulfillment of desires. Otherwise, the mind will be contaminated by the qualities of rajas and tamas. Whoever hears or recites with faith and devotion this traditional account of Ajamila and his redemption, noted for its spiritual worth and its sin-effacing capacity, will never be cast into the purgatory, nor will the attendants of Yama even look at him. Whatever demerits he might have, he will gain a high place in the realm of Vishnu. Though Ajamila had called the name of Hari at the time of death, intending to summon his son, Narayana, still he attained the realm of Mahavishnu, because he uttered the sacred name of the Lord, Narayana. It is then needless to describe the glorious results of uttering the name of Hari with faith and devotion.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Shashta Skande Aja Milo Pankyane Dvitiyo Dhyaya Ata Tritiyo Dhyaya Rajo Vacha Ajamila episode Sanctity of Divine Name.
Attendants report to Yama. Raja Parikshit said, on hearing the report of his attendants about the obstruction caused to their work by the emissaries of Mahavishnu, to whose control the whole world is subject, what did Yama, the Lord of Righteousness, reply, having had to suffer their rebuff? O great Rishi, never have we heard that Yama's orders on punishment has ever met with obstruction. This is a doubt which all would have, and there is none but you to clarify it. Sri Shuka said, O king, the attendants of Yama informed their master residing at the Samya Mani of their discomfiture. The attendants of Yama said, O master, how many are there in this universe as enforcers of the moral law, awarding the fruits of action to living beings according to their sattvika, predominantly good, rajasika, with a tilt of evil, and tamasika, positively evil. If there are many as the enforcers of the moral law, it can be that some get their deserts and some do not, and there will be utter confusion in the awarding of the fruits of karma. If a multiplicity of enforcers is accepted as required for the large number to be dealt with, these enforcers will be rulers by courtesy, like feudatory chieftains. Unless there is an overload, a single system of law cannot be enforced uniformly. So you are the one with sway over all men and their rulers, the one endowed with power to distinguish between the sins and the merits of individuals, and enforce the moral law by giving punishments to those who deserve them. That authority of yours for enforcement of due punishments no longer prevails in the world, for it has now been violated by 4 celestials of wonderful appearance. By your order, we are bringing a great sinner to the purgatory. When these celestials cut the rope, we had tied him with and released him by force. If you think it fit, we would like to hear about them from your holiness himself. As soon as the sinner uttered Narayana, these celestials appeared on the scene, saying, Do not be afraid. The supremacy of Sri Hari. Sri Shoka said, Pleased to hear this submission. Yama, the divinity for enforcing the moral law over all men, thought of Sri Hari's feet and said, smiling to his attendants, Yama said, Different from me, there is an overlord for this world with its moving and unmoving beings. In him, all this world is spread as a piece of cloth is on a warp and woof. From a particle of him is born Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, who create, sustain, and dissolve the universe. The whole is held by him as an ox is by its nose ring, By the words of his Vedic revelation, he holds men as cattle are held by a big rope to which they are attached with small halters. All men, bound by these strings of Vedic regulations, laying down duties, are tendering offerings to him in fear by the discharge of their duties, sacred and secular. Myself, Indra, Niriti, Varuna, Chandra, Agni, Isha, Vayu, Surya, Brahma, the sons of Aditi, the Vishwa Vedas, the 8 Vasus and the Sadhyas, the host of Maruts, Rudras, and Siddhas, besides the Prajapatis, chiefs, the celestials, and leading Maharishis like Brigu. All these are without the dominance of Rajas and Tamas, and are very largely possessed of Sattva. Still, infatuated by the Lord's Yoga Maya, they are not able to understand his intentions or his sportive disposition. Then, what to speak of others? Neither by the organs of knowledge, nor by mind, nor by prana, nor by chitta, nor by word can he be comprehended, as he resides in the heart of creatures as the witnessing spirit, distinct from these faculties and their objects, just as forms and colors cannot see the eye that reveals them. Generally, the emissaries of the Supreme Being Hari the independent and transcendent master of Maya and the Lord of all, move about everywhere in the world. They are enchanting in appearance and bear the impress of his form and attributes. These emissaries of Vishnu, who are adored by all, including the celestials, whose wonderful form is beyond the ken of others, afford protection to the Lord's devotees from enemies and from all fears, including that from myself, the god of death. The glory of the divine name. The Bhagavata Dharma is the Dharma par excellence given by the Lord Himself. The rishis know it not, the celestials know it not, siddhas know it not. What to speak then of men, asuras, charanas, and vidyadharas? Oh, my boys, there are only 12 persons who know this Dharma, proclaimed by the Lord, which is esoteric, pure, difficult to grasp, and potent enough to confer immortality. These 12 are Brahma, Narada, Parameshwara, Sanat Kumara, Kapila, Swayambhuva Manu, Prahlada, Janaka, Bhishma, Mahabali, Sri Shuka, and myself. That Dharma, briefly stated, is as follows. It is the view of great men that the highest duty of man born in this world is to attain devotion to the Lord through disciplines like the chanting of His name. O dear ones, see the greatness and power of the utterance of the Lord's name. By that alone, without any previous practice of devotional sentiment, Ajamila, the sinner, obtained release from the noose of death. The recital of the Lord's name, attributes, and actions with faith and devotion as a long-standing spiritual practice is not needed for mere expiations of sins. For even without that, by merely shouting the name Narayana, when faced with death, with only his own son in view, even the sinner, Ajamila, obtained mukti, freedom from the effects of sin. So even the Lord's name alone, uttered without any knowledge or devotion, constitutes adequate expiation. But what is the use then of regular devotional practices, like chanting the divine name with faith and love? It consists in this: such practice alone can efface all evil tendencies as contrasted with the effects of sinful actions and generate deep-rooted loving devotion, prema bhakti, which is higher consummation than mere effacement of sin or even mukti. Why then have great sages laid down the elaborate expiatory rites in place of announcing this easily performed discipline? The answer is this: the so-called great men, with their minds infatuated by the Lord's Maya, delusive power, with their intelligence rendered dull by the sweet and flowery Vedic texts, offering promises of attractive rewards and heavenly felicities, and with their attention fixed on elaborate Vedic rites for the achievements of such ends, are not generally aware of the saving gospel of devotion. Therefore, after due deliberation, let all men practice wholeheartedly devotion to the worshipful Lord, the infinite being, the indweller in all. Such devotees do not come within the scope of our corrective punishment. Even if they have sins, they are all dispelled by taking the name of the Lord. The holy personages who sanctifying doings are followed by even devas and siddhas, whose attention is always on the all-pervading Lord, and who have taken refuge in Him, are always protected by His mace. Do not approach them. Neither we, divinities, nor time can inflict any punishment on them. Bring here to this purgatory such evil jivas are the jivas as are averse to taste the nectar of the lotus feet of the Lord, which come to sinful ways, deserving the punishment of purgatory.
Bring here such jivas as those whose tongue never utter even once the names of the Lord, declaring his excellencies, whose minds never remember the Lord's feet, and whose head never bows down to the Lord, and who never performs any of the devotional rites connected with the worship of Vishnu. Whatever wrong we, his ignorant and humbly saluting servants, have done, may it be pardoned by the worshipful Lord, the most ancient, the indweller of everything, in the most powerful, forbearance in an ornament. Salutations to the Supreme Being. Exhortation to take the divine name. Sri Shuka said, "Therefore, O scion of the Kuru clan, know that the chanting of the Lord's name with faith and devotion is the ultimate and sure expiation for even the greatest of sins. No vow or austerity purifies the heart of man so effectively as devotion engendered easily by hearing and uttering the names of Sri Hari, denoting his sanctifying deeds and excellences. One who has imbibed the nectar of Krishna's lotus feet would not thereafter hanker after those sin-generating worldly values that have been once rejected. But the one who has not sought refuge in the Lord and is full of desires in the mind performs karmas of an expiatory nature for eradicating his sins, but in the course of doing them, he may commit fresh sins. Those attendants of Yama were wonderstruck to hear and ponder over what their master said to them about the greatness of the worshipful Lord. Thenceforth, O king, they became afraid of even looking at devotees who have taken refuge at the feet of the Lord. This ancient tradition about Ajamila, unknown to men at large, was narrated by the worshipful Agastya, the pot-born sage who stays on the Malaya mountain worshipping Sri Hari. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Panchamaskandhe Yam Purushas Samvade Titiyo Adhyaya Atha Chaturtho Adhyaya Raja Uvacha. Blessings bestowed on Daksha. Skanda 5, Chapter 4. The Prachetas and the Wars on Trees. Raja Parikshit said, "You gave a brief account of the creation of devas, asuras, men, serpents, animals, birds, etc. during the rule of the Manu Swayambhuva. O worshipful one, I wish to hear from you about the elaboration of this creative activity. By what powers of his and in what all ways did Brahma continue his subsequent creative work?" Sutta said, hearing this question of the pious king, the great Rishi Sukha congratulated him. Sri Shuka said, when the 10 Prachetas, the sons of Prachina Bhares, emerged from the seas, they found the earth all covered over by a thick growth of trees. Annoyed at this, their anger flamed up against that thick growth of trees that was obstructing all movements. Their austerities had given them the power to burn everything in the fire of their anger. In order to burn up the trees, they brought out fire and wind from their faces. Seeing that the combination of fire and wind was rapidly consuming the forests, the moon deity came forward to assuage the anger of the Prachetas. He said, O high-souled ones, it behoves you not to destroy the poor trees in this way. Your mission is to protect your subjects and work for the prosperity of all, including the trees. The eternal being, the worshipful Hari, who is the Brahma too, brought into existence trees, herbs, and other vegetation to provide food offerings to the mains and the devas. For the moving, the unmoving objects provide food. For creatures moving on feet, those without feet, that is, which move less fast, are the food. For those with arms, the armless ones become food. And for those with 2 feet, the 4-footed creatures become food. So for you, this destruction of forest is an act of wanton annihilation, serving no purpose. O sinless ones, you have been commissioned by your Father, as also by the Lord of all, to multiply the species. How can you then indulge in this destruction of trees, which are very useful for man? Following the path of virtue in the footsteps of your father, grandfather, and other ancestors, try to control your flaming anger. Of children, parents are the supporters. Of eye, the eyelid. Of women, their husbands. Of sannyasins, the householders. Of the ignorant, the learned. And of the subjects, their rulers, the Prajapatis. You, being the rulers of all, including the trees, it behoves you not to destroy them. In the hearts of all beings reside the Lord, who is the all-pervading Spirit and Master of all. Therefore, view all beings as his tabernacle, Then the Lord will be pleased with you. Whoever is able to control by means of reflection on the self the fierce anger that suddenly overtakes the mind, like a bolt from the blue, he alone overcomes the forces of nature. Enough of burning trees, who are most pitiable because they cannot retaliate. May the remaining trees and you prosper. Accept this noble girl, the daughter of the trees, as your wife, and make peace with them. Daksha, the son of Prachetas. Sri Shuka continued, O king, the moon deity, after saying this much, presented that noble daughter of the trees, born of an Apsara named Amalocha, to the Prachetas' brothers, and departed. Then they married her according to proper rites. By them she had a son known as Daksha, the son of Prachetas. The 3 worlds were populated by his procreative activity. Hear from me how Daksha, who was very loving to his daughters, multiplied the species both by insemination and by the mind. At first, he created by his mental effort alone numerous creatures like celestials, asuras, men, and other creatures inhabiting the higher worlds, the earth and water. Seeing that with this kind of creative process there was no satisfactory progress of creation, Daksha went to the Vindhya mountains and engaged himself in an austere practices of great severity. Then he took bath during the 3 sandhyas of the day, at sunrise, midday, and sunset in the holy lake of Agamarshana, and sought to please Hari by his austerities. He extolled the worshipful Lord, who is not perceived by the senses, with a hymn known as Hamsa Guhya, which pleased the Lord very much. I shall transmit it to you. Hamsa Guhya Stotra. The Prajapati Daksh said, Salutations to the Supreme Being, whose experience is truth abiding, who is the sustainer of both Maya and the Jiva, whose glorious presence is not felt by people with intelligence, overpowered by longing for material fulfillment, who transcends all the ordinary means of knowledge, but is intuited as self-effulgent consciousness. Just as the object of a sense, though in intimate contact with that sense, does not perceive that sense as the sense perceives the object, even so, the Supreme Being, the friend and lover of the Jiva, is present with the Jiva in the same body, but the Jiva knows him not. The universal witness and his love. To that Supreme Being, my salutations. The physical body, pranas, vital energy, mind, gross elements, and subtle elements, being aspects of unconscious Prakriti, are not naturally conscious of themselves, or of the senses which grasp them, or of the presiding deities. But the Jiva, who makes them all externally conscious, is aware of them all and their source, the gunas of Prakriti. Still, the Jiva is not aware of the knower of all, the ultimate knower, who is the support of the Jiva himself. May I offer my words of praise to that Supreme Being. Salutations to thee, who shinest in thy pristine state in a mind that has attained to extreme purity by the subsidence of all perception and memory and consequent arresting of the mental modifications that objectify names and forms or take shape of external objects. Though thou art covered up by thy powers manifesting as the various categories, as the Prakriti with its three gunas, Mahatattva, Ahankara, Manas, and the 5 Tanmantras, wise men separate and grasp thee through discriminative intelligence as existing in the heart, just as the celestial fire lodged in the sacrificial fuel is ignited and brought into manifestation through the 15 sacred mantras. Thou art the transcendent spirit, ever steeped in eternal bliss, negating the diversities of relative existence produced by Maya. But being the possessor of the innate power Maya that baffles all definitions, thou art also all the manifested beings having names and forms. May that Sri Hari be propitious unto me. Whatever is described by words and understood by the intellect, whatever is grasped by the senses and imagined by the mind, that is not thy pristine nature. They are all the expressions of thy power, Maya, with its 3 gunas, from whose work of creation, preservation, and dissolution thy being is indirectly cognized. Whatever that is manifest as high and low, as objects, instruments, agents, actions, etc., thou didst exist before them, transcending them, as the unitary, non-dual Brahman, the cause of all causes. Salutations to thee, with countless attributes, whose inscrutable power causes self-forgetfulness and delusion in those controversialists to whom that power forms the topic of argument and counter-argument. Viewing thee as the common ground, the yoga, the school of devotion, and the samkhya, the school of knowledge, claim absolute truth for their respective views, but speak of thee in divided and contradictory ways, the one positively as personal being with all auspicious attributes and a form, and the other negatively denying all these and describing thee as not this, not this. Thou art that transcendent and infinite being, favorable to both these views alike. What are called contradictions cease to be so in thee, the infinite being, who art both the personal deity and the impersonal absolute. May that infinite being, the worshipful Lord, who transcends name and form, but manifests himself under many forms of Shuddha Sattva and under countless names as deities and incarnations, and performs various sportive actions for the blessings of the devotees. May he be propitious unto me.
May He, the Lord of all, who, like the air that takes the smell of whatever it is in contact with, assumes the forms of deities as conceived by even various crude cults according to the tendencies of the votaries, may He be propitious to me and grant my prayers. Lord's appearance and blessings. Sri Shukra said, hymned in this way at the holy lake of Agama Shana, the worshipful Lord, who loves his devotees, appeared before Daksha, who extolled him with deep faith and fervor. He appeared seated on the shoulders of Garuda. He had 8 powerful arms, sporting his discus, conch, sword, shield, arrow, bow, cord, and mace. Blue like a rain cloud, clad in yellow cloth, serene in expression and luminous with Srivatsa mark and the Kastuba jewel, he appeared framed in a wreath of wild flowers and leaves. He was adorned with a great crown, bracelets, gleaming ear ornaments, girdle, rings, anklets, and armlets, assuming a form impressive enough to dumbfound the 3 worlds of which he was the Lord. He appeared surrounded by sages and attendants like Narada, Nanda, and other celestials. At the sight of this rare and wonderful form, followed by the hymning choir of Siddhas, Charanas, and Gandharvas, the Prajapati Daksha was awestruck. With a mind overflowing with joy, he made a full prostration to the Lord, falling before him like a stick. For a time he was not able to speak anything, as his mind was like a lake filled with the water of mountain torrents flowing into it. The Lord Hari, who knows the heart of all, now said as follows to that saluting Prajapati, desirous of progeny. O worshipful Lord, the worshipful Lord said, O son of Prachetas, O noble one, you have become perfect by your austerity, for your intense faith and devotion to me has generated supreme love of me in you. O protector of man, I am much pleased with your austere practices because they are meant for the good of the world. It is my wish that prosperity attends on all beings. Brahma, Bhava, Manus, and you, Prajapatis, are all expressions of my power, working for the prosperity and advancement of all beings. O learned one, my heart is tapas, consisting in the practice of inward concentration. My body is vidya, consisting in the repetition of sacred mantra in the proper way with all their auxiliaries. My form is kriya, the performance of the daily and occasional rites. The sacrificial rites, kratus, are my limbs. Dharma, consisting in the apurva, or the efficiency potential of sacrifice, is my mind. And the devas receiving sacrificial offerings are my vital energy, prana. At first, I alone was pure consciousness, transcending relations, devoid of within and without, and unmanifested. Nothing else there was. It was as if everything were in slumber, when in me, the immeasurable and the infinite attributes, my power, Maya, brought out my cosmic body, the Brahmanda, simultaneously Brahma, the original being, and self-born one, also came into existence. Though the first of divinities, and though fortified by my prowess, Brahma still felt weak when he started the work of creation. Afterwards, that divinity, as instructed by me, performed tapas, inward concentration, of an intense nature, becoming all powerful by such tapas. He brought out you, the the 9 Prajapatis into existence to aid in the work of creation. You who are anxious to have progeny may accept this woman as a Sikni, daughter of another Prajapati, Panchajana, as your wife, by following the law of sexual intercourse with her, who is also desirous of same. You will bring forth numerous progeny. The generations that are to come after you will all consort with women prompted by my Maya and offer me service. Sri Shuka said. Saying so, even as Daksha was looking on, Sri Hari, the worshipful Lord and protector of the worlds, disappeared like a phenomenon perceived in a dream.
The Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Sashtaskande Chaturtho Dhyaya Panchamo Dhyaya Sri Shuka Uva.
Chapter 5 Narada and the Sons of Daksha. Riddle posed by Narada. Sri Shuka said, overpowered by Mahavishnu's Maya, the powerful Daksha begot 10,000 sons, known as Haryaswas, by his wife Asikni, the daughter of Panchajana. These 10,000 sons of Daksha behaved and thought like one man. Asked by their father to multiply the species, they went in a westerly direction to perform tapas and gain the blessings of the Lord. At about the place where the river Sindhu joins the sea, there is a holy spot called Narayanaras in Kutch, which is a resort of many sages and ascetics. By bathing in the holy water of the place, all the impurities in the minds of Daksha's sons were effaced, and they became confirmed in the ideal of renunciation, which is the way of the Paramahamsas. Obedient to their father's direction, they practiced extremely rigorous austerities. Narada, the divine sage, happened to see them at that stage when, even after attaining to great purity of mind, they were still preparing themselves for the propagation of the species. Narada said to them, O Haryawas, though you are rulers of men, and you seem to be simpletons alas, without witnessing the end of the earth, how are you going to procreate issue? Without knowing the kingdom with a single inhabitant, the cave from which there is no exit, the women with many forms, and the armor of a harlot, how are you going to procreate issue? Without knowing the river that flows both ways, the unique house built of 25 substances, the swan which has a wonderful history, and the self-revolving structure built of material sharp and hard as diamond, how are you going to procreate issue? And without proper understanding of the meaning of your far-sighted father's command, suited to your capacity, how are you going to engage yourself in the work of multiplying the species? The riddle explained. Sri Shuka said, the Haryavas reflected on the words of the divine sage, enigmatic but deep in implications, with the help of their own natural intelligence, and came to the following conclusion about it. The subtle body, the Linga Sharira, which is the limiting adjunct, causing bondage to the jiva from beginningless time, is the earth referred to in the riddle, the place of hastening the dissolution of this binding adjunct of a subtle body. Of what use is involvement in desire-prompted actions which only go to strengthen that bondage? The sole inhabitant of the country referred to is the transcendent and the worshipful Lord of all, who is described as the fourth beyond the three states, the one without second and depending on none but himself, without striving to attain to him. Of what use is the pursuit of these desire-prompted actions that are not offered to him? One has to gain the knowledge of the light within, the self-conscious spiritual essence permeating everything, understanding which one does not come back to the transmigratory world, even like one who has gone to the Bila Swarga, or the heaven of the netherworld, without achieving that. Of what use is the pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving trivial joys? This is with reference to the cave without exit, the woman of the riddle in man's buddhi, the understanding, attracted by the objects of the world, the products of the gunas, of prakriti. It moves from one fancy to another like a seductive woman wearing many makeups. In place of eradicating this tendency of one's understanding through the practice of discrimination, of what use is the pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving trivial joys? Like a man married to a harlot, an unenlightened jiva yoked in an impure mind is dragged by it to goals of suffering and enjoyments oblivious of jiva's real nature as the pure and unaffected Atman. Instead of seeking the spiritual identity of the jiva, of what use for him is this pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving trivial joys? The river flowing in both directions is Maya, consisting of the two processes of creation and dissolution, which constitute the movement of the same force in contrary directions. Such like a river is its estuary, agitated by opposite currents. In place of cultivating an awareness of this contrary process of life and death, in which one's own body with the world are by force involved, of what use is the thoughtless pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving only trivial joys? For the body, which is constituted of 25 categories of prakriti, the spirit or the purusha is the support giving unity. The purusha is the mirror of self-consciousness by identification with which the body-mind becomes a self-conscious entity. In place of understanding that indwelling purusha, the support of this wonderful house of a body, of what use is the pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving trivial joys? Abandoning the study of the scriptures that clarify the distinction between the states of bondage and freedom, between the conscious and the unconscious entities, and which deal with the knowledge of the Supreme Being. Of what use is the pursuit of desire-prompted actions yielding trivial joys? Without understanding this sharp wheel of time, which revolves with unimpeded speed, destroying all the worlds, of what use is the pursuit of desire-prompted actions giving trivial joys? Without knowing the scripture, which is a man's well-wisher, like a father, and its teaching, which have renunciation as their goal, how can a man devoting himself to worldly values alone obtain freedom from the transmigratory cycle? O king, Haryawas, who always thought alike, accepted the teaching of the sage unanimously. They circumambulated him and departed to take to the life of renunciation and devotion from which there is no return to worldly life. And Narada continued his wandering all over the world, concentrating his mind on the lotus feet of the Lord that dawned within while he sang about his excellences. Daksha's second set of progeny. Hearing about the loss of his excellent sons to himself and family because of Narada's interference, Daksha, who was overpowered by sorrow and grieved over it for a long time. To have good children can in this way be a cause of sorrow also.
Comforted and consoled by Brahma, Daksha again begot several thousand children, known as Sabalaswas, by his wife Asikni, the daughter of Panchana. Commissioned by their father to multiply the species and vowed to observe rigorous austerities, they went to the same Narayanasaras where their elder brothers attained to spiritual perfection. Attaining purity of mind by bathing in those holy waters, they performed severe austerities, uttering a great mantra. For some months, they lived on water alone. Next, for some months, they took in air alone, uttering the following mantra. They meditated on Mahavishnu, the Master and the Lord of all masters. Om. Salutations to Narayana, the resort of all liberated souls, the pervader of everything, the perfect being, the form reflected in all pure hearts, and the spirit untouched and uncontaminated by anything. Approaching them, whose mind was set on procreation, the sage Narada, as before, spoke to them in words with enigmatic meaning. He said, O sons of Daksha, beloved of your brothers, hear my advice. Follow the footsteps of your brothers. A brother who knows righteous conduct and follows the noble path chalked out by his brother gains merits in this world and rejoices in the hereafter with the deities known as Maruts, noted for their intimate fraternity. O king, saying this much, Narada, whose company is unfailing in its effect, moved on, and these Sabalaswas too took the footsteps of the elder brothers. Thus, placed on the track towards the Lord, which is the blessing that comes on an inward-looking mind, they went forward without turning back, like knights that have passed away. Daksha's curse on Narada. The Prajapati Daksha began to see many omens portending evil. Soon he came to know of the loss of his sons on account of Narada's repeated mischief. Stunned by grief at the loss of his sons, he became violently angry at Narada. With his lips quivering in anger, he said as follows to Narada, who then happened to arrive at the spot. Daksha said, O hypocrite, who has put on the garb of a pious man, you have perpetrated a great atrocity against us, who have been following the path of pious men. You have converted my children into begging mendicants. O sinful one, you have marred the future of these children in this world and in the hereafter. For one has to discharge one's 3 debts, to the rishis by Vedic study, to the devas by yajnas, and to the ancestors by begetting progeny. These sons of mine have not discharged these, nor have they made any study of the ritualistic code. One who takes to the life of sannyasa without discharging all these duties. You have reduced my sons to this fate. You are unfit to move among the devotees of the Lord. You, whose hobby is to confuse the minds of youngsters. You, who are merciless and shameless, who form a blemish on the reputation of Sri Hari, whom you profess to serve. Except you, whose occupation consists in making friends into mutual enemies and thus destroying harmonious relationships among people, the Bhagavatas, the devotees of the Lord Vishnu, are generally very particular to be a blessing to the people. You seem to think that mere passivity will enable people to cut off all these bonds of love with the near and the dear ones. It cannot. Only renunciation, vairagya, can. And this renunciation will not be generated in the mind of anyone by the tactics of a pseudo-ascetic like you, having only the form of a Paramahamsa, but not his knowledge. Men have to pass through the discipline of karma to acquire renunciation. Without actual experience, man will not understand the ephemerality of worldly joys and intensity of suffering. Through experience of them alone can man turn away from them and become a true renouncer. He does not become so by the confusion of thought created by the instigation of others. You did an unpardonable offense to us, devoted ritualist, following the path of rectitude and the ways of a householder's life. Still, we put up with your mischief once, but, O snapper of the thread of our lineage, you have done it again, depriving us of progeny to continue our lines. For that you shall suffer without any permanent place to stay. You shall be always wandering about in the worlds. Sri Shuka said, Narada, universally respected as a holy man, sadhu, received this curse of Daksha without any reaction. Parents, even when one has power to retaliate, is the sign of a real sadhu.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Sashtaskande Narada Shapo Nama Panchamo Dhyaya Atha Sashto Dhyaya Shri Shuka.
Chapter 5, Chapter 6. The line of Daksha's daughters. Daksha's daughters. Sri Shuka said, afterwards, under the loving persuasion of Brahma, Daksha, the sons of the Prachetas, begot by his wife Asikni 60 daughters, who were very much devoted to their parents. He gave these daughters in marriage as follows: 10 to Dharma, 13 to Kashyapa Prajapati, 27 to Chandra, 2 each to Bhuta, Angiras and Krishsavasva, and the remaining 4 again to Kashyapa, who is also called Tarkashya. I shall now give the names of these daughters and their offspring, whose progeny gradually filled the 3 worlds: Bhanu, Lamba, Kakuk, Jami, Visva, Satya, Maruvati, Vasu, Mahurta, Sankalpa. These 10 were the wives of Dharma. Here the names of their offsprings. Bhanu's son was Devarshabha, his son Indrasena. Lamba's son was known as Vidyota, from whom was born Stanyatanus, the presiding deities of clouds. Kakubha's son was Sankata, and his son Kitaka. Kitaka's issue were the deities presiding over fortress of the earth. Of Jami was born Swarga, and of him Nandi. Vishwa's sons were Vishwadevas. These had no issue according to the traditions of wise men. Satya's sons were those known under the group name of Sadhyas. Their son was Arthasiddhi. Of Marutvati's 2 sons named Marutvan and Jayanta were born. Jayanta was a partial manifestation of Vasudeva and was known also as Upendra. Muhurta's issue were known under the group name of Mahurutikas. They distribute the fruits of actions to living beings at proper times. They preside over the 30 Muhurtas, each of 48 minutes duration, into which the day is divided. The son of Sankalpa was Sankalpa, the deity presiding over manifestation, and his son was Kama. The sons of Vasu formed the group of 8 Vasus. The Vasus and their issue. The names of these 8 Vasus were Drona, Prana, Dhruva, Arka, Agni, Dosha, Vasu, and Vibhavasu. Of these, Drona had Abhimati for wife, by whom he had Harsha, Soka, and Bhaya as sons. Prana's wife was Urjasuti, by whom he had 3 sons, Saha, Ayu, and Purojava. The wife of Dhruva was Dharani, who bore him as progeny the deities presiding over various cities and towns. The wife of Arka was Vasana, Tasha, and others were her children. The wife of Agni was Vasordhara, Dravinika, and others were her sons. Skanda was Agni's son by Kritika. Skanda's sons were Visakha and others. Dosha's wife was Sarvari. Her son Sisumara was a part of Hari. Vasu's wife was Angirasi, and they had as their son Vishwakarma, who became the architect of the celestials. Vishwakarma's son by his wife Akriti was Chakshusha, who became a famous Manu of that name. The Devas known as Vishwas and Sadhyas are the sons of Chakshusha Manu. Vibhavasu's wife was Usha, who had 3 sons, Vyoshtha, Rochis, and Attapa. Attapa had a son who was the presiding deity of the day, with 5 periods known as yamas. He is therefore called Prachayama, and all creatures are prompted to action by that deity. Buddha had 2 wives. Of these, Sarupa gave birth to innumerable Rudras, of which the 11 principal ones were Raivata, Aja, Bhava, Bhima, Vama, Ugra, Vrishakapi, Ajay Kapat, Ahir Budhyana, Bahur Rupa, and Mahan. From the second wife of Bhuta were born the fierce attendants of Rudra, known as Vinyakas and Pretas. The Prajapati Angiras had 2 wives. Of these, the one known as Swadha gave birth to Pitris. The other wife, Sati, had a son named Atharvangiras, presiding over the 4th Veda. Kriswaswa had 2 wives named Archis and Dishana, of whom the first had as son Dhumrakesa and the second Vedashiras, Devala, Vayuna, and Manu. Tarkashya, known also as Kashyapa, had 4 wives known as Vinata, Kadru, Patangi, and Yamini. Of these, Patangi brought forth the birds Patangas, Yamini the locusts, Vinata also called Suparna, the vehicle of Mahavishnu known as Garuda, and Aruna, the charioteer of the sun deity, and Kadru, serpents. The wives of Chandra or Soma, moon deity, were the 27 nakshatras, constellations, beginning with Kritika. But Chandra had no issue by his wives, because his father-in-law, Daksha Prajapati, cursed him to be a consumptive patient as punishment for his neglect of all his wives except Rohini, of whom he was inordinately fond. By procreating Daksha afterwards, Soma got back the digits that he lost during the dark fortnight. Now, hear about the auspicious names of Kashyapa's wives.
Prajapati Kashyapa's line. The world got filled with the issue of Kashyapa's wives, 13 in number. Then their names are Aditi, Diti, Dhanu, Kashyata, Arishta, Surasa, Ila, Muni, Krodavasa, Tamara, Surabi, Sarama, and Timi. All aquatic creatures were the offspring of Timi, and all wild animals of Sarama. O king, all buffaloes, cows, and other two-hoofed animals were born of Surabi, while other birds like kites, vultures, etc., were the issue of Tamara. The Apsaras were born of Muni. Krodavasa's children were the terrible poisonous snakes. The vegetable kingdom formed offspring of Ila and Yatud Thanas, Rakshasas of Surasa. The Gandharvas were the offspring of Arishta and all other single-hoofed animals like horses of Kashtha, Danu, and had 61 issue. Here are the names of the important ones among them. These were Dvimurdha, Sambara, Arishta, Hayagriva, Vibhavasu, Ayomukha, Sankusiras, Swar, Bhanu, Kapila, Aruna, Puloma, Vrishaparva, Ekachakra, Anutapana, Dhuma Rakesha, Rupaksha, Viprachiti, and Durjaya. From among the above, Swarbhanu's daughters, Suprabha was married by Namuchi, and Vrishaparva's daughter, Sarmishta, by the powerful Yayati, the son of Nahusha. One of the sons of Danu, known as Vishwanara, had Upadanavi, Hayasira, Puloma, and Kalaka as daughters, noted for their beauty. O king of these, Upadanavi was married by Hiranyaksha and Hayasira by Kratu, while other daughters, Puloma and Kalaka, became the wives of Kashyapa Prajapati. Kashyapa married these two according to the directions of Brahma. From these marriages were born two clans of powerful and warlike Dhanavas, well known as Pulomas and Kalakeyas, known also as Navata Kavachas, numbering 60,000. Your grandfather Arjuna, O king, destroyed single-handedly the whole lot of them, desecrators of sacrifice, and thereby became very dear to Indra. The Dhanava named Viprachitti, begot by Simhika, Rahu, and 100 other sons, known by their collective name of Ketus. Rahu became a planet Graba, Aditi and her issues. Next, the enumeration of the famous line originating from Aditi. The all-powerful Lord Narayana incarnated in that line with the part of his. Aditi had 12 sons named Vivashwan, Aryama, Pusha, Twashta, Savita, Bhaga, Dhata, Vidata, Varuna, Mitra, Sakra, and Urukrama, Vamana. O pious one, Vivaswan begot by his wife Samshna, a Manu named Shraddha Deva, known also as Vevaswata, and the twins, the male Yama and female Yami. Afterwards, taking the form of a mare on earth, the same Samshna bore him the twin-born Ashwini Devas, also known as Nasatyas. Afterwards, Samshna became Chaya and bore Vivashwan 3 issues, Sani, Manu, Savarni, and daughter Tapati, who chose Samvarana as her husband. the wife of Aryama, was Matrika. They had an issue called Charshanis, who were endowed with powers of introspection or knowledge of karma and moksha. Brahma modeled human species on them. Pusha had no issue. He was toothless and had to subsist on rice flour. He laughed at Rudra, showing his teeth when the latter had by, was incensed by Daksha. This was what led to the loss of his teeth. Twashta had for his wife Rachana, a younger sister of the Daityas. By her was born Vishwarupa and Sanivesa of great puissance. When Brihaspati, smarting under an insult, abandoned his priestly service to the Devas, they adopted this Vishwarupa as their priest, even though he was the nephew of their enemies, the Daityas.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sangitayam Pashtas Kande Sasto Dhyaya Ata Sastamo Dhyaya Rajo Vacha.
Indra's downfall. Indra insults to Brihaspati. Raja Parikshit said, For what reason did Brihaspati, the Acharya of the Devas, abandon them, his disciples? What was the offense on the part of the disciples that made him do so? Please explain this to me, O all-knowing one. Sri Shuka said, O king, Indra was one day sitting on his throne with his consort, Polomi, sharing half of it. He was sitting inflated with pride born of his mastery over the resources of the three worlds, forgetting even the bounds of courteous conduct. He was sitting in audience, surrounded by his retinue, consisting of the 49 Maruts, 8 Vasus, the Rudras, Adityas, Ribus, Vishvedas, Satyas, and Ashwini Devas, and he was being attended on and extolled by Siddhas, Charanas, Kandharvas, Rishis, Vidyadharas, Apsaras, Kinaras, Patagas, and Sarpas. While he was thus sitting on his throne with his consort, Palomi, having the white moon-like ceremonial umbrella held above and the other royal insignia like chamara, flyovers waving, Brihaspati, the guru of all devas, and of Indra himself, entered the audience hall, but Indra did not rise up or offer a seat by way of honoring that sage who was universally respected by celestials, asuras, and all others. Thereupon, seeing that Indra did not move even an inch from his seat in spite of observing him, that all-powerful sage came out of the assembly hall immediately, and understanding how Indra was swollen with pride due to his prosperity, returned home without uttering a word. Indra's belated regret. Immediately after, Indra realized his offense of having insulted the Guru and began to criticize himself in that assembly for the same. He said, Alas, I have done a great wrong. Dull-witted and puffed up with the pride of wealth, I have insulted my Guru openly in this assembly. Whoever possessed of true wisdom and learning would desire to have this kind of affluence derived from the rulership of all three worlds, as I have, if it were to lead to such disastrous results. For though I am the head of the Devas noted for their gentle nature, affluence has made me behave like an asura. For those who explain away this offense by saying that a king sitting in audience on his throne need not rise up to honor anyone, do not do not know anything about their highest duty. For those who follow the teaching of these people, who themselves, steeped in ignorance, give such perverse advice to others, will sink down instantly to their destruction like men, trying to cross the sea on a slab of stone, mistaking it to be a boat. So, without any obstinacy or reservation, I am going to placate that learned teacher of the Devas by touching his feet with my head. While Indra was thinking in this way, the worshipful Brihaspati, using his extraordinary psychic power, disappeared from that place. Even after much reflection within himself and consultations with other celestials, Indra was not able to find out the whereabouts of the teacher Brihaspati. He was much worried on this account. Coming to know about this situation, arrogant asuras, advised by their teacher Shukra, took up arms and started a fight with the Devas. Severely wounded all over their bodies with the sharp arrows of the asuras, the Devas, headed by Indra, took shelter at the feet of Brahma in all humility. Brahma's advice. Seeing the Devas in distress, Brahma, who had his origin from the Supreme Being, was all pity for them and spoke consolingly. Brahma said, O leader of the celestials, you have indeed done a great wrong. Alas, infatuated with pride of wealth, you failed to show proper regard to a holy man like Brihaspati, who has conquered the senses and is established in Brahma. O celestials, it is a result of this offense of yours that in spite of being powerful, you have had to suffer this defeat from a weak enemy. O Indra, look at your enemies, the Asuras. They were once weak because of their spurning their Guru Shukra. Now, because they have propitiated him by service, they have again grown in power and wealth. Devoted as they are now to Brigu Shukra, they might now take over even my state when they are so powerful because of the guidance they get from Shukra and the strength instilled into them by mantras. The heaven of Indra is quite easy for them to take over. Calamities do not overtake kings who are devoted to the Lord and to holy men and are kind to all creatures. So go soon to Vishwarupa, the son of Twashta, who is Brahmana of great austerity and insight, and try to please him, overlooking his leanings to the side of the Asura due to his karma. If you please him and get him on your side, he will fulfill your objective. Indra's mission to Vishwarupa, Sri Shuka said, O king, instructed in this way by Brahma, the Devas were relieved of their sorrow. They went to Twashta's son, Vishwarupa, embraced him, and said as follows. The Deva said, We have come to your ashrama as your guests. May you be happy, dear ones. There is one favor we seek of you out of your present need. Out of our present need, it behoves you to fulfill the same like a son. Service of their parents continue to be the highest duty of men, even after they have children of their own. It is still more so of persons who are unmarried. The Acharya is a replica of Brahma, the father of Prajapati, the brother of Indra, and the mother of the earth deity. The sister is a replica of Daya, mercy. A guest is the very embodiment of Dharma. A visiting traveler is a form of fire, and all creatures are expressions of the Lord. Therefore, it behoves you, who are like a son to us, to help us overcome by virtue of your austerity and by proper advice the difficulties we now face on account of our defeat at the hands of the enemies. We desire to choose you, a wise and enlightened personage, as our teacher, so that your power we may overcome our enemies without any difficulty.
On serious occasion, there is no impropriety in an elder person prostrating at the feet of one younger. O learned one, one's knowledge of the Veda is a real mark of one's superiority and not mere age. Shri Sukha said that Vishwarupa of great austerity, being thus implored by the delegations of Devas, replied to them, highly pleased in sweet words. Vishwarupa said, priestly office, which ends in the wastage of one's spiritual power, is deprecated by people who know the sacred laws. And how can I, who am like a disciple to you, the masters of the world, refuse a request made by you? In the fulfillment of the wants of the preceptor or master lies the fulfillment of the life of the pupil or the servant. Regarding those who have taken the vows of poverty and non-possession and practice exclusive devotion to the Lord, their only income consists in the fallen grain that they collect from the fields and streets. O Lord of the three worlds, how can I, who am now discharging the noble duties of the householder's life with the sacred materials collected in this way, take to the ignoble processions of a priest? Still, I am not going to refuse your request. After all, what a trifle you, my superiors, are asking for. I shall devote all my resources, including my life, for the achievement of your purpose. Shri Sukha said, on being thus chosen by the Devas, Vishwarupa, famous for all great austerity, offered his services to them as their priest. He thenceforth discharged his priestly duties with wholehearted attention. By the power derived through meditation on Vishnu, through the practice of Narayana Kavacha, he deprived the Asuras for their good fortune safeguarded by Sukra's occult practices and transferred it to Indra. The high-minded Vishwarupa imparted to Indra this meditation known as Narayana Kavacha, the armor of psychic potency relating to Narayana. Protected by it, Indra with 1,000 eyes easily overcame the armies of the Asuras. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sangitayam Pashtaskande Saptomo Dhyaya Atash Tamo Dhyaya Rajo Vacha, imparting of Narayana Kavacha to Indra. Meditation to Narayana Kavacha. The Raja said, it behoves you to tell me what that occult armor of mantras called Narayana Kavacha is, protected by which Indra was able to conquer as easily as in play. Enemies were equipped with all vehicles and weapons and wrestled with them the suzerainty over the three worlds. You ought to explain how under its protection Indra could conquer his well-armed enemies. Shri Sukha said, after choosing Vishwarupa, the son of Twashta, as priest, Indra asked him to impart to him the Narayana Kavacha, and Vishwarupa did so. Now listen attentively to what he said. Vishwarupa said, the Narayana Kavacha should be repeated and meditated upon when one is faced with a dangerous situation. Washing hands and feet, doing achamana, sipping water ceremonially, and putting on the pavitra, the grass green ring. A person should sit facing the north with a pure mind and controlled speech. With the two mantras, the 8-syllabled and the 12-syllabled, he should perform Anganyasa and Karanyasa before he meditates on
Narayana Kavacha. In Anganyasa, the 8th syllable mantra, Om Namo Narayanaya, should be repeated over the body by the touch of the fingers along with the repetition of each of the syllables in their order on the 8 parts of the body: feet, knee, thigh, abdomen, heart, chest, face, and head. Utterance of each syllable should be prefaced and followed by the sound Om. Or the order of the parts touched and the syllables uttered may be reversed also. In Karanyasa, the 12-syllable mantra Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya should be spread by touching the fingers and the phalanx of the thumbs in due order, uttering the syllables of the mantra from the pranava to ya in their order with each touch. Each syllable should be prefaced and ended with the utterance of Om. Next, he should do Nyasa of the mantra Om Vishnave Namah. The syllable Om should be placed to the heart, V on the head, Ch on the brows, Na in the tuft. The syllable Ve should be placed in the eyes, Na in all the joints, and Ma, meditation, upon as a powerful weapon, Ashtra, representing the deities of the mantra with whom the worshipper should get identified. Then using Visarga with Ma and adding Fat to the sound, he should utter the formula Ma Ashtraya Pat and project it in directions, snapping the thumb and middle finger together in each of the direction to ward off evil spirit. One should meditate on the Supreme Being, the one object fit for meditation by all, possessed of all his powers like lordship, Ashvarya, and having the form of consciousness, energy, and austerity. He should then repeat the following mantra constituting the Narayana Kavacha. Narayana Kavacha mantra. Om May Hari, who is seated on Garuda, who is endowed with 8 powers, who has 8 arms, and who holds in them his 8 weapons: conch, discus, shield, sword, mace, arrow, bow, and rope. Ensure their protection in every way. In the water may he protect me as a great fish from Varuna's weapon. In the land let him protect me as a mystic dwarf. In the sky may his universe encompassing Trivikrama form protect me. In danger zones like the battlefront, the forest like, may he protect me as the man lion, destroyer of Asura host, whose terrific roars pierce the quarters and cause the future in Asura's female to abort. In many travels may the divine boar, whose body represents sacrifice and who lifts the earth on his tusk, protect me. On the top of mountains may Rama with the axe protect me. During sojourn in foreign lands, may Rama, the elder brother of Bharata, along with Lakshmana, protect me. May Narayana protect me from the destructive incantations of enemies, as also from my own listlessness. May Nara save me from pride. May Data, the master of yoga, save me from fall from the path of yoga. May Kapila, the master of the gunas of Prakriti, save me from the bondage of matter. May Sanata Kumara save me from the affluence of Cupid. May Hayagriva save me from the folly of offering insult to divinities. May the great Devashi Narada safeguard me from showing negligence in the worship of the Supreme Being. May Hari, as a divine tortoise, save me from conduct leading to hell. May the worshipful Vantari protect me from unwholesome food. May Rishapa Deva, noted for his conquest of the senses, save me from the miseries arising from the pairs of opposites. May Yajna protect me from the scandalous criticism of man. May Bala Bhadra protect me from the attacks of the populace, and Adishesha, the king of the serpents, from the fear of deadly serpents known as Krodavasas. May the worshipful Dvaipayana save me from ignorance. May the Buddha save me from atheism and indolence. May Kalki come as a powerful incarnation for the protection of Dharma, save me from the evils of the age of Kali. May Keshava protect me from his maze as daybreak Prata. May Govinda with flute protect me during the second watch of the day Asangava. May Narayana, assuming his powers, protect me during forenoon Prahna. May Vishnu, with a discus in hand, protect me during the noon. Danya Dina. May Madhusudana, armed with his powerful bow, protect me in the afternoon. Aparahna. May Madhava, who has become the Trinity, protect me in the evening. Sayam. May Rishikeva protect me in the first watch of the night. Pradusha. May Padmanabha protect me both in the second watch of the night and at midnight. May the Lord with the Shrivatsya mark on his chest protect me during the watch following midnight. In the pre-dawn watch, may Dhanardhana wielding the sword protect me. May Damodara protect me during the sannyas junction period of day and night. And may Vishveshvara, the embodiment of time, protect me at dawn. May the sharp-edged discus, Sudarshana, fiercely destructive like the fire of cosmic dissolution, and speeding anywhere on being released by the Lord, burn up the enemy forces as dry grass by fire. O maze, thou the favorite weapon of the Lord, emitting fire and having the impact of the thunderbolt. May you pound all evil forces like the Kushmanda, Yaksha, Rakshasas, Vinayakas, Bhutas, and Pretas. Smash all enemies to smittens. O the famous conch, Pancha Janya, blown by the Lord, frighten and drive away by your terrific sound all evil influences like Rakshasas, Pramatas, Pritas, Matris, Pisachas, and Brahmarakshasas. O sharp-edged sword, Nandarka, used by the Lord, cut to pieces the ranks of my enemy. O shield of the mark of the 100 moons, cover the eyes of sinful enemies, blind them who have evil eyes. Whatever beings and influences they are, causing us fears and standing in the way of our progress, be they planets, comets, men, serpents, wild animals, Buddhas, or one's own sins, may they all disperse and be destroyed. O Lord, by thy name, form and weapons. May the worshipful Garuda, the all-powerful, the embodiment of Veda and the objects of adoration, by Sama chants protect us. May Vishvakasena protect us in all difficult situations by the power of his name. May Hari's name, form, vehicles, weapons, and the chief attendants give protection to us, our intellect, senses, mind, and pranas.
If the truth is that the worshipful Lord alone is all existence, gross, and subtle, may all the troubles and difficulties of ours be dissolved by the power of that truth. Though the Lord is without any differentiation for those who are experiencing the unity of all existence, still by his Yoga Maya, which is his free will, he assumes various powers, forms, weapons, and adornments. It being the truth that he is the subsistence in everything, may he, the all-powerful and the all-knowing one, protect us always and everywhere, presenting himself in forms appropriate to the situation. May the Lord, as Narasimha, man-lion, protect us above, below, and around, on our sides and in the four corners, within and without, by driving away all causes of fear by his roars and by extinguishing the powers of all others by his unmatched fierce Kavacha and the yogi. O Indra, I have now imparted to you that psychic armor called Narayana Kavacha. Protected by it, you can easily conquer all the leaders of the Asura. Wearing this, you look at or touch with your foot anyone, that man will at once be rid of all fear. He who protects himself with this armor has nothing to fear from kings, thieves, planets, or wild animals like tigers. Once a Brahmana or Kausika's lineage invoked this mantra in a desert without any water to do purificatory rites, and by the application of the yogic technique, left the body then and there. Over that region where this Brahmana left his body, Chitraratra, a leader of the Gandharvas, once passed in his aerial car, surrounded by many Gandharva women. As they passed over the spot, the vehicle was upturned and all the occupants came down topsy-turvy to the ground. On the advice of the saints, known as Balakilya, Chitraratra collected the bones of the dead yogi, consigned them to the Saraswati where the river flows eastwards, took his bath in it, and went home. Sri Sukha said, whoever hears this or meditates upon this with full faith, he receives the homage of all living beings. He is freed from all kinds of fear. Having obtained the knowledge of this meditation from Vishwarupa, Indra obtained victory over the Asura, and he became the master of the resources of all the three worlds.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sangitayam Pashtash Kande Naraya Varmaka Tham Namashtamo Dhyaya Ata Navamodhyaya Shri Sukha Uvacha.
Skanda 6, chapter 9, the appearance of Vritra. Vishwarupa's slaughter. Sri Sukha said, we have heard that this Vishwarupa had 3 heads, through each of which he consumed each of the 3 soma, liquor and food. O king, Vishwarupa, whose father was a deva, always made offerings to devas with humility and loud utterances of the mantra. But drawn by affection for his mother, who came from the ranks of the Asura, he secretly gave to the Asuras too, whenever he sacrificed to the devas. Indra was aghast at this unrighteous deception practiced on the celestials, and in great anger cut off Vishwarupa's head. The head that drank the soma became Kapinjala, black cock. That which took liquor became Kalavinga, sparrow, and that which consumed food became titiri, partridge. By this act, Indra, though a powerful personage, had to incur the sin of brahmacharya, the killing of a holy man. At the end of a year, in order to rid himself of it, he transferred and partitioned that sin among the four, namely the earth, water, trees, and women. What portion of it was accepted by the earth in return for the boon that any pit dug on the ground will be naturally filled up. The seen on the surface of the earth are the effect of that sin inherited by the earth. So in such desert regions, the study of the Veda and the performance of sacrifices are prohibited. The trees accepted another fourth portion of the sin, for the boon for that branches would grow again even if clipped. What is seen as exudation in trees when cut is the sinful expression of brahmacharya. Women receive the third quarter of the sin, accepting as boon that there will be no obstruction to their love life, even in pregnancy. That sin expresses in them through the monthly menstrual flow. Water received the remaining fourth of the sin on being given to the boon that its addition to anything will swell its bulk. The bubbles and the foam seen in the water constitute that sin. So people take water only after removing the dirty portions that represent the sin. Vritra's appearance. Now, Vashta, the father of the slaughtered Vishwarupa, was grief-stricken by the death of his son, and he began a sacrificial rite in order to produce a person powerful enough to kill Indra. O enemy of Indra, grow into mighty proportions and slay the enemy soon. So prayed Vashta. Thereupon from the sacrificial fire known as the Dakshini Nagini, a terrific being came out, like the all-consuming form of death appearing at the time of the total destruction of the Pralaya. A being emerged from the Dakshinagni. Every day, the all-round growth of his body was equal to the dimension of a bow. His complexion was black like that of a mountain burnt by forest fire, mingled with the glow of a cloud at sunset. The hair on his head and his face looked like heated copper, while his fierce eyes resembled the midday sun. He was wildly dancing to the accompaniment of tumultuous roars and earth-shaking threats, holding an uplifted trident with 3 dazzling points, as if he were lifting up heaven and earth impaled on it. Everyone fled away as he stood yawning, exposing the extensive cavern of his mouth, with a terrible and protruding tongue, as if he were going to lick the stars and drink up the sky and swallow the 3 worlds. That extremely cruel and sinful being came to be known as Vritra, because he, the offspring of Swashta, the Vashta's mantra was the very embodiment of tamas, covering the world with the darkness emanating from him. On seeing him, the Devas, with all their following, rushed at him and struck him with their divine weapons, but Vritra swallowed up all those weapons. The Devas, who were stunned at this, found simultaneously that they had lost their puissance. Overcome with grief, they became introspective and prayed to the Supreme Being as follows. The Devas in praise of Mahavishnu. The Devas said, "Time which swallows everything is the dread of us all. The 5 elements like air, sky, fire, water and earth, the worlds formed by their combination, Brahma, who directs the process, and we his subordinates. In him, who is the dread even of that time, we seek refuge. He indeed is a simpleton who seeks the shelter of others, leaving aside him, the unconditioned, the self-satisfied, the passionless being. He who does this is a fool, like the one trying to cross the ocean with the aid of the dog's tail. Thou, the great fish on whose antenna Manu Vaishvata tied his boat of the earth, and thus overcame the great danger caused by the universal flood. May thou save us, thy dependence, from the fear facing us in the form of Vritra. In the beginning of creation, Brahma found himself falling from his solitary situation in thy navel lotus amidst the limitless expanse of cosmic waters, rendered all the more forbidding by the furious winds that raged over it. May he who saved him in that dire situation be our Saviour too. He, the one Lord of all, who out of his Maya brought us into existence to carry on the creative activity by his blessing. He who even without us has all through been the creator of everything, though unperceived by us, on account of our infatuated feeling of being mighty lords. He who saves us, his own people, whenever we are under the threat of enemies, by becoming incarnate among devas, rishis, men, and lower creatures, in spite of his being the eternal one. He who presents himself as our chosen deity in different aspects, though he is the supreme cause, who is both the Purusha and the Prakriti, who is transcendent though manifest as the world. In him we seek shelter. May he, the Supreme Being, do what is auspicious unto us. Sri Sukha said, O King, as the Devas recited their hymn, the Lord, sporting the conch and the discus in hand, manifested himself in their heart, or in the western direction. Seeing him with eyes resembling the petals of an autumnal lotus, accompanied by his 16 close associates, who were exactly like him, except that they had no Kaustubha and Srivasta. All the Devas were overcome with bliss and fell before him in prostration like so many rods. Hymn of the Devas. The Devas said, Salutation to him whose prowess is displayed through yajnas conferring heavenly felicity. Salutations to him who is also the destroyer of everything as time. Salutations to him who realizes the discus, Sudarshana against, who releases the discus, Sudarshana against the transgressors of the sacred law. Salutations to him who has the many names indicative of his attributes. O Creator, thou hast brought into existence the three realms, the heavenly regions, the earth, and the netherworlds. Thy supreme state, which transcends all these, is beyond the understanding of all of us who are subsequent to thy creative will, which brought us into existence. Only thy grace can help us know it. Om, salutations to thee, Bhagavan, to thee, Narayana, the indweller of all, to thee, Vasudeva, the support of all, to thee, the source of self-effulgent self-consciousness, to thee, the original being, to thee, the supreme person, to thee, the home of all greatness, auspiciousness, goodness, and mercy, to thee, the pure being and the pure witness, to thee, the basis of the whole world phenomenon, its master and its director, to thee, the Lord of Lakshmi, to thee, the pristine consciousness bliss that shines in the heart of the Paramahamsas, from whom every trace of ignorance has vanished by the service of thy sacred feet with the intense concentration derived by long practice. It looks as if this, thy cosmic play, will ever remain inscrutable, for without any aid, without a body, without any one to assist, thou who art both the attributes and without, dost create, preserve, and dissolve this universe, undergoing no change of transformation in thyself in the process. It is a mystery beyond our understanding whether thou art, like the jiva, involved in the evolutionary process of prakriti, dependent on external factors and subject to the good and evil fruits of one's own actions, or whether thou art only the witness of the whole cosmic process, abiding in thy own bliss, actionless and overseeing.
In the Bhagavan, Supreme Lord, possessed of inscrutable greatness and inexhaustible glories, these alternatives are not contradictions. Thou art beyond the understanding capacity of the modern controversialist, whose mind have been made turbid by the system of sophistry based on false authorities, on mere guesswork, and on false arguments. When thy Maya ceases to function, everything subsides and thou alone art. And when thy Maya is functioning, what is these impossible for her to achieve? In transcendence and world manifestations, there are no two beings. Thou alone being both, without suffering any diminutions of thy nature or entity, according to the nature of the mind's perceiving, whether they are poised in equanimity or agitated, thou doth manifest differently, as a piece of rope is manifested to different people as a snake, a garland, or a streak of water. He alone is the truth in all beings. He is the Lord of all, and is the ultimate cause out of which all materials and agents of creation have sprung. By his indwelling, the whole world is in manifestation and stands as a pointer to his existence. He alone remains when everything dissolves in dissolution. How can these wholehearted devotees of thine, who have beyond oblivious of the spewed joys provided by the sensuous object of this and the higher worlds on account of the constant flow of bliss produced in their minds by the constant of a single spray from the nectarine ocean of thy glory, and whose minds have attained to the peace that is in thee, the soul of all beings. Oh, how, O destroyer of Madhu, can such holy men devoted to truth, having thee as their only friend and dear one, and ever wakeful in their quest of thee as the highest goal of their life, how can they forget the service of thy lotus feet, attaining which there is no return to this transmigratory life? O thou, the soul and resident of three worlds, thou the measurer of the three worlds, by thy three strides, thou the director of the three worlds, thou the bestower of joy to the three worlds. Though the Asuras, the sons of deity, too are manifestation of thy glory, the present not being the time of their ascendancy, thou didst suppress the Asuras, assuming through thy Yoga Maya various forms in thy incarnations among devas, men, subhumans, species, and aquatic creatures, and punish them according to their offenses. In the same way, deign to destroy their son of Twashta too. It is if it pleases thee to do so. O Father, O Grandsire, we, thy dependents, thy votaries, have our hearts chained to thy lotus feet through constant contemplation. By granting thy vision, thou hast made us thy own, and now deign to assure the intense grief gnawing on our hearts by casting on us thy look lit up with a loving and sympathetic smile and accompanied by the sweet and continuous flow of thy nectarine speech. O Lord, creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe form, thy sport of thy yoga maya. Within all beings thou art present as Brahman and as the indwelling self, and outside as nature, Prakriti. And according to the requirements of time and regions and embodiments, thou as their material cause and revealer, art the witness of every experience of theirs, without being attached in the least like the sky. To thee, the Supreme Being, the Supreme Self, who thus knows the hearts of all, what are we to represent, we who are standing before thee, like sparks before a conflagration? Therefore deign to know, by thy insight into the hearts of all, the objects with which we have come to see thee, seeking shelter at thy feet, which save beings from the travails of transmigratory existence. O Lord, deign to destroy this Vritra, the son of Twashta, who is consuming the three worlds. He has consumed our prowess along with our weapons. Salutation to Hari, the eternally pure, the residence in the sky of the heart, the witness, the existence, knowledge, bliss, the son of undimmed fame, the eternal being, the one grasp of holy man as a support, and the divine goal which all beings involved in the travails of samsara ultimately reach. Thunderbolt weapons of Indra. Sri Shuka said, Sri Hari was propitiated by the fervent hymn addressed to him by the Devas, and he said to them, highly pleased. The Lord said, O leading celestials, I am pleased with you for having expressed the truth about my nature through your hymn. From your hymn, people will get an idea of my attributes and prowess, and their mind will be filled with devotions for me. O great celestials, what is there difficult to attain if I am propitious? What a wholehearted devotee, a knower of the truth, hankers for nothing else but me. One who is involved with the sense objects is pitiable because he does not understand his own real good. Those who long with petty objects and those who grant it are both to be pitied. One who knows what constitutes the supreme good for man never induces the ignorant man to the path of desire prompt karmas. A good physician will never allow his patient to take unwholesome food, even if the patient likes to do so. Indra, may good befall you. Approach the great Rishi Dachi, Dad Young. Beg of him to give you his body, which has been fortified by meditation, vows, and austere practices. The sage Dadichi is a great knower of Brahman, the partless infinite. He taught the meditation on Brahman, known as Ashwari Ras, to Ashwini Devas, which gained for them the status of immortals. The Maharshi Dadichi, who is the expert in Atharvana Deveda, gave instruction to the unbreakable psychic armor known as Narayana Kavacha, which is ensouled by me, to Twashta, who in turn gave it to his son Vishwarupa, from whom you have acquired it. Sage Dadichi is a knower of the rules of Dharma. If you make a request to him through the Ashwini Devas, his disciples, he will certainly give you the limbs out of which Vishwakarma can make a unique divine weapon. With that weapon of thunderbolt, augmented by my power, you will be able to cut off the head of Vritas. And when Vrita is dead, you will recover your prowess, missiles, weapons, wealth, and everything. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sangitayam Pashtaskande Navamodhyaya Atha Dashtamodhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha. Devas in confrontation of Ritas. Devas approaching Dadichi. Hurry, the cause of this whole universe, now disappeared from the sight of the celestials, after having advised Indra as above. When the Devas approached the great sage Dadichi, an expert in Atharvana Veda, and requested him as instructed, he looked pleased and replied jestingly as follows: O celestials, are you not aware of the intensely paralyzing fear that human beings have for death? Jivas, in whom love for life is instinctive, cling to this dear body with passionate attachment. The Devas replied, O great one, for personage like you, greatly reputed for holiness, for the nobility of your action, and for your universal love, what is there too difficult to give away as gift? Men who are interested only as their own well-being never understand the suffering of others. If they did, they would never beg in this way as we are doing. And one who has the resources and the inclination to make a gift would never refuse to oblige. The Rishi said, I refused your request at first in order to hear from you what is dharma, the right course. I shall now give up for your sake this body which one has to give up one day or the other. O Devas, those who do not strive for fame and attainment of merit through the sacrifice of this impermanent body out of one's love of living beings are liable to be looked upon with pity even by inanimate objects. The eternal path of virtue followed by man, famous for their holiness, consists in their feeling sorrow for the sorrows of others and the joy for their joys. It is indeed a tragedy, it is indeed a pity that man fails to be good to his fellow beings with this body, which is ever threatened with death and is bound to be food for dogs. And with his wealth, children, and other resources which are transient and intrinsically worthless, making of the thunderbolt weapon. Sri Sukha said, resolving thus, Da Di Chi united his spirit with the Supreme Lord, the Para-Brahman, and thereby left his body dead. With the senses, pranas, mind, and intellect controlled, and with his consciousness concentrated exclusively to the reality, he broke all the bonds through supreme yoga and left his body without even being aware of his passing away. Next, Vishwakarma made the thunderbolt weapon with the bones of the great Rishi, and Indra, endowed with the power of the Lord, took it up, armed with it and seated on his elephant Airavata. He shone amidst celestials and rishis, who sang his praise, expressing the joy of all three worlds. Confrontation of Indra and Vrita. Like Rudra, rushing in Antaka, the god of death, Indra now charged violently at Vrita, who was surrounded by the army of Asuras in order to bring about his destruction. A fierce battle now took place between the Devas and the Asura on the banks of Narmada at the beginning of Tretra Yoga of the first Chatur Yoga, the period of 4 yogas, of the present Veshvashvata Manvantara. Great was the wrath of Rita and of the other Asuras at the sight of the luminous form of Indra, the lord of Maruts, accompanied by the Rudras, Vasus, the Adityas, Ashwini Devas, Pritris, Maruts, Rebus, Siddhas, and Vishvedevas. The army of the Asuras consists of leaders like Manuchi, Sambara, Anarva, Dvimurda, Rishabha, Ambara, Hayagriva, Sanku Shiras, Viprachiti, Ayumukha, Puluma, Vrishaparva, Praheti, Heti, Utkala, Mali, Sumali, and the huge host of the other Asuras, Yakshas, and, and Rakshasa. That Asura, host adorned with various decorations, unperturbed and raising fierce war cries, caused great distress in the ranks of the formidable force of the Devas by their steady and fearless charges with their weapons like mace, clubs, arrows, prasas, hammers, and tomaras.
There rained on those Deva chiefs volleys of weapons like tridents, battle axes, swords, satagnis, and busundis, covered by the vast number of arrows shot in such quick succession that each arrow touched the back end of the one in front. The Devas looked like the moon and the other celestial luminaries hidden by the gathering clouds in the sky. But the expert archers on the side of the Devas shattered the volley of arrows into bits even before it had reached their side. When all their arrows and other weapons were exhausted, the Asuras began to shower hillocks, trees, and boulders at the Devas, who pulverized them in no time as they did with the weapons. Great fear seized the Asuras, the followers of Vritra, when they saw that not even a scratch was caused on the bodies of the Devas by all the weapons, hillocks, trees, boulders, etc., darted at them. Just like the vulgar and harsh words used by silly men at high-souled spiritual personages, all attacks that the Asuras directed at the Devas recoiled ineffectively. The ungodly Asuras, who had no faith in Hari, now found that all their previous strength was absorbed by their enemies. Their lust for battle therefore subsided, and they got ready to run away from the leader and the battlefield, finding that all their struggle was in vain. The courageous and intelligent Vritra, on finding his defeated, terror-stricken followers ready to take their heels, smiled and addressed them. Vritra addressed his men in words appropriate to the occasion and sweet to the ears of heroes. O Viprachiti, Namuchi, Puloma, Maya, Anarva, and Sambara, hear me. That is sure and certain for one born as a mortal. There is no remedy laid down for it in any text. That being the case, who could not covet a debt that would bring reputation in this life and happiness in the next? There are two types of debt approved by the wise, but difficult to have. One being the exit from the body with the pranas controlled and mind in equipoise and concentrated on Brahman, and the other, that in the field of battle without taking even a foot back from the enemy.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sankitayam Pashtaskande Indra Vritra Surayod Davarnam Nama Dashtamotyaya Athai Kadashotyaya Shri Sukha Uvacha Athai.
Skanda 6, Chapter 11, Excellence of Vritra. Vritra's charge. Sri Sukha said, the frightened and dispirited Asuras who were on the point of flight refused to be moved by the words of right conduct spoken by their master. O king, finding his army in complete disarray, fleeing under the attacks of the Devas and the adverse influence of time, Vritra became desperate with grief and anger, and railed at the Devas thus: "Of what avail for you pursuit and slaughter of these fleeing Asuras, who have proved to be the very dirt secreted by their mothers? For those who claim to be heroes slaughter of a flying enemy and contributes neither to fame here nor to their welfare hereafter. O mean cowards, dare to stand before me for a moment if you are really warlike and courageous, and provided you have also had all your pre-death worldly cravings fulfilled." The powerful Vritra thus frightened the Devas by his fierce form and his terrific roar, which shook and paralyzed the whole world. Like men struck by lightning, the Devas fell down unconscious by the stunning effect of Vritra's roar. As an elephant in rut tramples over groves of reeds, so did the irresistible Vritra's dance and trample over the stunned bodies of Devas, with his trident held aloft in hand and causing tremors on the earth by his powerful strides. Seeing Vritra thus attacking his forces and charging at himself, the enraged Indra threw his powerful mace at him, but Vritra caught it with his left hand as in play, with utmost contempt. Fierce and courageous as he was, Vritra struck the elephant of Indra on his forehead with his mace, a feat for which, O king, both friend and foe alike acclaimed him. With Indra seated on him, his elephant Airavata, when thus struck with the mace, receded by a distance of 7 bow lengths, his face shattered and bleeding profusely like a mountain hit by lightning. The chivalrous Vritra, on seeing Indra discomfited and his mount disabled, did not strike again with his mace. In the meantime, Indra, by the touch of his nectar-raining palms, healed and resuscitated Airavata, stood ready for fight. Vritra's challenge. O king, Vritra, on seeing Indra, the cruel-hearted enemy responsible for the murder of his brother Vishwarupa, standing ready for battle, said as follows, after in a mood of grief and amazement at the enormity of Indra's sin. Vritra said, "It is indeed a piece of great good fortune that you, who are guilty of the slaughter of one so holy as my brother, and a guru of yours to boot, should stand before me for battle. O evil genius, I shall be freed from the debt I owe to my brother, when today your stony heart is pierced with my trident. Just as a heaven-seeking ritualist decapitates a sacrificial animal, you, practicing a confidence trick, mercilessly cut off the heads of my brother, who was at once a holy man, your teacher, a sinless person, an observer of vows, and a knower of the Atman. Devoid as you are of modesty, grace, kindness, and a good name, the abomination of even cannibals, you shall, with your body pierced easily by my trident, soon lie uncremated on the battlefield for vultures to tear upon and consume. And whoever there be ignorantly following your cruel-hearted self and showering weapons on me, their bodies too, with heads chopped off with my sharp trident, shall be made an offering to the lords of elementals and their following. O Indra, if however it is I whose head happens to be chopped off with your thunderbolt weapon, then I would thereby be freeing myself from the bondage of karma and attaining to the realm of the heroes, after having offered my body as food to the birds and beasts. Vritra's devotion to the Lord. Vritra continued, O Indra, why do you hesitate to strike me, who am standing before you with your unfailing thunderbolt? Doubt not that it will be ineffective like the mace you used to strike with before, even as the prayer for favors addressed to a miserly person. This thunderbolt weapon, O Indra, has been powered by the energy of Mahavishnu and the austerity of the Rishi Dadichi, commissioned as you are by Mahavishnu himself. Destroy me, your enemy, even now with that thunderbolt weapon. Wherever Hari is, there victory follows, and prosperity and virtues too. As my chosen deity, Shankarshana, has commanded me, I shall hold my concentrated mind at his lotus feet, and with all the bonds of my body generating karma, prarabdha, cut asunder with your thunderbolt weapon when you destroy my body. I shall go to the ways of all saintly contemplatives. The Lord does not generally grant the riches and felicities of the heavenly realm, or of the earth, or of Rasatala, to his servants who have wholehearted devotion to him. For where wealth is, there also thrive animosity, fear, worry, pride, quarrels, grief, and tiresome toil. O Indra, our Lord and Master, the Supreme Being causes obstruction to the efforts made by devotees for the attainment of heaven, prosperity, and enjoyments, dharma, artha, and kama, in order to divert them to the path of devotion. From such obstruction, one should infer the operation of the Lord's grace on his all-renouncing devotees, a favor that the others of little devotion can never obtain. O Hari, may I be born in successive births as the servant of thy servants who have thee as their sole support in life. May my mind ever contemplate on the attributes pertaining to thee, the master of my life breath, and may my words be always devoted to the description of thy glories, and my body to thy service. O thou, the home of all auspiciousness, I do not aspire for the state of the Creator, Brahma, or for the sovereignty of Rasatala, or for the yogic powers, or even for the state of freedom from samsara. If the attainment of these means separation from thee, as fledglings eagerly await their mother's return, as hungry calves long for their dam's udder, and as a faithful wife anxiously awaits the return of her long-separated husband, so does my mind, O lotus-eyed one, yearn for and wait for in eager expectation of thy blessed vision. To me who am tossed about on this wheel of transmigratory existence, may there be opportunities of intimate relationships with the devotees of him of holy fame, and may I have nothing to do with those minds are bound by thee, are bound by thy yoga maya, to body, children, wife, house, and the like.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sangitayam Pashtashkande Vritras Yendro Padesho Namai Kandasho Dhyaya Atha Dwadasho Dhyaya Shri Sukha Uvacha. destruction of Vrita. Further fight for Vrita. Sri Sukha said, O king, resolve in this way to embrace death in battle rather than to court victory as a more meritorious cause. Vritra rushed to Indra with his trident in hand, just as the Asura Ketaba charged at Mahavishnu from the waters of cosmic dissolution. The heroic Vritra whirled powerfully his trident, whose tip was as fiercely brilliant as a fire of cosmic dissolution, and threw it at Indra, yelling out, Death to you, O fallen! Unshaken by the sight of that weapon, approaching through the sky like a planet or a brilliant meteor, Indra cut it with his thunderbolt weapon, having innumerable joints, Sata Parvana, as also one of Rita's arms, stout and fleshy like the body of the king of serpents. Though bereft with one's hand, Vritas charged furiously at Indra with an iron club in the remaining hand and struck at the cheek of Indra, the holder of the thunderbolt, and at his elephant vehicle, Airavrata. Hit in this way, the thunderbolt weapon fell from the hands of Indra. All the celestial hosts, Devas, Asuras, Charanas, Siddhas, acclaimed the wonderful skill of Ritras, but at the same time raised anxious cry at the predicaments of Indra, a sermon on time by Vritra. Ashamed of himself, Indra hesitated to take up again the thunderbolt weapon that had fallen from his hand. Thereupon Vritra said, O Indra, take up your thunderbolt weapon and kill me, your enemy. This is not the time for regrets. No warriors fighting with weapons can expect victory always and never defeat. The fortunes of war vary except in the case of the infinite being, the master of creation, preservation, and dissolution. The ultimate cause of the success and failure of human effort is the Lord manifested as time, within whose net all the worlds and their lords function in absolute subservience like birds entangled in the fowler's net. The ignorant world, without knowing the Lord functioning as time, on whom the powers of the senses, mind and body depend, who manifest as energy, life, death, and immortality, attributes success and failures to himself, identifying with the physical body. O Indra, know that just like a wooden doll figuring a human or a mechanically worked animal, all creatures in this world are subject to the control of the Lord. Neither Prakriti nor Purusha, nor the great animal Mahatattva, nor Igoti, Ahankara, nor elements, Bhutas, nor senses, Indriyas. Not one of them can project this universe without his grace and blessing. Man, ignorant of this, considers his little self as a master himself. He is in truth only an instrument in the hands of the Lord. He makes him an instrument for procreating other beings and for destroying others too. When time is favorable, man is blessed with longevity, prosperity, fame, and plenty, and the goodwill of all. And when time is unfavorable, the opposite is in the case. However much he may strive against. Therefore, one should remain unperturbed in all situations, whether in favor or in disrepute, in success or in failure, in life or in death. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, and all the effects pertain to Prakriti alone and not to the Atman. He is free from bondage who realizes that the Atman is only the witness of all the bodily and mental transformations, and it is not involved in them. O Indra, look at me, who thou defeated and deprived of an arm and of weapons. Am I still standing facing you for battle, determined to do whatever I can to destroy you? This battle is a gamble in which the stakes are the lives of the people, their arrows the dice, and the vehicles of the fighters the game board. No one knows who will be victorious or who will be defeated in it. Sri Sukha said, Indra acclaimed these words of Ritra, free from any touch of hypocrisy. Picking up the thunderbolt and without being too much surprised at Rita's attitude, he said, smiling. Indra said, "O Danava, whoever has the outlook you have described has certainly attained to great spiritual eminence. What a great good fortune it is that you are taken wholehearted refuge at the feet of the Lord, who is the universal friend and master of all beings. You have indeed transcended the world deluding yoga maya of the Lord, for you have discarded your innate nature and attained to the state of an exalted sage. It is indeed most surprising that a person like you, who is endowed with the Rajo Guna of Prakriti, have developed firm and settled devotion for the worshipful Vasudeva, the embodiment of pure Sattva and the Lord of all. What use is there for the dirty water of muddy pit for one who sports in this limitless ocean of bliss, as a result of his having cultivated deep devotion for Vasudeva, the Lord of all and the bestower of liberation, Vrita's final charge and death?" Sri Sukha said, "Thus exchanging thoughts on spiritual matters, the warriors leaders Vritra and Indra of great prowess fought on. O great king, Vritra, the suppressor of enemies, now whirled the destructive iron club and hurled it at Indra with his left arm. Indra thereupon cut with one stroke of his thunderbolt weapon of 100 joints both the club and Vrita's other arm, which was stout with strong like the trunk of an elephant. The Asura, with both of his arms cut at their base and bleeding profusely due to Indra's stroke, looked like a mountain hurled down after its wings were cut. Possessed of a huge body and fangs resembling death itself, he looked as if he was going to swallow the three worlds. He moved like a mountain chief, causing tremors on hilltops and crushing the earth into powdery dust by the might of his stride. Opened his mouth so as to touch the heaven of the upper jaw and the earth with the lower one, he rushed at Indra, the wielder of the thunderbolt, and swallowed him and his vehicle Aravata by his mouth as wide as the sky and a tongue resembling that of a serpent. Great in strength and in powers, he swallowed Indra as a python swallows an elephant. Prajapatis, Maharshis, Devas raised a hue and cry and remained stunned with sorrow. Though swallowed by the Asura, Indra did not perish in his stomach, as he was protected by the Narayana Kavacha and his own yogic power. The sourceful Indra cut open the abdomens of Vritas by force. Emerging from the Asura's body, he cut off his head as if leveling the top of the mountain cliff. The thunderbolt weapon of tremendous speed whirled round and round the neck of Vritra for a period of 1 year, the time required for the sun to traverse through the zodiac before it severed and hurled the head of Vritas at the appointed hour on the exhaustion of his parada. Thereupon, kettle drums sounded in the heavens. The heavenly choir, consisting of Gandhavas, Siddhas, and Charanas, extolled Indra with mantras highlighting the prowess he showed in the destruction of Vritas, and showered a profuse rainfall flower on him. O valiant king, all witness the spiritual effulgence emerging from Rita's body and entering the realm that transcends all the manifested levels of existence. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sangitayam Pashtaskande Vritavado Nama Dwadashodhyaya Ata Trayodashodhyaya Shri Sukha Uvacha. Purification of Indra. Indra's apprehension. Shri Sukha said, O generous king, all in the three worlds felt freed from their woes and filled with joy, with the sole exceptions of Indra. All of the assembled devas, rishis, pritis, bhutas, asuras, and gandhavas, besides Brahma, Parameshwara, and Indra himself, returned to their respective abodes. The Raja said, O sage, I am desirous of knowing why Indra failed to be happy. While all the other celestials were happy, why was Indra alone unhappy? Sri Sukha said, terrorized by the might of Vitra, all the devas and Maharshis have appealed to Indra to destroy him. But Indra had been reluctant to do so because of the fear of Brahma Hatsya, or sin of killing a Brahmana. Indra said, in order to help me, human, earth, water, and trees, divided and appropriated among themselves the sin I derived from killing Vishwarupa. Sri Sukha said, hearing these words of Indra, the rishi said to him, may good fortune befall you. We shall help you to perform an Ashwamedha sacrifice. Entertain no fear of the sin committed by you. If you adore the Supreme Being Narayana, the Lord and the Master of all, the souls of all souls, you will be free from the sin of slaughtering even the whole world. By chanting whose names and excellences, even killers of holy men, of cows, of their fathers, of their mothers, of their teachers, etc., as also those who eat dog's flesh, are most degenerate, are purified by the devoted worship of Him, Supreme Being, by means of a horse sacrifice that we propose to perform. You will be unaffected by the sin of killing even all beings in the world, beings who are none but expression of the Lord Himself. What then to speak of the slaughter of this cruel one? Indra Anna Brahmahatya. Sri Sukha continued. Thus, from by the rishis, Indra had killed Vritra, and now the son of Brahmahatya overtook him. He had to undergo very great suffering on account of this sin, for even virtues does not bring joy to one who has done something that makes him ashamed of himself and despicable in the eyes of others. He saw Brahmahatya following him in the form of an old shivering outcast woman, infected with phthisis and wearing a blood-stained cloth. She said she had grey, disheveled hair, and she was polluting the air everywhere with her breath, emitting the smells of rotten flesh. She followed Indra, calling out to him to stop. O king, the 100-eyed Indra rushed to the sky and all the quarters without getting peace anywhere. At last, going in the northeastern direction, he took shelter in a Manasa lake. Revolving in the mind on the ways of getting rid of the sin of Brahmahatya, he lived for 100 years in water, hiding in the delicate fiber within the stalk of the lotus flower, without the enjoyment he usually derived from the sacrificial offerings. For, being hidden in water, fire, who is the conveyor of such offerings, could not reach him. During this period of Indra's absence, Nahusha, who was endowed with a strength born of meditation, austerity, and yoga, ruled over heaven. But when, out of infatuation resulting from wealth and power, he made indecent advances to Indra's wife, he was reduced to the state of a serpent. Indra's purification. In the meantime, the virulence of Indra's sin was mitigated by the influence of Rudra, the presiding deity of the region where Indra hid, and by the grace of the consort of Vishnu, dwelling in a lotus in the Manaka lake. Furthermore, purified by meditation of Mahavishnu, Indra was invited by great Maharshis to return to the heavenly region.
Outside of Bharata's house, the Brahmarshis then came and made Indra perform a horse sacrifice in adoration of the Supreme Being. When Indra, under the direction of the great Vedic scholars and ritualists, performed the Ashwamedha sacrifice in adoration of him who has assumed the forms of all the deities, devatas, the whole of the sin of Brahma Hatya that had affected him dispersed like dew before the sun. Thus, by that horse sacrifice conducted by great rishis like Marichi, according to the rules of the ritualistic code in adoration of the Supreme Being, the bestower of the fruits of all actions, Indra became cleansed of all his sins. This narrative concerning the victory and the redemption of Indra obliterates the sin of those who hear it. As it extols the Lord and describes the doings of his devotees, it enhances devotion in those hearing it. Let people read it time after time, and especially hear it read on days considered holy. Wise men will derive from the body of it a great strengthening of their faculties, as also prosperity, fame, longevity, and freedom from sins and enemies. It will bring them all that is auspicious.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sangitayam Pashtakande Indri Vijayo Nama Tatro Dashodhyaya Ata Chatur Dashodhyaya Parikshit Uvacha.
Skanda 6, chapter 14, the story of Chitraketu. Further questions about Vritra. Raja Parikshit said, O illumined one, how did this Vritra, whose nature was rooted in Rajas and Tamas, and who was very sinful, obtain such firm devotion for the worshipful Narayana, the inner pervader of all beings? Even in Devas, who are endowed with the quality of sattva, and in great rishis who have attained purity of mind, this kind of unalloyed devotion is not found. Living beings are countless in this world like grains of sand. Among them all, in the human species, there are only a few here and there who aspire and strive for spiritual development. O Holy One, even among them still fewer are aspirants for mukti, liberation. And among such aspirants, only a very limited number succeed in abandoning hearth and home and realizing the Atman. O great soul, among the crore of such liberated and spiritually illumined beings again, persons who have perfect equipoise and single-hearted ecstatic love for Narayana are extremely rare. How then did this Vitra, a sinful oppressor of all the worlds, come to have such firm devotion for Krishna, the existence of knowledge, the existence, knowledge, bliss, absolute, even when engaged in a fierce battle? O revered Sir, we have great doubt in this matter, and we are therefore very much desirous of having a true understanding of it. This Vritra won the admiration of Indra by his prowess. His resignation to the Lord could not therefore have been caused by fear. Chitraketu meeting Angiras. Sutta said, Sri Sukha, the son of Bhadrayana, on hearing these sincere and earnest words of Parikshit, praised him for putting such a question and began to answer it. Sri Sukha said, Listen, O king, to the traditional account on this subject, which I heard from Veda Vyas, Narada and Devala. In the land of Surasena, near Mathura, there was a famous emperor named Chitraketu, in whose region the earth yielded all the requirements of man. That king had many wives, but every one of them was barren, and the king was therefore without any issue. Though possessed of all desirable endowments like beauty, generosity, youth, high birth, learning, lordliness, and wealth, he was very much worried. He was very much worried over his wives being barren and he without issue. Neither wealth, nor his numerous beautiful wives, nor his vast empire could give him happiness under the above circumstances. Once the worshipful Rishi Angiras happened to arrive at the king's place in the course of his peregrinations all over the world. After receiving him, standing and offering him an honored seat and ceremonial worship, the king seated himself with a restrained mind near the rishi. O king, addressing King Chitraketu, who was seated near him on the floor, in all humility, the rishi returned the courtesy and said to him as follows. The rishi Angira said, I hope yourself and your subjects are healthy and happy, just as man is protected by a defensive wall of 7 aspects of Prakriti, namely Mahatattva, Ahankara, and the 5 Tanmatras. So also, king's defense consists of 7 constituents of the state: the preceptor, ministers, inhabited villages, fortresses, treasury, machinery of enforcement, and allies. The king thrives by putting confidence in these constituents of state, and they by rallying round the king. I hope all your household and state functionaries are obedient and faithful to you, your wives, subjects, ministers, executives, officers, servants, vassals, and children. He who has been able to control the mind, to him all the above mentioned are obedient. Not only that, all the worlds and their rulers come to him with tribute unfailingly. You do not seem to be happy within. Why is it so? Is it due to some internal worries or due to some extraneous causes that I see you as one with his cherished desires unfulfilled? Your face is overcast with worrying thoughts. O king, being thus questioned by the sage, who could, if he liked, intuit anything if he wanted to know, Chitraketu, in his eagerness for a son, replied to him as follows, making prostrations in all humility. King Chitraketu said, O all-knowing one, for yogins who have overcome all evil tendencies through austerity, knowledge, and meditation, what is there unknown about a person's inside and outside? You know the minds of all. Yet since you have now put the question, I shall give out the cause of my worry. Even though enjoying the power and plenty of an emperor, unattainable even by the world's overlords, none of these pleases me, who am eager for an issue, just as a man hungry and thirsty is not satisfied with anything but food and drink. O great one, being issueless, I, along with my ancestors, will be consigned to hell. By helping us to have an issue, deign to save us from this fate. Birth of son to Chitraketu. Sri Sukha said, the learned, merciful, and all-knowing Angiras, the son of Brahma, made the king prepare some sacrificial food offering and perform a sacrifice to Tavashta, O king, the Maharshi gave the sacrificial remnant to the seniormost of the king's wives, named Krita Duty, to eat. Afterwards, the Maharishi Angiras, the son of Brahma, told the king that he would have a son who could be the cause of both joy and sorrow to him, and departed. That queen, Krita Duty, by consuming that sacrificial remnant, bore a son from the seed of Chitraketu, as the goddess Kritika from the fire deity Agni. O king, the fetus that originated from the virility of the king of Surasena developed in Krita Duty as the disk of the moon in the bright fortnight. When in due course the time for delivery arrived, a boy was born bringing great joy to all the inhabitants of Surasena, who heard about the same. Rejoiced at it, Chitraketu took purificatory bath, put on decorations, got the blessings of holy men for the infant, and got its birth rituals, Jata Karma, performed. Presented them with gifts of gold, silver, clothes, ornaments, villages, horses, elephants, and above all, 60 crores of cows. As the clouds shower a rain, so the high-minded king made gifts very liberally to all for the prosperity, fame, and longevity of his son. The king's attachment for the son, whom he had obtained with such great difficulty, grew day by day, as a miser's attachment for hard-earned wealth. The mother, Krita Duty, too developed towards her son attachment that verged on infatuation, while the grief of her co-wives for their childless condition also began to intensify. Chitraketu now ceased to have for his childless wives the same degree of love that he developed for the one whose child he could now fondle with affection every day. These co-wives suffered intensely from the combined effect of their envy towards Krita Duty and their inferiority complex, their childlessness, and the king's neglect of them. Woe unto those childless, unfortunate, devoid of husband's confidence, and looked down upon as a maid servant by her co-wife who has become a mother. Maid servants who receive the recognition of their masters again and again for service have no cause to be aggrieved, but alas for us, unfortunate beings who are like maid servants of a maid servant, so these co-wives grieved. Great was the fire of anger and jealousy generated in them at the sight of their co-wife's treasure of a child, while the indifferences which the king developed towards them helped to fan the flame of that fire. Poisoning of the child. Deprived of all goodness and discriminative intelligence, due to the jealousy and animosity, and prompted by their intolerant hatred for the faithless king, these cruel-hearted women administered poison to the infant. Krita Duty, unaware of the wicked act of the co-wives, was under the impression that the child was sleeping and kept herself busy with domestic work. But later, the intelligent Krita Duty felt that the child was asleep for far too long a period, and so called her maid to bring the child. On approaching the child on its bed, the maid was shocked to see the infant with pupils turned up and its vital forces, senses, and mind not functioning. She fell down screaming, "Alas, dead I am!" Hearing the loud and piteous cries of the woman who was beating her breast, the Queen Krita Duty went to her side, only to be shocked to see her child most unexpectedly lying dead. Immediately she fell down and swooned. out of overwhelming grief, her hair disheveled and clothes in disarray.
Hearing the cries, men and women living in the palace all came to the spot and joined the others in crying with an equal measure of anguish and sorrow. Those responsible for the dastardly act also shed crocodile tears and joined the party of mourners. Stunned with uncontrollable grief on hearing about the most unexpected and inexplicable death of his beloved son, the king, attended by his officers and advisers, came to the spot with great difficulty, almost blind with grief and often stumbling and falling on the way. The king, whose locks and garments had become loose, fell at the feet of the dead child. He was sighing deeply and his voice was choked by sobs. Seeing her only child dead and her husband overwhelmed with grief on account of that, the queen began to lament variously, recounting her woes and causing great anguish in the hearts of the ministers and other people. The torrential flow of tears, mixed with the colorium in her eyes, fell on her breast and mingled with the red saffron applied thereon. With her hair dishevelled, the flower wreaths falling, and garments in disarray, she began to moan aloud in a voice like that of the bird Kurabi, osprey. O Creator, you, who function contrary to your own creative activity, must indeed be unbelievably foolish. The death of a very young person, while old individuals are left behind, is an insane to the point. If you are doing this deliberately and not out of foolishness as said before, you will be distinguishing yourself as an enemy of your own creatures. If it is said that in birth and in death there is no such rule based on the age of individuals, they being determined by the karma of the jivas, then you are cutting asunder the bond of affection which you have yourself generated for the multiplication of the species. For people who will abstain from having children, if such dire consequences attend on having them, O son, it does not befit you to desert me, your mother, afflicted and helpless. Look at your sorrow-stricken father also. With your help, we could have easily got over the hell which issueless people cannot cross. Do not go far away with the merciless Yama. Oh, my dear child, get up. Other children are calling you to play. You have been sleeping long and must be hungry now. So take food, have your feed at the breast, and comfort us, your near and dear ones. O son, my unfortunate self misses your face with its charming childlike and placid look. Have you been taken by pitiless Yama to that land from which there is no return? I am not able to hear your sweet indistinct speech. Sri Sukha said. Sorrowing with his wife, who was indulging in such words of lamentation, King Chitraketu burst forth into loud wails. All their relatives, men and women gathered there, joined the couple in their wailing. Everything before the impress of death. Seeing that group of sorrowing people, leaderless and reduced to state of inertness, the two sages, Angiras and Narada, appeared on the scene.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Shashtaskande Chitra Ketu Vilopo Nama Chaturskando Chaturdasho Adhyaya Panchamadasho Adhyaya Sri Shuka Uvacha.
Skanda 6, chapter 15. Consolation of Chitraketu by the sages. Transitionaries of life. Sri Sukha said, instructing the king, who was lying like a corpse by the side of the dead body of his son, the sages spoke to him the following words of wisdom. They said, O great king, he for whom you are mourning, what is he to you? In this flux of creation, how were you related to the dead child in the previous birth, and what is to be the relation in future births? The idea is that these relations are never the same in different births. There may be no relation or there may be the reversed relations also, the father being reborn as the son. Just as the grains of sand come together and separate in a current of water, so are living beings united and separated by the flow of time. Just as sprouts may sometimes grow from seeds and sometimes not, so do offsprings come sometimes out of parents and sometimes do not, as dictated by the Lord's Maya. Parental relation need not be taken more seriously than that between seeds and sprouts. Just as I, you, and all these creatures did not exist before birth and will not exist after death, so they do not exist even now. The Lord of all, the unoriginated being, brought out of himself the creative categories by the exercise of his inherent power, and with these categories that are dependent on him. He performs the work of creation, preservation, and dissolution of all beings held absolutely under his control. In creation, he has no object to gain as child in play. O king, a man is born to the body of a father through the body of the mother, just as a seed is grown from an earlier seed. Thus, the body changes while the indwelling soul remains the same, like the causal categories in objects. Just as the distinction made between the universal and the particular is an assumption, so also the distinction between the spirit and the body and their coming together is an assumption. The soul alone is the abiding reality. The concomitance between the two is no proof that the spirit dies with the body. Response of Chitraketu. Sri Sukha said, thus comforted by the sages, King Chitraketu wiped his sorrow-stricken face and said, who may you be that have come here, disguised as bare-bodied wanderers, avadutas, but possessing the highest wisdom and deserving the first rank among those called great? Holy men, dear to the Lord, move about in the world, hiding their greatness under their veil of abnormal looks and ways, in order to bless worldly-minded persons like myself. Sanat Kumara and his group Narada, Ripu, Angiras, Devala, Asita, Apantaratama, Vyasa, Markandeya, Gautama, Vasishta, Parashurama, Kapila, Sri Shuka, Durvasas, Yajnavalkya, Jatukarnya, Aruni, Romasa, Chavana, Dattatreya, Asuri, Patanjali, Vedasiras, Bodhya, Panchasiras, Hiranyava, Kansula, Kausalya, Shrutadeva, Ritadwaja, these and many other sages go about the world in order to bestow spiritual knowledge on others. Therefore, it is befitting that you hold this lamp of wisdom and remove the darkness of one like me, walking in the ignorance like a village swine. Life bedeviled with sorrow. The Rishi Angiras said, O king, I am that Angiras who helped you to obtain a child. This is the all-knowing and worshipful sage Narada, the son of Brahma. We have arrived here thinking of you and to bless you, who are now submerged in grief arising from the loss of a son, a fate with the votary of holy man and a devotee of the Lord like you does not deserve. Even when I visited you earlier, I wanted to impart knowledge to you, but finding that you were then more intent on having an issue, I helped you to get one. You have now understood the kind of sorrow that people with children are likely to suffer from. All other kinds of worldly relationships and attainments too, whether they be related to wife, houses, wealth, power, objects of enjoyment, land, kingdom and its majesties, army, treasury, servants, ministers and allies, are causes of sorrow, pride, fear and worry. They are fleeting phenomena like a castle in the air, and have no ultimacy as in the case of experiences caused by dream, magic and reverie. All these objects of enjoyment, which have no substantiality, are merely creations of the mind, for they are experienced one moment and are gone in the next. It may be said that they are products of one's meritorious and evil actions. No, it is from the mind engaged in the constant thoughts arising from the tendencies acquired from previous actions that various future actions and their results spring. This body of man, constituted of material substances, sense organs, and organs of action, is the cause of difficulties and sorrows of various kinds. Therefore, meditate on the Atman with a peaceful mind and get rid of the idea of permanency you have in regard to the world of duality. Sri Narada said, "Receive from me with one pointed mind the mantra that I shall impart to you. It brings about the highest good of man and gives the experience of sankarshana to those who meditate on it with concentration for a week. O king, it was by taking refuge at his feet that a great one like Paramasvara got over the ignorance-born identification with the body and attained to that state of spiritual power and glory, unequaled and unsurpassed, that is his. You too will attain to it if you worship him with a devout heart."
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Shashtaskande Chitraketu Santavanam Nama Panchadasho Adhyaya Atha Shodadasho Adhyaya.
Skanda 6, Chapter 16, Enlightenment of Chitraketu. Chitraketu meeting his sons Jiva. Sri Sukha said, "Next Devashi Narada, by the exercise of his yogic powers, showed the subtle body of the dead child to the sorrowing relatives and said to it," Sri Narada said, "O Jiva, may you be happy. See you not your father and mother and other relatives sorrowing for you. Assume your previous body and succeed to the throne. Surrounded by your relatives, spend the rest of your life in enjoyments provided by your father." The Jiva said, "I have been going from birth to birth in the transmigratory cycle among devas, brood creations and men according to my karma. In which birth of mine have these been my father and mother? In the succession of births, anyone might have been anyone's kinsman, consanguineous relation, enemy, unrelated neighbor, protector, or stranger. Just as the objects of sale like gold and ornaments made of it pass from one hand to another of transactions, so does the jiva pass from one womb to another of individuals belonging to the species of devas, man, and brute creations. Relationship, even with any living object, say with one's domestic animals, is found to be impermanent. So long as anything is considered one's own, there is relationship. When anyone's domestic animals are sold away, we do not look upon them as ours anymore. Even in the embodied state, the jiva is the eternal and non-egoistic spirit. He has a continuous existence even after death, but has no continuous identification with its previous embodiment or his associates of that birth. Only as long as a jiva is in a particular state of existence due to his karma, only so long will the relationship pertaining to it subsist. In his real nature, the jiva is part of a Ishvara, who is eternal, undecaying, subtle, the basis of all, and self-certifying awareness. In his real nature, this Atman has none specially dear or inimical to him. None is one's own, and none's another's. Without the attachments as a friend or a foe, he is the one being that stands as the witness of all who do good and bad actions. He is an unconcerned witness of all that is high and low, ever free. He does not share any enjoyment or suffering, nor does he accept anything, even the sovereignty of a state, as the fruit of his action. Chitraketu's transformation. Sri Sukha said, saying so, the jiva of the dead child departed. Then all its relatives were astounded, and cutting asunder the bond of attachment, They became free from grief.
The relatives of the child then cremated the body and performed the prescribed obsequies. They somehow succeeded in abandoning attachment, which is the prime cause of sorrow, infatuation, fear, and worry. O king, those cruel women who lost their luster because of the sin of infecticide became extremely ashamed of themselves, remembering the words of the rishi that all worldly entanglements, like children, are causes of sorrow. They abandoned jealousy and other vicious proclivities and performed on the banks of the Yamuna the rites prescribed by the priests as expiations of the sin. As for Chittaketu, the spiritual consciousness was roused by the words of Rishi, and just as the elephant emerges from the mud and mere of a lake, he emerged from the dark well of household life. He took his bath in the Yamuna, performed the rites of the pretis, controlled the senses through consecration on the Supreme Lord, and prostrated himself before the holy sages Narada and Angiras, before both offspring of Brahma. Pleased with the devout king, who had surrendered him his self and gathered his mind, the sage Narada communicated to him the following meditation. Meditation on Sankarashana. Om. Salutations to thee, who hast manifested thyself for worship by devotee as 4 Vayush. Epiphany. Vasudeva, Sankarashana, Prayaduma, and Aniruddha. O thou of the form of consciousness, O thou of the form of supreme bliss, O thou immersed in thy inherent bliss, O thou the ever peaceful, O thou devote of diverse consciousness, salutations to thee. He in whom bliss consciousness has abolished all materiality, passions, and activities arising from Maya. He who is the great being that directs the powers of all senses. He of whom the universe is an expression. To him our salutations. With mind and speech failing to reach their source relapse, he, the pure consciousness beyond name and form, shines. May he, the source of the dichotomy of cause and effect, protect us. He from whom all the universe is born, in which it is established, in whom it dissolves, he whose presence persists in it through all the transformations, just as that of the clay in objects made of clay. To that Brahman our salutations. He whom the mind, intellect, senses, and the organs of knowledge are unable to comprehend, whose pranas and the organs of actions are not able to connect, I salute that being pervading inside and outside, like Akasha. It is because of his penetration into them by a part of his that the body, senses, prana, manas, and intelligence are able to function. Without his presence, these cannot function, just as iron cannot be molded without being heated. In all states of consciousness, waking, dream, and sleep, he is present as the witness of the jiva, but the jiva knows him not. Om, salutations to thee, O Bhagavan, O thou the highest being, O thou the Lord of all, O thou whose feet are served by the lotus buds of the hands of all devotees. Our salutations to thee, the Master of all divine majesties, the Lord of infinite glories and excellences. Chitraketu's vision. Sri Shuka said, O monarch, after teaching this meditation to the devoted and resigned king, Narada went along with Angiras to the realm of Brahma. For 7 days, Chitraketu practiced concentrated meditation on the mantra communicated by Narada, taking in nothing but water. Afterwards, he practiced the same meditation for 7 days more. as a subsidiary result of which he got the permanent leadership of the Vidyaras. Again, for 7 days, he practiced meditation with very great ardor and by helped by a mind that had attained to a state of very great refinement. He approached the feet of the Lord, Adishesha. He saw Adishesha, or serene face and eyes of reddish tinge, white in color like the inside fiber of lotus stalk, dressed in a blue cloth and wearing brilliant crown, armlets, girdle, bracelets, etc. Free from all his sins, Chitraketu's mind now attained to the state of extreme purity on account of his blessed vision, with devotion swelling in his heart, tears of spiritual joy flowing from his eyes, and horripilation all over. He took shelter in the Lord and made prostration to him. The tears of love flowing from his eyes moistened the Lord's footstool again and again, and for long he could not utter even a word in praise of him, as his voice was choked by intense emotion. Soon he managed to control his emotions by the exercise of his intellect. Having recovered the power of speech, he gathered all the outward going tendencies of the senses, and concentrating all the powers of the mind on the Lord, addressed by the following hymn to the manifestation of him and the Adishesha described in the text of on Bhakti. Chitraketu's hymn. Chitraketu said, "Unconquerable one, thou hast, however, been conquered by great devotees who have conquered their minds and are established in that unperturbed outlook resulting from seeing thee in everything. And they, the desireless devotees too, have been conquered by thee, who dost annex them to thyself completely by giving thy all-embracing self to them in unitary consciousness. The creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe are expressions of thy spiritual glory. Those deities concerned with such cosmic functions are only part of thy part. But not understanding this, and considering themselves independent entities, they struggle against one another in vain. Thou, the being without a beginning, middle, or end, art verily in the beginning, middle, and end of everything, of entities from atomic to cosmic dimension. What is persistently present in an entity and its beginning and, and at and at its end? It only what exists in the middle also. This cosmos is encased in 7 sheaths of earth. What in 7 sheaths of earth, water, fire, air, sky, eye sense, ahankara, and the great element mahatattva. Each succeeding sheet being 10 times vaster than the earlier one. Amidst countless such world system, Brahmadas, the cosmic shell or world system of ours in whirling about like an atom in an infinitude of thyself. The anatta or the endless one, men full of enmity and therefore thirsting for sensuous enjoyment, worship deities like Indra, who are the expressions of thy glory, but not thee, the supreme truth in thy fullness. The reward that such persons get in heavenly regions of these deities cease at the end of their period of supremacy, just as the dependents of a king lose everything when the king loses his throne. O Supreme Being, if man directs his desire nature to thee, who art luminous consciousness beyond the gunas of Prakriti, he will not be affected by tendencies that create rebirth, just as fried seeds do not germinate. Desire nature is burnt and transformed through communion with thee. It is desire nature turned to the sense object that cause the bondage of duality. O victorious one, when thou dost promulgate the flawless Bhagavad Dharma, then this thou become truly victorious. For all the great sages, like Sanat Kumara and others, who have no possession but thee, and who delight only in the spirit, follow that dharma for the attainment of the spiritual Suman Bowman. Those who follow the Bhagavata Dharma are not self centered and are therefore free from the partial outlook which makes such distinction as I and you, mine and yours. The desire prompted works are vitiated by the passions of the mind. They are therefore impure, impermanent, and full of mortal defects. What good can come out? What achievements can be there by practicing Vedic ritualism, the performance of which causes sufferings to one's body and to others? By torturing one's body in the performance of rituals, they incur thy displeasure as thou art residing in all. And by inflicting sufferings on others, like the sacrificial animals, they become guilty of unrighteous actions. It may be feared that the Bhagavata Dharma consisting in disinterest and dedicated action is futile. No, thy law can never be futile. The noble ones who see thy presence in all beings, moving and unmoving, follow this law of divine worship, the Bhagavata Dharma. It is not in the least impossible that thy vision, all the sins of the aspirants are dissipated. For even the most degraded man is liberated from samsara by hearing thy sacred name even once. How then can thy dharma be futile? O worshipful Lord, by thy vision we have become extremely pure, as all the evil tendencies of our minds have been effaced by thy vision. What was being said by thy devotee Sri Narada cannot but come to pass. Thou, without a beginning or an end, to thee who pervadest everything, the thoughts and actions of all beings are known. There is nothing that we need make known to thee. It would be like fireflies revealing through things to the sun. Salutations to thee, the worshipful Lord, who is the master of creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe. To thee, the transcendent being who is beyond the understanding of perversive yogis dominated by dualistic consciousness. He, following whose will alone all the protecting deities of the universe make any move, he by whose functionings alone will the sense power functions, he on whose head the earth rests like a mustard seed. To him the worshipful Sankarsana, endowed with 1,000 heads and with all the divine powers, my salutations. Instructions to Chitraketu. Sri Shuka said, O king of the Kurus, exalt thus the worship Lord Ananta, was much pleased with Chitraketu, who had now become the head of the Vidyaharas, and said to him thus, the Lord said, O king, by the practice of meditation communicated to you by Narada and Angiras, and by my vision, thereby you have become great in spiritual attainments. All the objects in the universe are myself. Within them I am all I am, the witnessing self. I am also the cause of the origin, the Veda, Sabda Brahma, and Prakriti, Param Brahman, and my two eternal bodies are my two eternal bodies. Known the Atma to be pervading, the world is its experiencer, and the world to be spread in him as the object of experience. Both the world and the Atma are pervaded by me, and both are established in me. It happens that a dreamer dreams that he is fast asleep, and in that sleep he dreams mountains, forests, etc. within himself. Shortly, his dream, he has awakened, and in that waking in dream, he perceives himself as lying in the corner of a room. To that sleeping man, all these dreams and that waking in dream are mere projections of his own thoughts. So are the waking dream and sleep of everyday experience, projection of the Lord's power of Maya. One should identify oneself as he who is the witness of these states and not their victim. That consciousness by which a man who is fast asleep knows himself to be asleep and experiences blissfulness and non-awareness of any object of which he has memory afterwards, known to be myself, the Brahma, transcending the gunas of Prakriti.
When one reflects on both the waking and the sleep states, one is aware of the persistence of the same principle of consciousness through both. This one should draw the conclusion that this concomitant consciousness is the witness, different from the states. It is identical with Brahman. When the spirit forgets its identity with me and lapses into the state of separateness, he becomes subject to birth and death in the transmigratory cycle. No peace can be had by one who, having obtained a human body, a state in which one can have intellectual knowledge and spiritual intuition, fails to make any effort in that direction. Seeing, on the one hand, the prospect of pain in worldly desires, and in work for their attainment there's also the temporary nature of the satisfaction they give, and on the other, the way to peace and fearlessness in the renunciation of desires and desire-oriented works, man should abandon resolutions based on desire prompting him to work for the enjoyment of their fruits. Men and women undertake various kinds of work for the attainment of happiness and freedom from pain. But as a matter of fact, they attain neither freedom from pain nor happiness. Observing the opposite results occurring to people who take pride in being wise and clever, knowing the subtle truth of the Atman as the witness of three states of waking, dream, and sleep, cultivating extreme detachment in respect of all experiences of the senses, and seeking satisfaction in the knowledge of the scripture and in the realization of the truths they inculcate, man should cultivate supreme devotion to me. The realization of the Supreme Being as the one sole existence is the truth that should be known without any doubt by persons whose mind has attained to purity through spiritual communion. If you heed to these words of mine with serious attention, then you would before long become endowed with knowledge and realization. Sri Sukha said, Sri Hari, the soul of the world and the teacher of all, taught and consoled Chitraketu in this way and disappeared as the latter looked on.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Shashtaskande Chitraketo Paramaharanam Nama Shodasho Jaya Atha Saptadasho Jaya Sri Sukha Uvacha.
Skanda 6, Chapter 17. How Chitraketu became Vritra. Parvati's curse on Chitraketu. Sri Sukha said, Chitraketu, who had now become a Vidyadhara, traveled through the sky in the direction in which Adisesha disappeared after making salutations in that direction. Endowed with the inexhaustible power of the body and senses on account of his great yogic attainments, and extolled by hosts of Munis, Siddhas, and Charanas, Chitraketu, the great yogi, sported for several lakhs of years in the wish-yielding valleys of the Mount Mahameru, making his Vidyadhara women sing hymns in praise of Sri Hari. Once, in the aerial vehicle presented to him by Mahavishnu, he went to see Parameshvara, the master of the mountain, accompanied by a vast host of Siddhas. There, seeing Shiva sitting with his consort Parvati on his lap and embracing her, Chitraketu laughed aloud and said as follows in the hearing of the Devi. Chitraketu said, He, Sri Rudra, is the most important among embodied beings and the teacher of the whole world, and yet he sits in public assembly in the embraces of his wife while he explains dharma to others, wearing matted locks reputed for great austerities and the president of the Assembly of Learned Theologians, he nonetheless sits with his wife on his lap shamelessly like a vulgar person. Even a vulgar person will hold a woman thus only in privacy, but this one, reputed for his great austerities, is doing so in public. Sri Sukha said, O King, Lord Rudra, whose mind was deep and unperturbable, only smiled at this a little, but remained silent. The members of the assembly too sat silent, following the example of the Lord. When Chitraketu, ignorant of the Lord Shiva's greatness, uttered these highly unbecoming remarks, Sri Parvati, roused to anger, spoke thus to the impertinent Vijayadhara, who insolently prided himself upon self-control. Sri Parvati said, Is this man the accredited authority to criticize, restrain, and punish shameless and wicked beings like ourselves? He speaks as if he were. Is Brahma, the lotus-born, a stranger to Dharma? Are Bhrigu, Narada, and other offspring of Brahma ignorant of it? Do not the Kumaras, Kapila, and Manu understand its principles? Are they not all honoring Hara, the so-called transgressor of Dharma? Who then is this small fry to do so? This degenerate fellow of a Kshatriya who dares to override the views of all great men and criticize Rudra in this way. Rudra, whose feet are fit to be contemplated upon by Brahma and others, who is the teacher of the whole world and who is the holiest among holy beings. That impudent man deserves punishment. A man so conceited and arrogant does not deserve to go anywhere near the Lord of Vaikuntha, who is served only by the persons of great holiness, devoid of this kind of egotism. So, O arrogant one, you wanton child, may you have an evil embodiment as an asura, in order that you may not do this kind of offense to great men. His unperturbed reaction. Sri Sukha said, when cursed thus, Chitraketu descended from his aerial vehicle and humbly making prostrations to Sri Parvati, tried to pacify her. Chitraketu said, O goddess, I accept your curse with both arms. Whatever divinities bestow on one, whether it be favorable or unfavorable, is all the result of one's karma. The jiva, overpowered by ignorance and moving about in this cycle of transmigratory existence, enjoys pleasurable and painful experiences wherever he may be born. Neither oneself nor others are responsible for one's happiness and misery. The ignorant man alone thinks that himself and others are the cause. In this perpetual movement of Prakriti, what is the place of a curse or a blessing, of pain or pleasure, of heaven or hell? They are all ephemeral. Possible one, the Lord of all, creates everything with the power of his Maya and bestows on them joy and sorrow, liberation and bondage. No one is especially dear to him or inimical, none specially related or friendly, none his own or alien. For him who is always unaffected and alike to all, there is no incentive for pleasure, much less for anger. Yet his Maya in the form of karma makes for pleasure and pain, bondage and liberation, birth and death. In fact, for the entire involvement of the jiva in the cycle of transmigratory existence. Therefore, O angry one, I desire to pacify you, but it is not for release from the curse you have pronounced. O great lady, it is for asking pardon of you if what I said was improper. Shiva's advice to Parvati. Sri Sukha said, O subduer of foes, thus pacifying Parvati and Parameshvara, Chitraketu went away in his aerial car, as all watched in wonder. Then the worshipful Rudra said as follows to Sri Parvati in the hearing of all devas, rishis, asuras, siddhas, and attendants. Sri Rudra said, O handsome one, do you now see the greatness of even the servant of the servants of Sri Hari, of wonderful deeds, of those men who are great in their devotion and in the absolutely desireless state of their mind? Whether it be in the enjoyments of heaven, the freedom of liberation, or the sufferings of the purgatory, These great devotees of Mahavishnu see him and him alone and are free from every kind of fear. It is due to the sportive action of the Lord's power that the jivas get bodies and all the contrary experiences of life like birth and death, happiness and misery, curse and blessing. The distinction of objects, good and bad, desirable and undesirable, is a kind of valuation made in our minds on the basis of our ignorance. It is like mistaking a flower wreath for a snake. For those who have supreme devotion to the worshipfulness, Vasudevayana are therefore endowed with the power of knowledge and renunciation. There is no need to depend upon anything in this world. The Lord is the support in all conditions. All of us, including myself, Brahma, Sanat Kumara, Narada, and other offspring of Brahma, Indra, and other devas, are but parts of a part of Mahavishnu, the divine self. But being actuated by the feeling that we are by ourselves sovereign powers, we are not aware of his all-embracing will that is being worked out through us. Much less are we aware of his presence everywhere. For him there is none who is specially dear, an enemy, or a stranger. Being the self in all beings, Hari is dear to all alike. This great man, Chitraketu, is a devotee who loves the Lord intensely. He is even sighted everywhere, ever peaceful. Being myself a devotee of Mahavishnu, I feel no displeasure towards him. Therefore, there is nothing to wonder at in any matter connected with the peaceful and even sighted devotees of Mahavishnu, for they are beyond all our calculation. Chitraketu becomes Vritra. Sri Sukha said, hearing these words of the Lord Shiva, the goddess Parvati was pacified and no longer wondered at the conduct of Chitraketu. The great devotee Chitraketu, though capable of cursing the Devi in return, submitted himself to the curse without any reaction. Such conduct is the sign of holy man. Assuming the form of an asura, but endowed with knowledge and devotion, this Chitraketu was born as Vritra in the Dakshinagni of Twashta, who sacrificed in it for creating an agent for destroying Indra. I have now answered your question how Vritra and Asura could have constant remembrance and love of the Lord. By hearing the holy story of this great devotee, Chitraketu, and listening to the great excellences of Lord Vishnu's devotees, man is liberated from bondage. A man who gets up early in the morning and studies this narrative every day with faith, self-control, and constant remembrance of Sri Hari will attain to the highest spiritual state.
Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansam Sanhitayam Shashtaskande Chitraketu Shapo Nama Sapta Ashojyaya Atha Shashta Ashojyaya Sri Sukha Uvacha.
Skanda 6, Chapter 18, The Births of the Maruts, other progeny of Aditi. Sri Shuka said, Prashini, the wife of Savita, the fifth son of Aditi, gave birth to 3 daughters who are the deities presiding over Gayatri, Vahriti, and Vida, and to 9 sons who preside over the sacrifices known as Agnihotra, Vasu, Soma, Chatramasya, and the 5 daily obligatory yajnas, Panchamyanas. O dear king, the wife of Bhaga, named Siti, gave birth to 3 sons, Mahima, Vibhu, and Prabhu. She had also a daughter of great beauty and virtue named Asis. Datta, the 7th son of Aditi, had 4 wives named Kuhu, Simbali, Raka, and Anumati, and in them he had 4 sons, Sham, Darsham, Prata, and Puramasa, respectively. Vidhata, the eighth son of Aditi, begot his wife Kriya, the five presiding deities of the five fires known as Purushas. Varuna, the ninth son of Aditi, and Charsani as his wife, and of her was born Brigu, the offspring of Brahma reincarnated. The great sage Valmiki, reputed as having emerged from the anthill, was also the son of Varuna. The sages Agastya and Vashishta were sons of Mitra, the tenth son of Aditi and Varuna. Mitra and Varuna happened to emit their seed due to sexual excitement in the presence of the heavenly nymph Urvashi, and they deposited in a pot wherefrom were born the sages Agastya, Vashishta. Besides, Mitra begot by his wife Revati three sons named Utsarga, Arishta, and Kapila. We have heard that Indra, Aditi's seventh son, had his wife Sachi, daughter of Pomala, three sons named Jayanta, Rishabha, and Madhvan. The Lord in his incarnation assumed form of Vamana, Aditi's 12th and youngest son, had by his wife Kriti a son named Brichokala, who in turn had several sons like Shobhaga and others. About this incarnation, Vanma, born as the son of Kashyapa and Aditi, of his actions, excellences, and prowess, we shall describe in detail hereafter in 8th skanda. Issue of Diti, mother of Asura. Now I shall tell you about the issue that Kashyapa had by his wife Diti. It is in one of these lines that the great devotees Prahlada and Bali were born. Diti had two sons, Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu, who were respected by all the deities and Danavas and who became famous. In the 3rd skanda, their story has been narrated. Of these, Hiranyakasipu had by his wife Kiyadu and daughter of Jamba 4 sons named Samhadla, Anhudala, Kladla, and Prahlada. They had sisters named Sinika, who was married to Vrishachati, by whom she had a son named Rahu. It was Rahu's head that Mahavishnu cut off when Rahu slyly drank Amrita, immortal drink. Samhadla and by his wife Kriti a son named Panchajana. Klada's wife Klamini had 2 sons, Vatapi and Ivala. Of these, Ilvala, it is said, cooked Vatapati to feed their guest, Agastya. Anhulada had by his wife Sumya 2 sons, Bashkala and Mahisha. Prahlada's son was Vauchana, who had by his wife Devi a son Bali. By his wife Ansurya, Bali had 100 children, including Bana. By worshipping Sri Parmeshvara, Bana attained to a very high place among the devotees, and even to this day, Sri Parmeshvara stands guard for the protection of his palace. Diti had in addition 49 sons, who are all well known under common appellation as the Maruts. They had no issue. Indra converted them into devas. Diti's resolved to destroy Indra. Raja Parikshit said, O teacher, How did Indra change the Maruts born as Asuras into Devas, transforming their nature? What merit had they to make themselves eligible for the same? O Holy One, like me, all these assembled rishis too desire to be informed about this. So we request you to enlighten us on this theme. The sutta said, O Shonaka, thou's the leader of Satra. Hearing the request of the king, modest and brief, Sri Shuka expressed his approval of it and spoke his mind deeply concentrated. Sri Shuka said, on Titi's offspring, Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakshikasipu being destroyed by Mahavishnu, the ally of Indra, she, Diti, thought as follows, burning with anger, when shall I sleep soundly after effecting the destruction of Indra, sensuous, cruel, hard-hearted, and guilty of fratricide? Even the body of proud king is reduced on death to worms which feed on it, to the extra of the animals that eat, or to ashes when cremated. What can a person who oppresses others for the sake of such a body understand about his own real good? Only hell awaits him. How can I have a son who will be powerful enough to put an end to the overweening pride of this Indra, whose ego is bloated because his false notion that his body is something permanent? With this end in view, she did everything to please her husband by service, humility, love, and sense control. O king, quick in understanding the mind of man, she captivated her husband's mind by devotion to him and by her sweet speech and smiling looks. It is no wonder that Kashyapa Prajapati, though a wise man, became excited and overpowered by the charms of a woman and agreed to satisfy her wishes. For Brahma, the creator, found his creatures at first to have no worldly attractions and attachments, so he made one half of his body into that of a woman. Woman thus began to draw mind of men powerfully. O king, pleased very much by Diti's faithful and devoted service, the worshipful Kashyapu appreciated her very much and said to her smiling, Kashyapu said, O handsome and noble lady, I am very much pleased with you. Seek whatever boon you want. When the husband is pleased, what is there, here or hereafter, that a woman cannot achieve? The husband has been declared as the deity of women. Vasudeva, the consort of Shri, resides in the heart of all beings, and it is therefore him that a woman serves through the husband. It is him, Vasudeva, that men worship in images under different forms and names. It is him alone that women worship through the form of husband. O handsome lady, therefore devoted wives who aspire for blessedness worship the all-pervading Supreme Being through service of him in the shape of the husband with unfailing devotion. O graceful lady, I have been served by you well in the spirit with great devotion. Therefore, I shall grant you the boons you desire, which woman without such devotion cannot obtain. Diti said, childless as I am, I seek, if you are pleased to give me a boon, the birth of a son, free from death, who will be able to destroy Indra, who has been the cause of the destruction of both my children. The Prajapati's regret. Hearing this, the Prajapati became very repentant. He said to himself, alas, I am guilty of great transgression today. Alas, for allowing myself to be infatuated by Maya in the shape of a woman, and for the delighting in sensual pleasures, I shall be consigned to purgatory. In this matter, the woman, who is only following her nature, has no fault. It is I who has been thoughtless about the great purpose of life that deserves condemnation. For I have become a slave of my senses. None can know the intention of a woman. Her face may be smiling like an autumnal lotus. Her words may be sweet to hear, but her heart can none the less be sharp as a razor's edge. For a woman who seeks her selfish ends, none is really dear, and love is a mere pretense. For her selfish purpose, she can kill or bring about the death of anyone, husband, son, or brother. Her further thought, my promise should not be falsified. Indra, too, should not be killed. O king, thinking thus, Kashyapa left, annoyed with himself, and said, little angrily, instruction on Pumsavana. Kashyapa said, O good lady, if you sincerely follow the practices and vows I give you for the observance for 1 year, you will have a son capable of killing Indra. But if you break the vows, the son will be will be will be a friend of Indra and the Devas. Diti said, O learned one, I shall observe the vow. Please tell me what are allowed and what are prohibited during this observance, and what are the neutral and therefore not leading to break in the vow. Kashyapa said, no injury should be done to living creatures. No curse should be uttered on anyone. No untruth should be spoken. Nails and hair should not be cut. No unclean things should be touched. One should not take a dip in running water. One should not get angry. One should not speak with wicked people. Unbleached clothes should not be worn. A garland once worn and rejected should not be worn again. One should not eat the leavings of another. The offerings made to Chandrika should not be eaten. Meat preparations and food bought by a low-born man should not be taken. Food seen by a woman in her period should be avoided. Water should not be drunk from palm's cup. The following rules must be observed, especially when one gets out of the house. The mouth should not be unwashed after taking food. The hands and feet should be washed. The hair should not remain disheveled in the evenings. One should wear jewelries and the like. One should be controlled in speech. One should be properly dressed. One should not go to bed with feet unwashed and undried, with mind controlled, naked, with another in bed, or with head toward the north or west. One should not be sleeping in the mornings and evenings, twilight hours. The following must be practiced: wearing newly washed clothes, observing rules of cleanliness away, and adorning with auspicious substances like unguents and sandal paste. One should before breakfast offer worship to a cow, a holy man, Sri Devi, and Achyutya. One should offer worship to women who have husbands with garlands and sandal paste, food offerings, decorations, etc. So one should worship one husband, praise him, and think that he has entered into one's home. If this vow called Pum Savana, the observance leading to the birth of a son, is observed for 1 year, you will have a son capable of killing Indra. Birth of the Maruts. O Queen, agreeing to this, the high soul Diti bore the seed of Kashyapa and then began to practice the vow of Pumsavana. Adesuately. Now Indra, hearing soon about the resolution of his aunt Diti, came to her hermitage and took upon himself the duty of serving her during the period of her vow. According to her need, he daily brought from the forest such requirements as flowers, fruits, roots, sacrificial food, leaves, sprouts, earth, water, etc. The cruel-hearted Indra, who had intended on cursing a bridge on her vow, continued to serve her, disguising his real intention, just like a hunter who has put on an animal's form as a camouflage.
O king, Indra was not able to bring about any break in Titi's vow, despite all his keen interest effected. So he began to think very seriously about the ways and means by which he could preserve himself. In the meantime, as destiny would have it, Titi, who was very much weakened by the observance of the vows, fell asleep one day at the evening twilight when her mouth, hands, and feet were unwashed after meals. This was a breach of the vow, and taking advantage of it, Indra entered into the abdomen of the sleeping deity by his yogic power and cut that golden colored fetus with his thunderbolt weapon into 7 pieces. The 7 pieces of the fetus then began to cry, whereupon Indra, as if he were going to pacify them, told them to not cry and cut each of them into 7 again. O king, all these cut pieces cried out to Indra in all humility. O Indra, why do you want to kill us? We are Maruts, your brothers. Indra thereupon told them, do not be afraid, as all of you are indeed my brothers, and are to be my exclusive attendants. Though they were cut into pieces, the fetus in Diti's womb did not perish owing to the grace of Mahavishnu, the abode of Shri, just as you, Parikshit, were yourself saved by him from the missile of Aswatthama while you were in your mother's womb. By adoring him even once, man attains salvation. Diti had, however, been worshipped him for nearly 1 year, so she was bound to have his protection. These Maruts became 50 in number, including Indra. By the Lord's grace, their Asura nature derived from mother was erased, and they were made fit to drink Soma like the Devas. Purified by worshipping the Lord, Diti on awakening was very much pleased to find her children, fire-like in splendor, in the company of Indra. She said to Indra, Dear one, I undertook this difficult vow, desiring a son who will be a terror to all offspring of Aditi. I desired for only one son. How is that I have now got 49 of them? Please tell me the truth if you know it. Do not prevaricate. Indra said, O mother, knowing your resolution, I got close to you, and in order to abort the pregnancy, I cut the fetus into pieces. I am not a follower of Dharma, but one who cares only for the achievement of my selfish purposes. I first cut the fetus into 7, and they became 7 children. Each of these I cut again into 7. Still they did not perish. I concluded that this astonishing phenomenon was only a subsidiary effect of the worship of the Supreme Being. Those who know their own real interest are persons who worship the Lord, entertaining desire for nothing, not even mukti. Would any man with a modicum of intelligence ever desire for sense enjoyments, which could possibly be had even in purgatory, after being established in the adoration of the Supreme Mahavishnu? He gives even himself to a devotee, and who is the soul of one's own soul. O mother, may you kindly excuse this offense I have foolishly done to a great personage. Your fetus, which was destroyed, has fortunately come to life. Sri Sukha said, Diti was pleased with Indra for his frank admission. He prostrated himself before her, and taking her permission, returned to this heaven along with the Maruts. I have thus finished narrating to you the story of the birth of the Maruts. Is there anything more that you are interested to know?
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Syam Sanhitayam Shashta Skande Marut tu Chi Kathanam Namashta Dadasho Jaya Atai Konavim Shotyaya Rajo
Skanda 6, Chapter 19, Observance of Pamsavana. Question on Pamsavana. Raja Parikshit said, O learned one, you spoke of the vow called Pamsavana, by observing which Mahavishnu is propitiated. I wish to know more about it. Sri Sukha said, from the first day of the bright fortnight in the month of Magharisha, December to January, a woman should begin the practice of this vow with the permission of her husband. After listening to this story of the birth of Marut, she should take the blessing of holy men. Having beforehand cleaned her teeth and taken a bath, decorated herself, and put on clean clothes, before breaking her fast in the morning, she should worship the Lord Mahavishnu along with his consort Shri. She should salute the Lord with the following mantra: O Lord, thou art self-fulfilled without any wants. To thee, the independent, my salutations. Salutation to the consort of Shri and the master of all powers. O Lord of all, thou art possessed of all divine powers and attributes like mercy, lordliness, brilliance, greatness, vigor, etc. And therefore, thou art the master of all and the object of worship for all. O thou consort of Mahavishnu, O thou great creative power, O thou invested with all the powers like the Lord himself, O thou great mother of all, be propitious unto me. My salutations to thee. Mantra Torah of Pamsavana. Mantra for worship. Om Namo Bhagavate Mahapurushaya Patapaya Saha Mahapubhutipur Ali Muhaparani Iti. Salutations to the possessor of all six majesties. Salutations to thee, the possessor of infinite prowess. Salutations to thee, attended by Mahavibhutis, divine powers, personified as attendants. I make thee this offering. Uttering this mantra with great devotion and concentration, should one perform all items of worship like invocation, offering water for washing hands and feet, for sipping and bath, and presenting cloth, sacred thread, ornaments, sandal paste, flowers, incense, food offerings, etc. With the mantra Om Namo Bhagavate Mahapurushaya Mahavibhutipaya Pataya Swaha. With this mantra, oblations should be made 12 times in the sacrificial fire with the sanctified remnants of the food offerings made to the deity in the worship mentioned earlier. If one is desirous of great wealth, one should adore every day with devotion both Lakshmi and Narayana, who can grant all boons and who are the cause of all prosperity and welfare. Mindful of humility arising from an excess of devotion, one should make a full prostration, falling like a stick, repeat the mantras at least 10 times, and then recite the following verses in praise of Lakshmi and Narayana. You together, Lakshmi and Narayana, form the ultimate cause of the universe and the power that controls it. It is this goddess who is thy Maya Shakti that operates as primordial nature, Sukshma Prakriti, of extreme subtlety whom none can overcome. Thou, the Supreme One, art the master of this power. Thou art of the form of all yajnas, and the goddess Shri is the will to perform behind it. She is the sacrificial rite, and thou art the enjoyer of the fruits. This Devi is manifested nature, and thou art his manifesto, as time and its enjoyer too. Thou art the Atman in all embodied creatures, and the Devi is their body, mind, and senses. All name and form the Devi, and thou art their support and manifesto. Insofar as thou art the master of the universe and the grant of all their desires, may my prayer to thee be fruitful. Other details of worship. After thus extolling Mahavishnu, the abode of Shri and the grantor of all boons, as well as Shri herself, the food offerings should be removed and the water for achamana, purificatory sip, be given. Next, one should chant hymns extolling Sri Hari with great devotion and humility, then partaking of the remnants of the food offerings by mere smell, one should continue the worship. The woman should also make offerings of pleasing things to her husband with great devotion and awareness that she is worshipping the Lord through him. The husband too should be loving towards her and be giving her cooperation and support in the performance of all the ordinary and special rites. Between couples, in what one does, the other becomes a sharer. So when the wife is incapacitated to do a rite, the husband should do it with great attention. One who adopts this vow of worship of Vishnu should perform it every day without break. That person observing it must offer daily great devotion garland, sandal paste, food offerings, and decorations to holy men, women with husbands, and to the Lord himself. The deity should then be put back into his abode, and afterwards one should partake of the food offered to him along with others, purification of the mind and the fulfillment of all prayers. A pious woman should adore the Lord in this way for full 12 months of the year, that is, excluding intercalary months, and at the close, fast on the last day of Kartika. Early next morning after the fast, she should bathe and worship the Lord Krishna as before. Her husband should then make 12 oblations of rice cooked in milk and sprinkled with ghee according to the procedure described for Paka Yajna, cooked food offering. He should receive the blessing of highly pleased holy men, making humble prostrations to them, and take his food with their permission. Afterwards, he should stand in silence with all relatives before the Acharya and give the remnant of the sacrificial offerings to the wife to consume, for her happiness and the birth of worthy children, results of worship. By observing this vow properly, a man will have the fulfillment of all his wants. A woman observing it will be blessed with good fortune, prosperity, progeny, good reputation, a comfortable home, and a long-lived husband who would survive her. An unmarried girl will get a worthy husband. A childless widow will get over all her sins and attain moksha. A woman whose children have died will get long-lived issue. One wealthy but unfortunate will be attended by good fortune. An ugly woman can hope to have a seemly appearance. A sick man will be free from even a severe ailment and gain a healthy body with powerful senses. If one studies this account at a time of auspicious rites, he will have the blessing of the Pitris and the Devas. By reciting this at the end of the Homa, the sacred fire, Sri Devi and Sri Hari will be pleased and grant all that one desires. O King, I have narrated to you now the sacred account of the birds of the Maruts and the austere discipline that Diti observed. End of the 6th Skanda.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Vayasikya Mashta Tara Sanvaryanya Param Hansyam Sanhitayam Shashtamaskande Savartaraka Thanam Namaiko Navimsho Jaya Iti Shashta Skanda Samatha Hari Om Tat Sat. Shrimad Bhagavatam Saptama Skanda Atha Pratamo Jaya Raj
Skanda 7, Chapter 1. The Lord is free from partiality. The Lord favors none. Raja Parikshit said, O learned one, the Lord is the same to all. He is the dear one and the friend of all. Then why did he act like a partial person? Why did he kill the Asuras in order to favor Indra? For the Lord who is ever blissful, there is nothing that is to be achieved through Indra and the Devas. He who transcends the gunas of Prakriti has nothing to fear from Asuras and cannot in any way be inimical to them. Love and hatred are to be found only in those who identify themselves with products of Prakriti, root matter. How can these be in one who is above gunas? O great one, a grave doubt of this kind regarding the nature of the Lord Narayana is disturbing our mind. Please be gracious enough to clear this doubt. Sri Sukha said, O king, you have put a very relevant question about the Lord's wonderful sport, for it involves the greatness of his devotees too. After making obeisance to sage Vyasa, I shall narrate to you these deeds of the Lord, which bring out the greatness of the devotees like Prahlada, extolled by Narada and other sages, and having the power of enhancing devotion in its listeners. It is true that the Lord, who transcends the gunas, is birthless, free from all passions and partialities common to all embodied beings. But he assumes his yoga maya, or power of manifestation, with which he manifests as the two opposing forces, the attacker and the attacked, the thesis and the antithesis. Sattva, rajas, and tamas are the qualities of the Prakriti and not of the Atman. And Prakriti, though she by his power cannot affect him by her transformation, he being the omnipotent spirit. So the Atman is not affected by the modification of the gunas of Prakriti. O king, the dominance and decline of these two forces do not take place simultaneously, but one after the other as regulated by time.
When Sattva is dominant, he is found to favor the Devas and the Rishis. When Rajas is dominant, he is seen on the side of the Asuras. And when it is the turn of Tamas, he with Yakshas and Rakshasas. Though the Lord transcends Prakriti, he is reflected in the medium of the attributes of Prakriti, like the sun reflected in water and the fire appearing in fuel. But this reflection of the spirit is seen only in identification with the medium of Prakriti, namely the body in which it reflects. He is not apprehended in his distinctiveness by ordinary people, but wise men, by churning, as it were, their whole being with the churning rod of discrimination, discover the Atma residing within themselves. When the Supreme Being desires to create bodies in order with jivas, may enjoy the fruits of their actions, then he augments the Rajas aspect of his Yoga Maya. When he wants to sustain the creation and delight through the playful manifestation, then he augments the Sattva. And when he goes into cosmic slumber, he favors the domination of Tamas. Thus, he is the master of gunas, not they of him. O king, the Lord who, by a mere assertion of his will, can bring into being everything, creates through the instrumentality of Prakriti and Purusha, giving them as their ally and support his manifestation called time, characterized by the experience of the present moment. When the process of time favors the expansion of sattva, then Mahavishnu also seems to promote the progress of sattva in allying himself with the sattva dominated devas and destroying their enemies, the asuras, who are full of rajas and tamas. The salvation of enemies of God. In connection with this, there is a traditional narrative which was given out by Sri Narada at the Rajasuva sacrifice in Yudhishthira when the latter questioned him for the clarification of a doubt. When Yudhishthira at the great Rajasurya sacrifice saw with astonishment how the totally undeserving Shishupala, the king of the Kshatriks, gained union with Krishna, he questioned the divine Rishi Narada, seated there, as follows in the hearing of the assembled sages. Yudhishthira said, "It is a wonder to me to see how this Shishupala and non-arch enemy of the divine Krishna attained union with him, the supreme being. Vasudeva a fulfillment which is difficult to obtain even for all men of wholehearted devotion. All of us are eager to hear the explanations of this, how Vena, who insulted the Lord, was consigned with purgatory, while Shishpala, a traducer of the Lord, deserving hell, attained salvation. The sinful Shishupala, the son of Damakosha, and this Dhanavatra had said nothing but in verification of the Lord Govinda ever since they began to lisp as infants. Those tongues of theirs, which indulged even in cursing Mahavishnu, the, the immaculate Brahman, how were they spared from white leprosy? How were they those traducers of the Most High spared from hell? On the other hand, even while all were looking on, they got united with the Lord's being, a consummation that is difficult for one to achieve. This is an intriguing doubt which puzzles me and agitates my mind as wind flickers a flame or light. Please explain the rationale of it. Turning of passions Godward. Sri Shuka said, listening to those words of Yudhishthira, the worshipful Rishi Narada was very much pleased, and he said, addressing him in the hearing of all assembled there, Sri Narada said, the embodied state, which is the consequence of the inability to distinguish between Purusha and Prakriti, spirit and matter, is meant for the experience of such contrary conditions as insult and praise, welcome and rejection. O king, living beings feel injured when subjected to physical sufferings or insult. They also feel killed when threatened with physical death. This is due to their identification with the physical body, the feeling that I am this body, and the Supreme, who is the one without a second, who transcends Prakriti and is the soul and controller of everything, can have no particular identification with anything or attachment to anybody. How then can cruelty and violence be attributed to him when he chastises persons for disciplining them? Therefore, what is important is that the mind is constantly fixed on him. It does not matter whether it is due to antagonism or friendliness, fear or love, lust or any other passion. Through any of these, one should cease to be aware of anything but him. It is my view that through the ordinary communion of love, the mind does not get identified with him to the extent that it does through constant antagonism. The worm confined to the mold on the wall by the wasp and constantly made to think of it in anger and fear becomes converted into the shape of the wasp itself. In the same way, their antagonisms made persons like Shishpala constantly think of Krishna, the Supreme Being who had assumed the shape of man through Maya. By such constant thought, their minds were purified and they attained to him, being cleansed of all their impurities by fixing their minds on the Supreme Lord through lust, anger, fear, affection, or bhakti, devotion properly so called. Many have attained to his beings. The gopis through lust, Kamsa through fear, Shushpala and other kings through hatred, the Vrishnis and other allies through kingship, you, Pandavas, through affection, and we sages through bhakti. These, O great king, are examples of the above mentioned doctrine. The example of Veena you mentioned does not come within the 5 forms of relationship possible for man as mentioned above. He has indifference of a septic mind, and his mind was in no way fixed to the Lord. O son of Pandu. This Shushpala and Dhanavakra, the sons of your mother's sisters, were ordinarily the attendants of Mahavishnu in Vaikuntha, who happened to fall from their exalted places by the curses of the sages, antecedents of Hiranya. Yudhishthira said, who gave this curse, and of what nature was it, that it should affect even the servants of Sri Hari? It is unbelievable that such devotees with wholehearted devotion to him can ever get involved in the transmigratory cycle. The residents of Vaikuntha, who have no material bodies, senses, or pranas, how then would they get embodiment? This requires explanation. Narada said, once the great sages, Sanaka, Ananda, Sanatana, and Sanat Kumara, the sons of Brahma, in the course of their peregrinations through all the spheres of the universe, happened to go to Vaikuntha, the divine realm of Mahavishnu. These sages, more ancient than the most ancient, looked like children 5 or 6 years old. They were sky-clad, absolutely nude. The great keepers of Vaikuntha did not let them in, taking them to be mere infants. Angry at this, the sages cursed them, saying, you do not deserve to stay in the realm of Mahavishnu, which is of pure sattva, devoid of the touch of rajas and tamas. So you, too, will soon have a downfall and will be born in species of asuras. But feeling pity on these attendants faced with degradation from the exalted place, the sages also gave them a blessing that they would be fit to come back to their original state after 3 births in lower regions. They both were born as asuras in the womb of Diti, the mother of the asuras. The elder one was known as Hiranyakashipu, and the younger was Hiranyaksha. They commanded great respect among all grades of asuras. Hiranyakashipu was killed by the Lord, taking the form of a man-lion, and Hiranyaksha, when he incarnated himself as the cosmic ball to lift up the earth. Hiranyakashipu perpetrated many atrocities to kill his own son, Prahlada, who happened to be the great devotee of the Supreme Being. But he was not able by all his efforts to kill Prahlada, who was established in the perception of Brahman in everything, who had become one with the soul of all beings, who was full of peace, and who was permeated by the power of the Lord. In their next birth, they were born in species of Rakshasas as the son of Visharas and Kesami, under the names of Ravana and Kumbharkana, and became the terror of the world. Born as Rama in the line of Raghu, the Lord destroyed them for effecting their release from the curse. O king, will you hear about the prowess of Rama from the sage Markandeya? These same two have now been born among Kshatriyas as the sons of your mother's sisters under the names of Shushpala and Dantvakrata. Meeting death by Krishna's discus, they have been purified and freed from the effects of the curse. Concentrating their minds with great intensity on the Lord in the form of inveterate hatred of him, they have got resolves in Akutja and regained their place by Sri Hari's side as his attendants. Yudhishthira said, O learned sage, it behoves you to tell me how Hiranyakashipu happened to entertain such intense antagonism to his dear son of great excellence, and how he, Prahlada, came to have deep-rooted devotion to the Lord.
Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhansam Samhitayam Saptamaskandhe Prahlada Charito Pakhtane Me Panchamodhyaya Atha Dvitiyodhyaya Narada Uvacha. Consolation of Deity. Hiranyakashipu's heir. Narada said, O king, when his brother Hiranyaksha was destroyed by the Lord in his incarnation as the cosmic ball, Hiranyakashipu became agitated by both anger and sorrow. Trembling with anger, biting his lips, looking at the smoky sky, with his eyes glittering with anger, and his face too terrific to look at, owing to its quivering brows, fierce eyes, and awe-inspiring fangs. Hiranyakashipu, with his trident held aloft, said as follows, addressing the Danavas. Hiranyakashipu said, O Dvimurtha, O Traksha, O Sambara, O Satabhavu, O Hayagriva, O Namuchi, O Paka, Ilawala, O Viprachiti, O Puloma, O Sakuni. Hear ye all with attention, O Daityas and Danavas, to what I say and act upon it without delay. My unworthy enemies, the Devas, have brought about the slaughter of my dear and loving brother with the help of Hari, who though in himself impartial, has been placed and won over by these devas by their prayers and offerings. Though he is called the Lord of all, he has, like a fickle-minded child, abandoned that status by taking sides and favoring those who flatter him. Besides abandoning his naturally luminous nature, he has come to masquerade himself as an animal, a wild boar. Following some magical device, my sorrow will not abate until I have offered my dead, bloodthirsty brother libations with the abandoned blood of this Hari's neck pierced with my trident. When this Hari, whose trade is deceit, is destroyed, the Devas, whose life breath is constituted of him, Vishnu, will also perish like trees whose roots have been cut. You, Asuras, now go to the earth, whose prosperity depends on the proper functioning of the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. You go and kill all of them and those who perform austerity, sacrifices, vows, Vedic studies, chanting, charities, etc. Vishnu has his roots and his sustenance in the rites and rituals performed by the Brahmanas. His form is dharma, Vedic ritualism. He is the institution of sacrifice, yajna itself. He is the refuge of the celestials, the seers, the manes, and other living beings, and the final goal of the righteous. Wherever Brahmanas perform sacrifices, wherever there are cows, wherever the laws of Varnashramas are observed, go to such villages and towns, set fire to everything you see, and cut down all trees and destroy all vegetation. Accepting these directives of their master, these asuras, who were always fond of oppressing others, began to harry people with their depredations. They started on a campaign of incendiarism, setting fire to towns, villages, and cowherd settlements, to flower gardens, cultivated lands, orchards, parks, and settlements of rishis, to mines, hamlets of farmers, cowherds and forest tribes, and even palaces. With pick and spade, they demolished the bands of irrigation tanks, wells, and city gates. Some cut down fruit-bearing trees, forming the livelihood of people. Others set on fire with flaming torches building inhabited by men. Distressed repeatedly by these minions of the kings of Daityas, the Devas abandoned their heavenly homes and wandered incognito on earth among men. Consolation of Diti. Hiranyakashipu, who was grief-stricken by his brother's bereavement, performed the obsequies for the dead and comforted his nephews. To his death brothers' sons, Sakuni, Sambara, Drishta, Bhuta Santapana, Vrika, Kalanabha, Mahanabha, Harishmarsru, and Utkacha, and to their mother Rushabhanu and his own mother Diti, the Asura king Hiranyakashipu, who was a master of the art of conversation, spoke as follows in very soothing terms. Hiranyakashipu said, O mother, O sister, O children, for heroic men, death is combat with an enemy is both fame enhancing and self-satisfying. Sorrow not for the departed hero, the life of living beings in this world brought together by providence through their karma is like those of people gathering in and dispersing from a caravanserai. The Atman is eternal. He is changeless. He is pure, all-pervading and all-knowing. Through the power of Maya, ignorance, he projects bodies and first comes to have the subtle body. In the extremely tremulous water surface, even trees seem to be moving. When the vision gets distorted, even the earth seems to whirl. In this way, when the gunas of Prakriti create disturbances in the mind, the Purusha, who is in himself perfect, gets identified with the mind and its movements. And then the Purusha, though he is really bodiless, appears to be one possessed of a body. This attribution of body for the bodiless Atman is a misapprehension. Because of this misapprehension, there is attachment to dear objects and revulsion to unfriendly ones. There is also the bondage of karma and involvement in samsara. It is again because of this misapprehension that there is birth and death, sorrows of various kind, and inability to distinguish the Atman from the body, obsession with worldly objects, and lapse of discrimination. Story of Suyajna of Ushinara. Here an ancient legend in illustration of this in the form of a conversation between Yama and the relatives of a dead man. In the kingdom of Usinara, there was a famous king called Suyajna. He was killed in battle by enemies. Many of his relatives came and gathered around his dead body. His body was lying in the battlefield, his jewel-studded armor shattered to pieces, his heart pierced through with an arrow, his ornament and garlands all disarrayed, his hair disheveled, his teeth pressing on the lower lip in anger, his eyes mutilated, his face covered with dust, and his arms holding weapons severed. Seeing the king of Usinara brought to this plight by a cruel providence, his sorrow-stricken wives came and fell at his feet, beating their breast and crying aloud, Alas, we are undone. Weeping profusely, they wash the feet of their husband with their tear turned crimson by the saffron powder on their breasts. With their hair and ornaments in this array, they wept and wailed aloud, stirring pity in the minds of men. They said, O Lord of our lives, the merciless Brahma, the ordainer of the destiny of all, has chosen to take you away from our sight. You who you were till now the bestower of their livelihood to the people of Usinara, have now become the giver of sorrow to them. O King, how can we love without you, you who were the best of our well-wishers and who appreciated our service with gratitude? O hero, permit us to go with you, wherever you are, to be by your side as your servitors. Yama advises the sorrowing women. Holding their husband and mourning in this strain, they continued to sit there till it was sunset, without allowing the body to be cremated. Yama, the god of death, hearing the laments of these wives of the dead king, now appeared on the scene in the form of a boy and said as follows. Yama said, Oh, how wonderful is the ignorance of these people! They are so much elder to me in years and therefore must be well acquainted with the way of human life in this world. Futile is this mourning for those who have but returned to the unknown wherefrom they came, by others whose destination also will be the same very soon. We, for our part, are more blessed in this respect, for though we have been discarded by our parents, we are not in the least worried over it. Weak though we are, we have not been eaten by wolves. For he who protects us in the mother's womb is always there as our protector. The Supreme Lord, the indestructible and unchanging being, by his mere will creates, sustains, and dissolves this universe. O ladies, this whole world, with all its moving and unmoving being, provides only a sport for the Lord. He is the master of protection and destruction. Things fallen on the wayside are sometimes recovered intact if he favors it. Things preserved in the house are lost if the divine will is not favorable. Protected by him, one can love safely in the forest and even well protected in the home. Man will only perish if that is his will. Guided by their karma, remaining latent in the linga sharira, subtle body, all jivas get embodiment, and they perish too in course of time. In every birth, though the bodies partake of the nature of the species in which they are born, the spirit remains separate and unaffected by the bodily qualities. Just as a house one lives in is separate from oneself, so is the body of the jiva, which is born out of superimposition caused by ignorance, separate from the jiva, it being an object of perception to him like a house. Just as bubbles, pots, and ornaments formed of water, earth, and gold respectively perish and dissolve into their elements, so will this body undergo dissolution into its elements, just as fire in fuel, air in the body, and the all-pervading sky in objects remain distinct from the fields of their manifestation. So is the Atman distinct from all the vestments of nature, like the body with which he is found associated. O foolish woman, this Suyajna, for whom you are mourning, lies here before you beyond the shadow of a doubt. When he heard you and replied, you saw this body alone doing it and not the real, he behind it. That body is still there here before you. If you identify the principle prana functioning in this body as the one who hears and replies, it is wrong, because the prana and the indriya are as much unconscious entities as the body itself. It is the spirit, the Atman, associating with the Indriyas, prana, body, etc. That makes them conscious entities, and he is distinct from them.
The spirit assumes high and low bodies formed of elements, senses, mind, etc., and he throws them away also by the exercise of the superior power of discrimination. Only so long as the Atman is in association with the Linga Sarira, the subtle body, sufferings and veilings, the acceptance of the reality of the experience of joy and sorrow, as well as of the sense objects that cause them, is as false a mental aberration as accepting the reality of castles in the air and dream experiences. Anything that is experienced as a sense object is false. So those who know the truth about what is permanent and what is impermanent never grieve for the eternal self or the impermanent body, for the nature of things cannot be changed by grief. Story of the Kulinga birds. A hunter, a born killer of birds, once spread his net in the forest and caught several birds, enticing them with baits. A couple of birds of Kulinga species were moving about that place. The hunter was able to entice the female of the bird couple. As ill luck would have it, the female was entangled in the meshes of the net. Seeing his helpmate sorrowing in that tragic situation, and himself helpless to come to her rescue, the male bird, out of love for the other, felt extremely afflicted and began to lament pitiably as follows: Alas, Providence is too cruel. What will he who holds the destiny of all in his hands get by depriving the life of a poor, pitiable female bird that is lamenting him? Let the God of death take me away too, for why should I live on, deprived of my wife for the rest of my life, and sorrowing for her, with half of my body cut away, as it were, from me? How will I bring up my unfledged young ones, motherless as they are? Those helpless chicks of mine will be awaiting the arrival of mother in their nests. As the Kulinga male bird was thus bemoaning the separation from his wife, the hiding hunter, prompted by the spirit of time, shot an arrow from a distance and killed it. So, without any awareness of your own end, you are foolishly mourning over your dead husband. Even if you do so for 100 years, it shall all be in vain. Hiranyakasipu continued. When they heard the boy speaking like this, the king's relatives were astonished, and awareness that everything in the world is fleeting and therefore unreal dawned on their minds. After instructing them like this, Yama disappeared from sight. The relatives of the king Suyajna then performed his funeral and obsequies connected with it. Therefore, entertain no sorrow about yourself and others, apart from the ignorance-born sense distinction made by creatures between self and others, who in reality is the self and who the other, who is really one's own and who of the others. Narada said, hearing these words of the Daitya king Hiranyakasipu, deity, along with her daughters-in-law, gave up grief for her dead son and fixed her mind on spiritual verities. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Saptamaskande Diti Shoka Panayam Nama Dvitiyo Dhyaya Atha Tritiyo Dhyaya Narada Uvacha. Fierce tapas of Hiranyakasipu. Representation to Brahma. Narada said, O king, Hiranyakasipu desired to make himself invincible, deathless and unaging, and the unchallenged sovereign over all the worlds. For this he performed the most terrible forms of austerity in the valley of the Mandara mountain, holding his hands up and with gaze fixed on the sky, he stood on his toes. The matted hair on the crown of his head sent forth gleams of light which made him look like the sun at the time of cosmic dissolution. While he was performing tapas, the devas who had been expelled used the chance to go back to their heavenly abodes. From his head emerged the fire of tapas, along with smoke, which spreading up, down, across, and round about, burned the worlds. The rivers and the oceans swelled up and became turbulent. The earth, with its mountains and continents, experienced tremors. Planets and stars seemed to fall down. All the 10 directions seemed to be aglow with fire. Scorched by the fire of his tapas, the devas left their heavenly abodes, resorted to the realm of Brahma, and represented to him thus, O Lord of lords, and protector of the worlds, the tapas that is performed by this asura is making it impossible for us to remain in Swarga Loka, Indra's heaven. If you want to save the worlds and its inhabitants who offer you tribute, be gracious enough to do so before it is too late, before they all perish in the fire of the Asura's tapas. Why he is performing this kind of fierce and difficult form of tapas is not a matter unknown to your all-knowing self. Yet may you be pleased to hear the following representation of his object. Having created this whole universe of moving and unmoving beings by his tapas and spiritual power, Brahma is residing in the first and the most superior of regions. He has created, namely Satyaloka. That region I will gain by the power of my tapas, communion and concentration. It does not matter if my present body dies before this result is achieved, for time and the Atman have no end. I will therefore attain this goal through repeated births if need be. By my power, I will transform the whole world order from what it is today by making it topsy-turvy, making celestials into asuras and asuras into celestials, virtue into vice and vice into virtue. What is the use of attaining to perishable realms like those of Dhruva related to Vishnu, which will meet with dissolution at the end of the kalpa? We have heard that it is with such determination that he is performing this extreme form of tapas. It is better that you, who are the Lord of all the three worlds, take step sufficiently early to meet the situation. It will indeed be a pity if he overruns your realm of Satyaloka, for it is the refuge of all holy and innocent jivas, a place where they can have happiness, prosperity, welfare, and progress. On being supplicated thus by the Devas, the worshipful Brahma, the self-born, accompanied by sages like Brigu, Daksha, and others, went to where the Asura was performing tapas. At first, the Asura, who was, as it were, burning the world by his tapas, could not be seen as his body, of which a great part of fat, skin, muscles, and blood had all eaten by ants, was hidden beneath a mold of ant hills, grass, and reeds. Catching sight of him on careful observation, like the sun behind the clouds, Brahma, the swan vehicle deity, was astounded and said smiling, Brahma's revelation. Brahma said, O son of Kasyapa, your tapas has come to its fulfillment. You may abandon your austere posture now. I have come here ready to give you whatever boon you ask for. Choose the boons you want. I am astonished at your wonderful determination, because of which, even when ants have eaten away all the flesh of your body, you are still sustaining your vitality, prana, on your bony skeleton. No rishi in the past practiced such austerity, nor can anyone today. Who can retain life for 100 divine years without taking even a drop of water? On account of the tremendous determination you have displayed, which no sage of disciplined mind can rival, O leader of Asuras, I am therefore ready to grant you everything you want. The vision of an immortal like me shall not be in vain for a person like you with a limited span of life. Narada said, saying so, Brahma, the first of all beings, possessed powers that never failed, sprinkled the celestially potent water from his Kamadalu water pot on the ant-eaten frame of Kasipu. The Asura immediately rose up from the mold of earth, a young man in full mental and physical vigor, with all organs intact and the body as hard as adamant. Like fire emerging from fire sticks, he emerged from the bush of reeds and earth with the glow of molten gold. When he saw Brahma in the sky, seated on his swan vehicle, he fell down in prostration before him in great joy, shedding tears of joy and saluting him With folded hands, he began to extol Brahma in a hymn, his voice faltering and hair standing on end. Hiranya's hymn to Brahma. Hiranyakasipu said, when time has engulfed everything in darkness at the end of the previous cosmic cycle, thou, the self-luminous consciousness, again manifested it by thy light, with thy three aspects of Rajas, Sattva, and Tamas. Thou created, preservest, and destroyest this universe. Salutations to thee, the support of the three gunas of Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, and the highest being who enfolds everything.
Salutations to the primeval seed. Salutations to him who has the knowledge of the unity of existence and of multiplicity as established in the unity. Salutations to him who comes into clear manifestation as the prana, indriyas, mind, intellect, and the like, as the mukhya prana, principal vital energy, otherwise known as Sutratman, one pervading everything like a string through beads. Thou art the master and controller of all living and non-living beings. Thou art the master of their consciousness, life force, mind, and senses. Thou art the great being that controls and directs matter, external senses, sense organs, and the internal instrument of knowledge. Through the Veda, which constitutes thy body, wherein sacrifices requiring 4 priests are expounded, thou hast given to the world the 7 types of sacrifices: Agnishtoma, Atyagnishtoma, Ukta, Shodashi, Attiratra, Aptor Yama, and Vajapeya. Thou art the one soul of all living beings, the eternal and limitless one, and the knower of all. Thou art the winkless time, who, in the form of movements and longer measures, dost reduce the lifespan of all beings and ultimately bring them to their death. Though thou art the creator of everything, thou art not in the least affected by thy work of creation. Unmodified spirit, Lord of all, and beginningless and partless being, thou vivifyest all with life. There is nothing whatever as cause and effect, as the moving and the unmoving, that exists apart from thee. All knowledge, sacred and secular, the Vedas and the arts, are thy form. Thou art the vast, all-comprehending being who is beyond the pradhana and who is described as the Hiranyagarbha, the mystic golden egg, who holds the whole universe in seminal condition within himself. O Great One, this universe with which thou enjoyest the functions of the senses, pranas, and manas, remaining at the same time in thy transcendent realm, is thy gross body visible to the eyes, while as the indweller in all and the eternal being, thou art the unseen. He who pervades all this by his limitless and imperceptible presence, to that being having matter and spirit as his 2 powers, my salutation. O thou, the greatest among boon givers, if it pleasest thee to give me the boon that I desire, grant that none among thy creation shall be able to kill me. It should be impossible to kill me during night or day, on the earth or in the sky, by man or animal, No weapon, too, should be capable of killing me. I should not meet with death from entities with life or without life, from devas or asuras, including great serpents. Grant that no opponent will be able to face in battle, and that I shall be the emperor of all the worlds. May I have that imperishable glory and splendor which thou and the protecting deities possess naturally, and which great men acquire by tapas and yoga. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Saptamaskandhe Hiranyakashipor Varayachanam Nama Tritiyodhyayah अथ चतुर्थोऽध्यायः नारद उवाच Hiranyakashipu and his son Prahlada. Oppressive rule of Hiranya. Narada said, when Hiranyakashipu prayed like this to Brahma, the latter, who was much pleased with him for his great austerity, granted him those extraordinary boons he prayed for. Brahma said, O dear one, it is not usual for people to be granted the type of boons you have asked for they are so extraordinary. Yet I am granting them to you. After granting these boons, the worshipful Brahma, whose blessing will never fail in its effect, departed, receiving the praise and worship of the Asura and of Prajapatis. The Asura had now a body golden in complexion. Strengthened by the boon, he now resolved to wreak vengeance on Mahavishnu for killing his brother. The great Asura conquered all the three worlds and brought them under his control. The leaders of the Devas, Asuras, and men of the Gandharvas, Garudas, and serpents of the Siddhas, Charanas, and Vidyadharas of the Rishis, Pitris, and Manus of the Yakshas, Pishachas, and demons of the Pretas, goblins, and other species of beings. All were conquered and brought under control by him. Appropriating to himself the power and the status of the guardian deities of the quarters also, he now claimed himself to be the conqueror of all the worlds. He moved his residence to the realm of Swarga, Indra's heaven, which was blossomed by the glory of the heavenly gardens of the celestials. There he stayed in the palace of Indra, which was built by the celestial craftsman Vishwakarma, and which was the home of all beauty and prosperity in the universe. There could be seen terraces of emerald reached by flights of steps made of coral, as also walls of crystal and rows of pillars made of vidurya, lapis lazuli. There could be seen canopies with artistic designs, seats made of ruby, beds as white and clean and soft as the foam of milk, festooned with strings of pearl. There went about handsome women of sparkling teeth, whose anklets tinkled as they moved, and who saw their own faces reflected in the surfaces set with precious stones in several places. The Asura, powerful in body and mind, was now the unchallenged and supreme ruler of all the worlds and enjoyed life in Indra's residence, served by all the devas, subdued by the rigors of his fiercely oppressive rule. O dear one, all the divinities except the Trimurti waited with presence on him, whose eyes were rayed under the influence of strong drink, and who possessed extraordinary vigor of body, senses, and mind, augmented by the power of tapas and yoga. O scion of Pandu's line,
On him who had thus occupied the seat of Indra by virtue of his power, we sages like Vishwasu, Tumburu, and myself sang panegyries. So did Gandharvas, Apsaras, Siddhas, Vidyadharas, and other species of beings. He began to be worshipped by the followers of Varnashrama Dharma, Vedic social system, by sacrifices in which great amounts were paid as dakshina, sacrificial present. By his power he appropriated for himself the sacrificial portion set apart for various deities. The earth, with its 7 continents, began to yield him all her products without any agricultural operation. So also the heavens gave plentiful showers of highly desired rains, and the upper regions of air revealed many kinds of wonders. The rivers and the 7 oceans of salt water, liquor, ghee, honey, curd, milk, and pure water, all brought tributes of precious gems with their very arm. The mountains prepared their caves for his sports, and the trees yielded flowers and fruits in all seasons. He took upon himself all the powers of the guardian deities of the quarters. They was in quest of relief. Thus he conquered all the worlds and became the suzerain over all them all. But he failed to conquer his own senses. Consequently, though indulging in every form of pleasure, he felt no satisfaction. Infatuated with wealth and power, arrogant and a law unto himself, in complete transgression of all spiritual injunctions, he attracted on himself the curses of all holy men, but nonetheless ruled the world in this way for more than 71 yugas. Writhing in agony under his oppressive rule, all the worlds with their rulers at last took refuge in Achyuta, the indestructible being, having failed to get relief from any other quarter. They prayed salutations to that realm where the all-pervading Hari manifests in a form, and attaining which there is no return to samsara for holy men of great purity and tranquility. Praying like this, with a pure and concentrated mind, with the senses under control, and giving up food and sleep, they invoked Mahavishnu, the master of the senses. While they were so hymning, they heard all of a sudden a disembodied voice, deep and reverberating like the sound of thunder, which evoked joy and confidence in the minds of all good people. The voices said, O leaders of the celestial, do not entertain any fear. May you be happy and prosperous. My communion through sight or hearing works for the all-round good of beings. I am already aware of the wickedness of this most degenerate asura. I shall curb him, but you have to wait a little more. When anybody comes to entertain hatred towards celestials, Vedas, holy men, innocent creatures, dharma, good, etc., know his ruin to be near at hand. Though he is fortified in his strength by the boons he has received, I shall bring about his destruction when he persecutes his son Prahlada, who is free from antagonism, who is tranquil and high-souled. Character of Prahlada. Narada said, after they had received the Lord's message through this disembodied voice, The celestials made prostrations and returned without any more fear, as they felt that the Asura was as good as dead now. Thus Hiranyakashipu had 4 sons of extraordinary nature. Of these, Prahlada was noted for his great virtues, devoted to the holy and the learned, exemplary in his conduct, truthful, and having mastery of the senses. He was as dear to all beings as their own selves, and everyone found in him his closest friend. He attended on wise and holy men like a servant. He was loving to the poor and the afflicted like a parent. To his equals he was like a brother, and he viewed his teachers as God himself. Though endowed with learning, wealth, beauty, noble birth, etc., none of these swelled his ego or filled him with pride.
Being intensely aware of the transitoriness and hollowness of all enjoyments, Prahlada could remain unmoved in difficulties, free from aspirations for any attainment in this world or the next, devoid of sexual desire, and established in the control of the senses, prana, body, and intellect. He was an asura without any of the qualities of asuras. O king, the great qualities of Prahlada, extolled again and again by wise men, just like the excellences of the Supreme Being. His virtues are remembered even to this day. In assemblies for recitals on great and holy personages, even Deva, the natural enemies of Asuras, cite Prahlada, the Asura, as a glorious example of a great personage. That being the case, men like you will surely appreciate his greatness. All his humblest virtues, noticed above, do not exhaust his excellence, but are a mere indication of his indescribable greatness. For he was one whose mind naturally flowed towards the worshipful Vasudeva. Even as a child, like one insensitive and dull, he evinced no interest in toys, as his mind was absorbed in, in the Lord. Like a man possessed by Krishna, his mind remained so absorbed in him that he saw not the external world as we do. As he was ever in the embrace of Govinda, he was like an automaton, unconscious of his own physical activities like sitting, walking, eating, drinking, lying, etc. Sometimes he wept, his mind overpowered by the love of the Lord. Sometimes he laughed, being reminded of his sportive actions. And sometimes he sang in great joy, his mind filled with the memory of his excellences. Sometimes he loudly chanted the names of the Lord. Sometimes he danced about without any bashfulness. Sometimes, infilled with him imaginative identification, he would imitate the sportive actions of the Lord. Sometimes, being steeped in the thrilling joy of divine contact, he remained speechless in complete absorption, his hair standing on end and his half-closed eyes shedding tears stimulated by inward bliss of unshakable love for the Lord. He gave peace even to the minds of persons distressed on account of evil worldly associations by the spiritual joy he radiated. The joy which he derived from the service of the Lord, the same reward which he got for keeping the company of holy men, devoid of any worldly possessions. O king, it was on this son of his, a devotee of the highest excellence and a truly great and fortunate soul, that Hiranyakasipu inflicted cruel tortures. Yudhishthira said, O great ascetic, I would like to hear from you why Hiranyakasipu practiced cruelty on a son so noted for his purity and holiness. Even loving parents are, no doubt, seen to threaten and reprimand their rebellious children to bring them round to the path of virtue. But no one behaves cruelly like an enemy even towards them. O learned one, it is needless to say, therefore, that no parent will in the natural course practice such cruelty towards a son who is obedient, free from desire and hatred, and serves the parents as representatives of the divine. How could a father, even though angry at his son, go to the extent of planning to kill him? Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Sanghitayam Saptamaskande Prahalada Charite Chaturtho Dhyaya Atha Panchamodhyaya Narada Uvacha. Persecution of Prahlada. Hiranya examines his son. Narada said, it is well known that the Asuras had chosen the sage Shukra as their chief priest. Sukra's two sons, Sanda and Amarka, had their residence near the palace of Hiranyakasipu, the king of the Daityas. The Asura king put his son Prahlada, of acute intelligence, under these teachers for instruction in what he considered fit for him to learn along with the other Asura children. Whatever the teachers taught, he heard and learned, but he did not accept the soundness of much of their teachings, which were based on the same sense of difference between oneself and one's interest on the one hand, and the others and their interest on the other. O Skion of Pandu's line, one day the Asura king took his son on his lap and asked him, O dear one, tell me what you consider to be the true and good. Prahlada said, O Lord of the Asuras, all embodied beings are overpowered by body consciousness and are consequently subject to sorrow and suffering. I therefore deem that their ultimate good lies in abandoning their homes, which have cause for their spiritual downfall, by imprisoning them in the darkness of infatuation, like a discarded and dried up well. Let them therefore abandon it and resort to some sequestrated place, forest, where they could take complete shelter in Sri Hari, the destroyer of all the sufferings of life. Narada said, when he heard these words of the boy, conveying his unbounded faith in Sri Hari, his, Hiranya's, inveterate enemy, Hiranya laughed at first, thinking that the boy's mind had been perverted by the persuasion of some undesirable persons. And he warned the teachers to see particularly that devotees of Vishnu did not come incognito to their home mind. Efforts to reform Prahlada. to their home. The teachers Sanda and Amarka called him to their side and, petting and praising him, asked him gently, "Dear boy Prahlada, may you be happy. Tell us the truth. How did you get this outlook, which is quite alien to boys generally? Is it contrary? Is this contrary way of thought inducted into you by someone, or is it natural to you? Oh, the delight of your tribe! Tell the truth about it to us, your teachers, who are keen to know the facts." Prahlada replied, "Salutations to the worshipful Lord, by the working of whose yoga maya man get the ignorance-born distinction between oneself and another, a distinction which only minds perverted by ignorance would make. When the Lord is propitious to you, then this vain, brutish distinction felt between one's interest and another's interest will disappear. It is He alone, the Supreme Being of inscrutable ways, that is distinguished by ignorant men as I and he, as friend and foe. There is nothing to wonder in it, for in trying to understand him, even Brahma and the knowers of the Veda fall into utter confusion. It is His grace that has erased in me the outlook of seeing a difference between myself and another, just as before a magnet, iron, iron pieces are naturally moved and attracted. So in the presence of the discus-armed Lord, my mind automatically runs to him, abandoning everything else. Narada said, the high-minded Prahlada, having said this much to the teacher, remained silent. The pitiable teacher, pitiable because he had no freedom of thought as a servant of Hiranyakasipu, scolded the boy angrily and said, "Who is there? Bring the cane. This boy is going to bring us disrepute, a dangerous firebrand to our tribe, and evil-minded to the core. Nothing but corporal punishment can do for him. In the sandalwood forest of this Asura race, this boy is a thorny tree. For Mahavishnu, the axe that cuts down the trees of the forest, this boy has become the veritable handle. Brandishing threats of this kind, he taught Prahlada only subjects dealing with the three ends of life, namely Dharma, Artha, and Kama." Hiranya's second examination. Some time after, when the teacher was sure that the boy had mastered the four divisions of diplomacy, conciliation, subsidy, internal dissension, and force, he took him to Hiranyakasipu, bathed, well-dressed, and well-decorated by his mother. The Asura lifted the boy, who prostrated himself at his feet, embraced him for long, and enjoyed the highest bliss thereby. O Yudhishthira, seating the boy on his lap, kissing him on the crown of the head, and shedding tears over him, the Asura said with a blooming face, Hiranyakasipu said, "O Prahlada, dear boy, may you be long-lived. You please tell me about the best lessons from the vast body of instructions you must have been receiving from your teachers during these days." Prahlada replied, "Hearing about Vishnu, singing about him, remembering him, serving him, worshipping him, saluting him, being he being his comrade and surrendering oneself and everything that is one's own to him. These are the 9 aspects of bhakti, or God love. If a man could be trained to practice devotion characterized by these 9 features, that indeed would be the highest education he could have. That is what I have understood. Hearing these words of his son, Hiranyakasipu said to his teacher's son in great anger, his lips trembling in emotion. Hiranyakasipu said, "You unworthy and perverse teachers, how is it that taking the side of an enemy, you have totally discarded me and put absurd ideas into my boy's head? There are wicked men in the world in the disguise of friends, just as disease takes time to afflict sinners as the wages of their sin. The evil by enemies in the disguise of friends like you will take time to manifest clearly." The preceptor's son said, O thou antagonist of Indra, what your son is saying has not been taught to him by me or anyone else. This bent on his mind, O king, is natural to him. Please be good enough to control your anger and not to charge us with offense.
Narada said, when the teacher said like this, the Asura asked his son again, O evil fellow, if it is not from the Guru's instruction, how did you come to have this perverse outlook? Prahlada replied, for lack of control over senses, jivas go round and round in the wheel of samsara, chewing the cud of the same enjoyments and sufferings again and again without cessation. Their thoughts are ever confined to their homes, property, and other domestic concerns. They can never develop this devotional proclivity of mind towards Krishna, the Supreme Being, either naturally or through the teachings of others, or from mutual influence. People of impure nature, whose minds are always outward going because of their domination by the notion that what is true and what is enjoyable lies outside, are never able to know Mahavishnu, who is apprehended only by the inward going introspective vision. Those extroverts immersed in Vedic ritualism are like a group of blind men led by another such group by a rope. This is a thick rope of Vedic ritualism to which these extroverts are bound by the several thin strings of practices, rituals, beliefs for the fulfillment of desires here and hereafter, as cattle are to the main rope of several teeters ropes. So long as one is not able to bathe his head with the dust of the feet of his great devotees, who have no possession of any kind except him, the mind of man does not take a serious turn towards the feet of the Lord, and the cessation of samsara does not come about until the mind is thus turned towards him. Persecution of Prahlada. Saying thus, Prahlada stopped. Hiranyakashipu was mad with terrible anger on hearing these words of his son. Immediately he pushed him from his lap to the floor. Moved by irresistible anger, he exclaimed with bloodshot eyes, O you Rakshasa gods, he deserves to be executed. Take him away from here. Kill him without any delay. This fellow, who has rejected all of us, his own friends and well-wishers, and seeks to be a servant attending on Vishnu, the killer of his own uncle, must himself be considered that killer. such an untrustworthy fellow like him, who, even at the age of 5, could break and throw overboard the natural and unbreakable affection for parents, of what good can he be even for Vishnu? Even an unrelated person can be considered as one's son if, like a medicine, he serves your interests well. One who does the opposite must be considered a disease, even if he be one's son, born of one's own body. And he has to be eradicated like a disease. When a limb of a body is diseased and becomes a threat to the whole body, that limb has to be cut off for the safety of the rest of the body. Therefore, he deserves to be killed somehow or other, through poisoned food, or while sleeping, or while awake. For, as an attractive sensuous object is a danger to an ascetic, so is the enemy in the disguise of a friend. When the master ordered them thus, the Rakshasa guards with sharp fangs, fierce faces, and copper-colored beard and hair began to shout, "Pierce cut," etc., and struck Prahlada on his vital parts with their tridents. Just as all the pious rites done by unbelieving persons are fruitless, so were all the efforts of these asuras to kill Prahlada, whose mind was ever immersed in the Supreme Lord, the center of all power and excellences, the soul of all, the indefinable Absolute. O Yudhishthira, when all their efforts to kill Prahlada failed, Hiranyakashipu grew extremely anxious and seriously began to think of some extraordinary means of killing him. He tried various measures, such as having him trampled by elephants, bitten by serpents, attacked through black magic, rolled along the mountainside, imprisoned, poisoned, starved, and exposed to severely inclement weather, and to fire, to storm, and to water. When all these failed to kill his sinless son, Hiranyakashipu began extremely worried and perplexed. He thought, "I have heaped abuses on him, and I have tried in many ways to kill him. All these persecutions, and even the magical arts I tried, have all been set at naught by him, by his own puissance. Though a mere boy, and though standing in my presence, he is without the least fear or nervousness. This powerful chap, like Sunah Sepa, is not likely to forget the atrocities I have committed on him. He seems to be of inscrutable nature, fearless and deathless. Am I likely to meet with my death because of my enmity towards him? In no other way can I die." Further efforts to reform him. To his Kashipu, who sat brooding with his lackluster face turned down because of these depressing thoughts. Sanda and Amaraka, the sons of Acharya Shukra, said as follows in private, "By your own prowess, unaided by anyone else, you have conquered these 3 words. A mere quivering of your brow is enough to strike terror even into the hearts of the guardian deities of the quarters. O Master, to one such as you, we do not find anything to worry about. And as for Prahlada, he is yet a boy who has not reached the age of discretion. In order to prevent this Prahlada from running away out of fear, let us keep him tied up and with Varuna's news until the return of our teacher, Sri Shukra. As one's age advances and as one gets more chances of association with and instruction from the wise, men gradually change in their character and outlook. Agreeing with the advice of his teacher's son, Hiranyakashipu said to them, "Instruct the boy in the dharma of kings and of householders." O king, accordingly they instructed the humble and obedient Prahlada in matters concerned with the pursuit of morality, dharma, power, artha, and pleasure, kama. The instruction given to him by the teachers on three ends of life, dharma, artha, kama, was not considered by him as sound, for they were the teachings given by worldly-minded people for others of similar outlook. Whenever the teachers went out on their own household purposes, Prahlada's classmates, who then got time for play, would call him to join them. On one such occasion, this enlightened Prahlada spoke to them lovingly for the instruction, depicting the very pitiable condition of men steeped in worldly life, the boys whose minds had not yet been corrupted by the words and examples of the extremely worldly-minded fellow Asuras, were powerfully attracted by the weight and seriousness of Prahlada's words. They threw away their playthings and gathered round him, concentrating their looks and their hearts on him. To them, the great devotee Prahlada spoke as follows, with the mind full of love and pity. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhansyam Samhitayam Saptamaskandhe Prahladanu Charite Panchamodhyaya Atha Shashthodhyaya Prahlada Uvacha. Prahlada's sermon, Vanity of Worldly Values. Prahlada said, wise men should begin the practice of devotional disciplines, Bhagavata Dharma, from their very boyhood. For human birth, in which alone devotional disciplines can be practiced, is extremely rare, and it is uncertain how long life lasts. The highest and noblest act for a man to do in life is to surrender himself at the feet of the Lord. For he is the dear one, the soul, the master and the friend of all beings. Just as all creatures having a body experience naturally a measure of sorrow, happiness also accrues to them naturally without their effort. The prarabdha or the karma that has brought the body into being yields them both these type of experience, and no special effort is required for them. Beyond exhausting life's span, nothing is achieved by efforts put forward for the attainment of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. A man full of desires never attains to that state of bliss which one who serves the Lord attains. Therefore, one entangled in the fearful state of samsara, if he is really intelligent, should in every way strive for the attainment of the divine before the fall of this short-lived human body, even while it is in its full vigor and power. Man lives for 100 years at the most. Of this span of life, if a man is of uncontrolled senses, half is wasted in sleep at night when he is in a state of darkness and inertia, almost like that of a dead body. Of the remaining half, the first 20 years are spent in the ignorance of childhood and the playfulness of early youth. Another 20 are spent in the decrepitude of old age, which reduces man to the helpless condition, chained into domestic life, the oblivious of the ultimate purpose of his existence. The rest of man's life, too, is wasted in the pursuit of insatiable sexual enjoyments and under the domination of overwhelming infatuation. Exhortation to renounce. Where is the man among those attached to their homes, enslaved by the senses, and bound by the strong cords of affection to their near and dear ones, that can make even an effort to liberate himself? Who can give up the hankering for wealth, which is dearer to man than his life itself? Wealth for earning, with which thieves, servants, merchants, and others pawn their very lives. How can a man renounce the intimacies of he has been having with his dear wife in privacy, as well as her loving prattle, his close friends, and his lisping infants, to whom he is bound by cords of affection? How can he renounce his sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, and sickly and pitiable parents, his attractive furniture and other household articles, houses, cattle, servants, and hereditary vocations, when powerful memories of them are attracting his mind, unsatiated with enjoyments and imprisoned by greed in the cocoon of bondage generating works? A man considers indulgence in sex and gluttony as the main purpose of life. How can a man in this condition, overpowered as he is by such an increasingly infatuated outlook, practice renunciation? Therefore, if a person is to tread the path of devotion, he must practice renunciation from early life, before all kinds of tendencies and entanglement have become finally established.
The heedless man who exhausts his whole lifetime for the maintenance of his family fails to perceive that the ultimate purpose of his life is thereby getting defeated. He fails to cultivate renunciation even when afflicted by the three kinds of misery on all sides. For such is his attachment for family and the joy it gives. A householder whose senses are uncontrolled and whose craving for pleasures is never satiated will have unbounded greed for wealth too, and he will indulge in stealing and misappropriating others' properties in spite of being acquainted with the harm it will do to his life here and in the hereafter. O comrades, even though a householder may be learned and know all these philosophies, still he is incapable of attaining the Atma, for he cannot get over the distinction between self-interest and the interest of others, and therefore he continues to be in the darkness of transmigratory existence like any other ignorant person, becoming the pet monkey of lustful women who hold him by the chain of progeny he has generated in them. The pitiable slave of the senses is never able to free his spirit from their clutches unless he seeks the shelter in the Lord, and the Lord helps him to break this chain. For this reason, O Asuras, you should shun association with such compatriots from early life and seek shelter in the primal being, Lord Narayana. For he is that beatitude sought after by people who have overcome worldly attachments. God, our dearest and nearest, O children of Asuras, it is not at all difficult to please Achyuta, for he is the inmost spirit in all and can be communed with anywhere. In all, from immovable objects to Brahma the Creator, in high and low creatures, in the primordial elements, in the Mahatattva and its evolutes, in the gunas, in a state of equilibrium, and in gunas, in agitation. In all these entities and conditions is present the one Supreme Spirit, the all-powerful Divine Person, the Lord of all, the unchangeable substance, while baffling definitions and remaining undifferentiated, he manifests as the indwelling spirit and as the objects of perception, as the pervader and as the pervaded. For this, he, the Supreme Lord, and the undiluted fullness of self-conscious bliss, holds his transcendent supremacy in abeyance during creation, exercising his power of Yoga Maya and manifests himself as the many. Therefore, be kind to all creatures and extend your friendship to them, abandoning your asura nature. By this, the Supreme Lord, who is beyond the purview of the senses, will be pleased. Excellence of Bhagavata Dharma. When the infinite and the primal being is pleased with a devotee, what is there unattainable by him? But of what concern are such attainments to us, these material values of dharma, artha, and karma, which automatically fructify according to one's karma? And what interest is even moksha, which everyone aspires for, to us who serve his feet and who ever chant about his excellences and enjoy the bliss of his service? The Vedas do indeed deal with the three worldly values of morality, wealth, and pleasure, with philosophy and ethics, with sacrificial rites, with statecraft, and with various accomplishments useful for man. But I regard that the dedication of oneself to the Supreme Being, the friend and well-wisher of all, is their real teaching. Or alternatively, the Vedas do indeed deal with the three worldly values of morality, wealth, and pleasure, but they all become true Vedic teachings only to the extent they help man to make an absolute surrender of himself to the Supreme Being, the friend and well-wisher of all. This doctrine of enlightenment, pure, pristine, and unadulterated by any compromise with worldly values, was imparted by Rishi Narayana, the friend of Nara, to the sage Narada. It will shine in those who have the good fortune to be bathed in the dust of the sacred feet of those who have renounced worldly values absolutely and cling to the Lord with undistracted devotion. From that Narada, who had the realization of the Lord, I received this gospel of enlightenment in its theory and practice, which is the same as the nine-limbed doctrine of the practice of devotion to the Lord, Bhagavata Dharma. The Asura boy said, O Prahlada, neither you nor we have had any other instructors than these sons of the Guru of the Asuras. They are our sole masters and custodians, and we have no access to anyone else. It cannot be that when you were still in your mother's quarters, before coming here, you had contact with any great soul. O gentle comrade, if there is any conceiving explanation for this, please tell us and solve our puzzle. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Saptamaskande Prahlada Nucharite Shastodhyaya Atha Saptamodhyaya Narada Uvacha. Prahlada's lesson on self-knowledge, Prahlada's previous history. Narada said, being thus questioned by the children of the Asuras, the great Asura devotee Prahlada recalled to memory what had been taught by me on the subject, and said with a smile to those curiously expectant children. Prahlada said, when my father went away to Mandara mountain to perform tapas, the devas thought, by the Lord's grace, this wretch is dead, is hence eat up a serpent. His own sins must have eaten him up. Indra, other devas, therefore made extensive preparations for a war on the Asuras. Incapable of standing the massive attack of huge army of devas, the Asuras ran away in all directions. Death. Afraid for their own lives, they fled in hot haste without any thought for the protection of their teeth and kin or properties, wives, children, relatives, friends, animals, household equipment, and the like. In the flush of victory, the Devas pillaged the royal palaces, and Indra even took away my mother, the queen, as captive. Trembling and weeping like a frightened Kuravi bird, she was being led off, when by chance the great Devarshi Narada met her on the way. Narada said to Indra, O noble mind, release her. This woman is guiltless, and she is the devoted wife of another person. It does not befit you. Take her away as a captive. Indra said, she has within her the most formidable Asura seed. I shall release her after it is born, and I have attained my objective of killing the child. Narada said, this child to be born is sinless. He will be the great soul and a devotee and servant of the Lord, equipped with the great power of spirit. You will not be able to destroy him. Indra thereupon released my mother, honoring the words of the celestial Rishi. Out of his devotion to the Supreme Being, Indra circumambulated my mother because I, the Lord's devotee, was within her, and then departed to his heavenly abode. The Rishi then took my mother to his ashrama, comforted her, and said, dear daughter, until your husband returns, you may stay on here. So, free from all fear, she stayed under Narada's protection till the return of the Lord of the Asuras from his tapas. That devoted wife spent this period of her sojourn there serving the Rishi with great devotion and praying in her heart for the health and welfare of the child in the womb and for its delivery only when she wished. Having me also in his mind, the merciful Rishi of great spiritual power imparted to her instructions regarding the flawless path of devotion and the enlightenment conveyed by it. My mother forgot those instructions, partly due to the lapse of a very long period of time, and partly due to her inherent incapacity to retain them. but owing to the blessing of that rishi, those teachings have ever remained green in my memory. Separateness of the Atma and body. If you listen to my words attentively, you too gain that deep faith that dawned on me by the Rishi's instruction. Faith will generate, even in women and in children, as in my case, that discriminative wisdom which puts an end to the travails of samsara by the action of the Supreme Being as time. Six kinds of transformation come to the body naturally, these being origination, existence, growth, maturity, decay, and destruction. They affect only the body and not the spirit embodied in it, just as the changes undergone by a fruit do not affect the tree to which it is attached.
In contrast, the Atman is eternal, undecaying, the one without a second, pure and unsullied by matter and its attributes, the one distinct from the body, for whom the body is an object and field of expression, the support of everything, pure consciousness without volition, the changeless being, self-conscious awareness, the cause of all, the unattached, and the uncircumscribed. 12 unique characteristics of the Atman. One should give up the false feeling that I am the body or that the body is mine, a feeling born of ignorance. Just as gold smelters extract gold from the ore through appropriate processes, so an expert in the science of the spirit extracts through spiritual communion the supreme Brahman from the mind of the body in which it is latent. The Prakriti, Mahat Tattva, Ahara, and the five Tanmatras are spoken of as the eightfold Prakriti. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas are the three gunas or constituent attributes of Prakriti. The 10 sense organs, the mind, the five gross elements. These 16 categories are also spoken of by the Acharyas as the evolutes of Prakriti. From the body-mind, formed by the combination of these categories, the Purusha, who is the unitary principle, stands apart as the witness without getting mixed with them, but at the same time forming the integrating principle that holds them together as a complex whole. Body is the complex of all the categories mentioned before. It is of two kinds, the unmoving like the trees and the moving like other living beings. In this body, the non-Atman categories of Prakriti are to be rejected one after another as not this, not this, and the Purusha or the spirit arrived at as the ultimate end of all negation. Observing the subsistence of the body when consciousness is present and its decay when consciousness departs, man should carefully investigate the truth of the Atman by discrimination, by purification of the mind, and by the scriptural texts on creation, preservation, and dissolution. States of waking, dream, and sleep are the three modifications of the buddhi, intellect. The awareness which stands aloof from these states as their witness is the Atman. These three states, born of the three guna of Prakriti and rejected as not pertaining to the spirit, are the result of karma. They do not contact or contaminate the Atman. As the Atman is seen to run through all these states, he is to be understood as the pervader distinct from them. He is just like the wind which carries odor, appearing to be one with that odor without being really so. Thus, this samsara is based on ignorance, producing the false identification of the Atman with these modifications of the buddhi, which are a product of the gunas of Prakriti, actions caused by them. Based in ignorance, it is like the experiences of the dream state, without substantiality. Direct or immediate experience through intuition is needed for this enlightenment. Mere intellectual understanding will not do. Therefore, what you have to do is to destroy ignorance, the seed which manifests as the multi-branched tree of karma, actions. Yoga consists in destroying this seed of ignorance and thus calming the flow of the mental modifications. Devotion as the easiest path. Of the numerous ways for achieving this, the easiest is the path prescribed by the Lord Himself, the practice of virtues that stimulate deep devotion to Him. The path of devotion consists in the cultivation of these disciplines. Practice of reverence to the Guru through devoted service of him, dedicating all one possesses to the Lord, keeping intimate contact with devotees leading a holy life, performing worship of the Supreme Being, faith in the spiritual import.
Mr. Wala, bring that again, please, because of the multiplier.
The path of devotion consists in the cultivation of these disciplines. Practice of reverence to the Guru, devoted service of him, dedicating all one possesses to the Lord, keeping intimate contact with devotees leading a holy life, performing worship of the Supreme Being, having faith in the spiritual import of the accounts of his sportive manifestations, extolling his excellences and actions by recitals and hymns, practicing meditation on his sacred form, seeing and adoring his divine emblems in the form of holy saints and holy images, and supplying all beings with their needs according to one's capacity, with the attitude that the Lord dwells in them all, and that He is the recipient through all His creatures. Those who, through the practice of these devotional disciplines, succeed in conquering the senses and the passions, develop loving attachment, Rati Vasudeva, the Supreme Being. When on hearing about the Lord's exploits in his divine incarnations and about his unparalleled excellences, a devotee gets excessive joy, resulting in horripilations all over, and in ecstatic singing, weeping, and dancing. When, like one possessed, he sometimes laughs, sometimes cries, sometimes meditates, sometimes salutes all as the Lord, crying aloud, O Lord, Hari, O Lord of all, O Narayana, to the accompaniment of deep breath and utmost unconcern for what the world thinks of him. Then is that man liberated from all bondage. Then does he become identified with the Lord in mind and body, state of aesthetic contemplation, ecstatic contemplation of his divine play. Then does he, through the destruction of the subtle tendencies and the bases of ignorance by the power of bhakti, attain to the Lord in truth and in reality. Wise men say that this embrace of the Supreme Being in consciousness is what destroys the evil tendencies of the jiva and saves him from involvement in the transmigratory existence. This state is what is called the bliss of oneness with Brahman. Therefore, meditate in your hearts on him, who is the Lord of the hearts of all. What great difficulty is there in communing with Sri Hari, who, like the sky, is pervading the hearts of all, including yourselves, who is the soul of one soul, and who is the most genuine well-wisher and friend of all beings? And what special virtue is there in pursuing the vulgar enjoyments of the senses, which can be had even in animal bodies? With his uncertain and short lifespan, what real joy can a man have from such very temporary objects of possession and enjoyments like wealth, wife, sons, cattle, houses, lands, elephants, treasury, and power? The same impermanence characterizes the worlds that are attained through the performance of sacrifices. Not only are they perishable, but subject to evil passions and to variations in the joy they provide, according to the nature of the karma. Therefore, for the attainment of your spiritual summum bonum, worship with single-hearted devotion the Supreme Lord, who is free from any blemish. See, fleeing worldly values, with whatever resolve a man with pretensions to wisdom might perform, they all become counterproductive, bringing him opposite results. All work with the idea of warding off pain and attaining happiness. But it is seen that he who has always been doing actions in order to ward off sufferings lands himself actually in sufferings, whereas previously, when he was doing no such works, he had been happy. This body, for the satisfaction of which man goes after objects of enjoyment, is ultimately the food of dogs and jackals. It is extremely fragile and is seen to be here today and gone tomorrow. How much more transitory are sons, wife, house, wealth, kingdom, treasury, elephants, ministers, servants, confidants, etc. All that men consider as their possessions and as their own, but are nonetheless different from themselves. Unlike the body, with which one is in identification as one's very self. For of what use are all these fleeting, trifling, and dangerous objects, including the body, to the eternally blissful Atman, in spite of their apparently enjoyable nature? O children of Asuras, just reflect what real joy can after all be derived through these so-called enjoyments by the jiva who is suffering from the time of conception to death from the effects of his past karmas.
The jiva engages himself in actions with a body that is now at his disposal. As a result of the works, karma, he performs now. He gets a new body after death. Both the body and karma are the effects of ignorance, ajnana. In that short span of time between birth and death, which is called life, how is enjoyment possible? Sri Hari, no doubt, is the support of all worldly values like dharma, artha, and kama, and he will bestow them on votaries who desire them. But pray, without caring for these worldly fulfillments, serve him without any desire. Him, the self of all and the Lord of all. Universality of bhakti. Sri Hari dwells as the self, the Lord and beloved, in the bodies of all beings, formed with the primordial elements of his own creation. Blessedness is the reward for anyone, be he a deva, asura, man, yaksha, or gandharva, who serves the feet of Mukunda, just as in the case of my humble self, in spite of my being an asura. O children of asuras, being merely being a twice born, one or a deva or a rishi, one cannot win the favor of Achyuta. Nor is mere adherence to moral rules nor vast learning adequate. Neither charity nor austerity, neither sacrifices nor purificatory rites and vows are sufficient to please him. He becomes pleased by pure bhakti, by loving devotion, without any ulterior motive. All other practices are an empty show. Therefore, O Asuras, practice devotion to Sri Hari, the soul of all and the Lord, seeing his equal presence in all others and in yourself, as in yourself. Asuras, yakshas, disembodied spirits, rakshas, women, sudras, gopas, birds, animals, and sinful men have all attained him through devotion. The supreme object of human life consists in cultivating exclusive and one-pointed devotion to Sri Hari and saluting his presence in all objects. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Saptamoskande Prahadanu Charite Dvaitya Putranu Shasanam Nama Saptamo Dhyaya Ashtamo Dhyaya Narada Uvacha. Na Uvacha. Skanda 7, chapter 8, destruction of Hiranyakashipu. Hiranya's angry reaction. Narada said, those Asura boys, being pure-minded, accepted the instructions given by Prahalada, and not those by the teachers. The teachers now saw how the minds of the boys were becoming more and more prone to contemplation in solitude. They were very much frightened to note this development, and to avoid blame falling on them, reported the whole matter to their ruler, Hiranyakasipu. Hiranyakasipu's body trembled in violent rage on hearing of his son's unbearable misconduct, and he decided to kill the boy himself. Raining abusive words on Prahalada, who least deserved such harsh treatment, Hiranya, cruel by nature, looked at him with an angry sidelong glance, and, hissing like a trampled serpent, addressed the boy, who stood before him, saluting in all humility and composure. He said, I shall immediately dispatch you to the city of Yama, the god of death. You who are an audacious fool, a traitor to the family, a debased villain, and a defier of my authority. What is that source of strength depending on which you fearlessly flout the commands of one like me. My angry looks are sufficient to cause trepidation in the hearts of all the guardian deities and generate tremors in all the three worlds. How dare you flout me? Prahlada's advice to Hiranya. Prahlada said, O king, not only for me, but even for all considered strong, including yourself, the source of strength is he, the supreme being, who controls like his slaves all beings high and low, from Brahma down to a blade of grass. He, the supreme Lord of world measuring, strides is time. He is the strength of the senses, of the mind, and of the body. He is verily he. It is verily he, the supreme Lord, the Lord supreme, and the master of the gunas, that creates, preserves, and destroys all beings. Please abandon your asuric, monstrous character. Have even-sightedness, abandoning the distinction between friend and foe. There is no enemy beyond one's own mind if it is uncontrolled and caught in the path of vice. The supreme worship of the Lord consists in keeping the mind even and unperturbed, seeing no difference between friend and foe. There are some who consider themselves as the victors of all the 10 quarters, without first conquering the enemies within. The 6 senses, which rob one of all one's real wealth, to a wise and good man who has conquered his lower self, who has an enlightened mind, who looks on all alike, there can be no enemy, for enemies are the creation of one's own ignorance. Incarnation of Narasimha. Hiranyakasipu said, O fool, you who indulge in such senseless and arrogant talk are facing imminent death. For none but those who are face to face with death would talk such unbridled nonsense. Continuing, Hiranya asked, O helpless fellow, where is that Lord of the worlds of whom you speak, if there is any such other than me? Everywhere, replied Prahlada. Why? Is he in this pillar, then? Questioned Hiranya. I see him there too, replied Prahlada, looking at the pillar. I, the master of the universe, am now going to sever your head, O you impertinent prattler. Let Hari, of whom you speak as the shelter of all, protect you, if he can, said Hiranya. Castigating his high pious son with such angry and abusive words, the powerful Hiranyakasipu jumped up from his throne, sword in hand, and delivered a blow with his very strong fist on the pillar wherein Prahlada had said he saw Sri Hari. Immediately a terrific sound arose from that pillar. That sound was so loud that it seemed to crack the cosmic shell. Hearing it, Brahma and other deities thought that the doomsday of the world, including their spheres, had come. Thus, while Hiranyakasipu was making a determined effort to kill his son, he was wonderstruck to hear the strange and terror-inspiring sound, whose source he could not trace anywhere in the assembly. In order to make true the words of his devotee, that he saw Sri Hari in the pillar too, and also to demonstrate that he was immanent in everything, the Lord was seen as emerging into the assembly from the pillar in a form that was neither of a beast nor of a man. The Asura, who was looking around for the source of that sound, now saw that form emerging from the pillar, a wonderful form which was neither a whole man nor a whole animal, but, lo, a man-lion. While Hiranyakasipu was questioning himself anxiously within, there stood before him that very fierce form of the man-lion, having glowing and fearful eyes resembling the color of molten gold, and a face surrounded by brilliant matted locks and mane. His fangs were terror-inspiring. His tongue was sharp and quivering like a sword. His curved eyebrows gave a frightful look to his face. His ears stood erect and high. His open mouth and nostrils looked like strange mountain caves, while his cleft cheeks added ferocity to the face. His body, touching the sky, had a neck that was short and thick, a chest that was broad, and an abdomen that was slender. With hair resembling the rays of the moon covering his body, he had innumerable arms set on all sides, with claws that looked like weapons. The form that stood before Hiranya was so formidable that none could approach him, and the Daityas and Danavas all fled away in every direction before his special Sudarshana discus and other weapons. Then, seeing him, Hiranyakasipu thought, "This is perhaps a stratagem thought out by that Hari, the master of all magical arts, to encompass my death. But let me see what this Hari can do against me." Destruction of Hiranya. Soliloquizing like this, the Asura, armed with a mace, rushed at the man lion, yelling. Like a moth rushing into a fire, the Asura was thereupon engulfed in the luminosity of the man lion and became invisible. There is nothing extraordinary or astonishing about this in the case of Mahavishnu, the pure being of radiant sattva, who at the end of Pralaya neutralizes that world-engulfing darkness of tamas by his own brilliance. Approaching the man lion, the great Asura delivered a mighty blow on him with his powerful mace. Just like Garuda catching a serpent, the Lord caught the attacking Asura in his claws, but the Asura freed himself from the hold of the sportive man lion, as a serpent from Garuda. O descendant of the Bharatas, the Devas and the lords of the quarters who had all been deprived of their realms by the Asuras, and who were now watching the scene from behind the clouds, considered it a calamity that the Asura had escaped from the hold of the Lord. The Asura too interpreted this episode as a proof of his opponent's fear of him. Soon, without any sign of strain, he approached the Lord again for battle, sword and shield in hand. The fierce Asura, whose eyes were dazzled by the brilliance of the man lion, was yelling and moving up and down with the speed of a falcon, according to the tactics of combat, in order to save himself from falling into the clutches of his opponent. But he was soon caught again by the Lord with a resounding roar. Desperately struggling as the Asura was to free himself from the distressing hold of the man lion, as a mouse from that of a serpent, the Lord laid him on his thighs, sitting on the threshold of the assembly hall, and as Garuda tears apart a snake, he playfully tore apart the Asura's body at the time of sunset, the body on which even a scratch could not be made by Indra's thunderbolt. The man lion, form of the Lord, then appeared forbidding to look at, because of the fury reflected in his eyes, with his tongue licking the two corners of his wide, open mouth, with the mane of his face and neck reddened by the drops of blood, and with the loops of intestine hanging on his neck. The Lord, as the man lion, presented a formidable appearance, even as a lion that had slain an elephant. He now attacked the followers of Hiranyakasipu. Throwing aside the body of Hiranya with its heart torn out, the multi-armed man lion went around, attacking and killing in hundreds with the stroke of his nails the numerous followers of the Asura, who were standing with uplifted weapons in readiness to strike. The clouds were shattered by the movement of his manes. The luminaries in the sky, like the sun, lost their luster in the abundant glory released from his eyes. His breath agitated the seas, and the elephants of the quarters trumpeted in fear, hearing his terrific roars. The heavens and the aerial cars of the celestials shattered by his mane, and the earth trembling under the tread of his feet, were both stirred to their depths. Under his powerful impact, the mountains were tossed up, while the luster emanating from him drowned the brilliance of the sky and the quarters. Afterwards he seated himself on the royal throne in all his splendorous glory. None dared to approach that all-powerful being of terrific face, which bore marks of anger, because there were no more opponents to be confronted. Hearing that the primal deity, Titan, the headache of the worlds, had been slain by Sri Hari in battle, the celestial women, with faces blooming in joy, rained flowers. The sky was crowded with the aerial cars of celestials who gathered to see the happenings. The Devas then sounded their big drums and kettle drums, while the leading Gandharvas danced and the women sang. Then, O dear ones, the assembled representatives of all species of beings, Brahma, Indra, Parameshvara, and other divinities, rishis, pitris, siddhas, Vidyadharas, great serpents, Manus, Prajapatis, Gandharvas, Asuras, Charanas, Yakshas, Kimpurushas, Vetalas, Siddhaswaras, and Kinnaras, as well as the Lord's attendants like Sunanda and Kumuda, all these standing at a little distance away, with palms joined in reverential salutation, began to extol the Lord, one after another. Hymns to Narasimha. Brahma said, Salutation to thee. Prowess is wonder-evoking, whose sportive actions are of such a sanctifying nature that those who hear accounts of them are purified immediately, and whose sports in the creation, preservation, and dissolution of limitless universes with thy prakriti, power, without, however, undergoing any change or diminution of thyself, as Sat Chit Ananda in the course of all the cosmic manifestations of thy nature.
Sri Rudra, O friend of devotees, the time of cosmic dissolution is the time for thy fury. Besides, this insignificant being of an Asura has already been killed. Therefore, deign to give shelter to thy devotee Prahlad, standing by thy side. Indra said, O Supreme Being, in Indra's protection, thou hast but recovered the sacrificial offerings due to thee, for the offered to us apparently are really to the hearts of all. The lotus of our hearts, which was thy residence and which was taken over by the Asura, has been thee, and it has begun to bloom again. O thy service, of what use are these felicities of the three worlds, liable to time's depredation? They do not care even for moksha, liberation. What to speak then of other attainments? The rishis said, Thou hast imparted to us instructions about tapas, which constitutes an expression of thy glorious prowess. For by thy tapas that thou didst bring out the vast and variegated universe into existence. Our practice of tapas was obstructed by this asura. O Saviour of refugees, thou who hast assumed a form for the protection of Dharma, hast now again re-established the practice of tapas. The Pitris said, thus Asura had forcibly appropriated to himself the offerings made by our descendants at the ancestral rites, Shraddha, as well as the libations of water with offerings of sesame seeds that are made while bathing in sacred waters on holy occasions. Thou hast recovered all that from his abdomen by tearing out the him with thy claws. Salutations to the Lord as the man lion, the protector of all dharma. The Siddhas said, we salute the Supreme Being who tore open the trunk of this proud and oppressed Asura who had deprived us of our psychic powers through the strength of his concentration and austerities. The Vidyadharas said, we always salute the Lord who has assumed a man-lion form and has slain this Asura like an animal. The Asura who had grown so proud and haughty on account of his strength and courage that he obstructed and prohibited our exercise of yogic powers which we had acquired through practice of concentration on different objects in different ways. Nagas said, the sinful Asura had deprived us of our crest jewels as also our jewels of women. Salutations to thee, O Lord, who hast, by tearing open his chest, bestowed on these women continuing happiness through effecting their release. The Manus said, O Lord, we, your servants, are helpless inasmuch as this Asura had broken all norms of virtue and good conduct by destroying the societal order based on Varna and Ashrama. Now that he has been slain, order us, thy servants, what we are to do in thy service. The Prajapatis said, O Supreme Ruler, we who have been created by thee as the progenitors of living beings have ceased to function as such due to the obstruction caused by this Asura, who now lies dead with his chest torn by thee, O embodiment of Sattva. Thy incarnation has brought about the good of all. Gandharvas said, we who are thy dancers and musicians at entertainments have been enslaved by the courage, power, and prowess of this Asura, who has now been brought to this state at thy hands. Can good ever befall a man of unrighteous conduct? The Charanas said, O worshipful Lord, we take refuge at thy lotus feet, which can save man from the transmigratory cycle. Thou hast now destroyed this Asura, who had been an oppressor of holy men. Yakshas said, we who have become thy principal servants by virtue of meritorious works have been made his palanquin bearers by this Asura. O thou Lord in the form of man-lion, thou the master of the 24 categories, knowing as thou dost his atrocities against the three worlds, thou hast now been gracious enough to slaughter him. The Kimpurushas said, we are only Purushas, petty beings. Thou art the Lord of all, the Mahapurusha, or the Supreme. We are therefore incapable of extolling thee adequately. Killing of this Asura is not the measure of thy glory, for this evil one had been killed the moment he earned the displeasure of holy men. The Vaitalikas said, we used to receive great honor and presents by singing about thy glory in assemblies and at holy sacrificial festivals. This wicked Asura had deprived us of all these opportunities. His destruction by thee is for us a fortunate circumstance, like the riddance of his disease for a sick man. Kinara said, O Lord of all, we, thy servants, were made by this Asura to work as his servants without any wages. O Hari, thou our master incarnate as man lion, that evil one has now been destroyed by thee. Thou bless us to prosper and to progress. The attendants of Vishnu said, O Lord, our master and protector, now hast thou revealed thy man-lion form, which is both wonderful and auspicious. Never has anyone seen it before. This Asura is none but a servant of thine under the curse of Sanaka and other holy men. Thy sport of his destruction is only a blessing bestowed on thy attendant. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Saptamaskande Prahaladanu Charite Daitya Rajavade Nrisingha Stavo Namashtodhyaya Nama Ashtamodhyaya Navamo Dhyayaha Narada Uvacha Skanda 7, Chapter 9, The Hymn of Prahlada, Assuaging the Lord's Wrath. Narada said, none of the divinities like Brahma or Rudra dared to go near the Lord in this wrathful mood, which made him unapproachable to them. Even Sri Devi, when requested by the Devas, feared to go near him in that wrathful mood, as he is unseen and unheard of at any time before. Thereupon Brahma told Prahlada, standing nearby, O dear boy, go near the Lord who has been angry at your father and try to pacify him. Agreeing to do so, that great lover of the Lord, Prahlada, advanced slowly toward him and with palms joined in salutation, prostrated full length on the ground before him. When he saw the boy lying in prostration before him, the Lord was bathed in an upsurge of tender feelings. He lifted him up and placed on his head those divine palms of his, which offer shelter to those who are frightened by the threat of the serpent of time. The touch of the Lord's palms at once dissipated all traces of ignorance from Prahlada's heart and filled it with the clear presence of the Lord. Overflowing with bliss within, his heart melted in love. His hair stood on end, and tears streamed from his eyes. His heart and eyes fixed on the Lord, his mind peaceful and concentrated, he now began to extol Sri Hari in a voice tremulous with love. Permission to Lord's grace. Prahlada said, even Brahma, Munis and personages of high spiritual attainment, whose minds are naturally devoted to matters of a satvika nature exclusively, have not been able to adore thee adequately and please thee even till today, in spite of the flood of words proceeding from them about thy excellences. Can I, born as I am in the race of asuras with a fierce tamasic nature, then ever hope to win thy favor? That none of these, wealth, high birth, beauty, austerity, scriptural study, vigor, impressiveness, prowess, strength of bodies, skill in action, intelligence, and practice of concentration is adequate to please the Supreme Being. For by mere devotion, the Lord was pleased with the lordly elephant who had none of these qualifications. I consider even a man of very low birth, a man born in the caste of dog eaters, who has offered his mind, words, hopes, objects of desire, and vital energy to the Lord, as immensely superior to a Brahmana possessed of the 12 qualifications mentioned above, but is still indifferent to the Lord's holy feet. For the former purifies even his tribe, while the latter has only pride as his asset and not purity.
Lord, who is self-fulfilled by his own inherent bliss, does not solicit the worship of ignorant men for any purpose of his own. He accepts it only out of concern for the welfare of the worshipper. For whatever are made by people to worshipful Lord, return as blessings to themselves, just as the beauty that a face derives from adornments only goes to beautify its reflection in the mirror. Since all can worship the Lord without any consideration of qualifications, I, freed from all hesitations due to my low birth as an Asura, shall extol the Lord's majesty to the best of my capacity. Such praise of the Lord is itself the way for the purification of oneself caught in the transmigratory cycle created by the Lord's Maya. I fear not this fearful form. All these, Brahma and the Devas, who stand there in utter fright of thee, are thy servants carrying out thy will, unlike as Asuras. There is therefore no reason for them to fear thee. All thy, incarnations are enchanting, as they are for the welfare of the world and for thy sportive joy. They are never for causing fright. Therefore deign to diffuse thy wrath. The Asura is now dead, and there is no one here deserving thy anger. Even pious men rejoice at the killing of harmful creatures like scorpions and serpents. Similarly, the whole world feels relieved by the elimination of the Asura, and all are waiting to see thy anger abate. O thou of the man-lion form, henceforth man will contemplate on this form of thine for freedom from fear. O ever victorious Lord, I am not frightened by this terror-inspiring form of thine. Thy frightful face, tongue, sun-like eyes, quivering eyebrows, fierce molars, garlands of intestinal loops, blood-stained manes, bristling ears, fierce roars that startle even the elephants of the quarters, and claws that tore open the enemy's chest. Involvement of samsara. But O thou, friend of the lowly, I am afraid of the unbearable and frightful sufferings of this transmigratory cycle. Bound up my karma, my lot has been cast in the midst of these asuras given to violence and cruelty. When, O thou, Lord of abounding charms, shalt thou be gracious to summon me to abide at thy holy feet, granting me protection and freedom from the thraldom of ignorance. I am being burnt in the fire of birth in successive wombs, involving experiences of pleasure and pain, of union and separation. In this worldly existence, all measures adopted for freedom from sufferings bring new sufferings in their turn. Not knowing this, I am in the grip of infatuation that makes one take the false for the real, the untrue for the true. Therefore grant me devotion and teach me to be thy servant. O Lord, thou of the man-lion form, thou being the dear one, the well-wisher, and the deity of all, I shall easily surmount the obstacles posed by body, mind, and other limitations of material nature by resorting to the recital of thy excellences and sportive manifestations, which have been glorified in songs, even by Brahma, and by seeking the company of thy great all-renouncing devotees, the holy swans, Paramahamsas, who always have their homes at thy feet. No remedial measures sought as relief by sufferers in this world can be effective in the case of God-forsaken ones. They can, at the most, be palliative of short duration, never an ultimate remedy. They have been deserted by thee, while none but thou can save them really. For, O Narishama, thou all-pervading one, a child cannot be protected by parents, a medicine cannot cure a patient, and a boat cannot save a drowning man, if they are all not supported by thy will. Whatever agent, high or low, be it one's own parents or the Creator Brahma, constituted of the qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas, brings into existence under thy command anything new, or creates any modification in anything old. That agent and what he accomplishes are in essence thyself. Thou art the only existence, and thine the only world. The Lord's Maya. The power of Maya, when her trine guna is stirred into activity by the prompting of time, creates under the blessing of thyself as Purusha, the Linga Sarira, or the subtle bodies of jivas, which persist from birth to birth. They are the product of the latent effects of the karmas of all the previous births. The hold of mind, the principal constituent of the subtle body, has its roots in desires, which are confirmed and strengthened by Vedic ritualism. Mind is verily the wheel of samsara, having for its spokes 16 types of modifications generated by Maya. O Eternal One, none except those who seek refuge in Thee can overcome it. O Lord of all, Thou omnipotent being, self-luminous consciousness as Thou art, Thou transcendent all the gunas of Prakriti and their products. Thou art manifest as time, which controls and regulates all objects, entities, and forces. Entangled by Maya, thy power in the transmigratory wheel with 16 spokes, I am being crushed like a piece of sugar cane. Deign to draw this refugee of thine away from this wheel towards thee. Vanity of worldly pleasures. O mighty Lord, what men usually aspire after long life, wealth, and the resources of the guardian deities of the heavens. I have seen enough of these. All these attainments of theirs were dissipated before mere movements of the brows of my father when he laughed aloud in anger at these deities. And that father of mine, surpassing all these deities in prowess, has been destroyed by thee. Of what worth are these facilities and powers coveted by people? Therefore I, who know these facts do not desire blessings like sensuous enjoyments, wealth, longevity, glory, etc., after which all embodied beings, from low creatures up to Brahma, are made. Not only these, I care not for any state of felicity that is subject to destruction